we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novels Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. His breathtaking and shimmering light. Part 1. Chapter 1. A delirious surprise. Shi Guang woke up in a daze. Her head hurt so badly that it felt like it was about to split open. Moving her body slightly, she found herself aching all over. It was as though she had been torn apart and pieced back together. The light of the morning sun seeped in through those faint grey satin curtains. With it landing on her bed ever so conveniently, she could barely open her eyes from how blinding it was. In the gathering during the previous night, she had a sip too much after being caught up in the happiness of the moment. In the end, she was sent off by Lu Yanjun. Sitting up, the thin silk blanket slid off Shi Guang, revealing a shade of redness on the white bedsheets below. Her soft, white body was filled with love bites from head to toe. A single glance was enough to tell that this was the result of a night's indulgence in pleasure. Last night, she and Lu Yanjun had. She felt her heart skipping faster. When she thought of the scenes of them being inseparable last night, Shi Guang's face started blushing involuntarily as she felt her body heating up and her legs going weak. "I love you." It was as though his sweet nothings from those passionate moments were still lingering around her ears. Shi Guang's cheeks blossomed with love as her eyes bore shyness in them. She turned her head around the entire place. Where was Lu Yanjun? Had he gone out to buy breakfast? Removing the blanket, Shi Guang came down from the bed. When her feet made contact with the ground, they wobbled for a moment and nearly caused her to fall over. Resting her arm on the walls for support, she slowly limped over to the bathroom, one step at a time. By the time she came out, Lu Yanjun had returned as well. He walked into the living room calmly. That tall and robust figure of his exerted a strong yet repressing aura over the place. Shi Guang lifted her eyes as they met with a pair of deep-gazing pupils. It was a gaze so calm and silent, ever so similar to a lake with an imperceptible depth. After all, this was the first time they had engaged in this most intimate act. For some unknown reason, Shi Guang had a sense of embarrassment and lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. In those moments of passion and deliriousness, she had vaguely recalled him saying that he was going to give her a surprise. Was he going to propose? But, would that seem a little too rushed? Shi Guang was caught at a loss for a moment as her heart palpitated quickly. She had barely spoken when Lu Yanjun cut her speech with a grim tone, "Break up." Shock exploded from the depths of her heart like a volcano as Shi Guang held her breath and stared at him with wide-opened eyes. What did he just say? Break up? This was the surprise he was going to give her. A breakup? Was he just teasing her and joking around, or was he for real with a breakup? A scream of extreme pain was choked in her throat, unable to pass through at all. It was only after a good long time that Shi Guang managed to recover her voice. Ever so gentle, it was so soft that it was nearly lost in the dust nearby. Break up? Right after we engaged in that? Lu Yanjun. What's the meaning of this? Lu Yanjun's cold expression did not change for the slightest bit. Who? Was the one who had called me over to fetch her last night? Also, who was the one who had hugged me tightly, begging me not to stop? You had your fair share of pleasure last night as well. Shi Guang felt as though she had just been struck by a thunderbolt. She was flabbergasted right now as she glared at this man who was entirely different from the one in her memories. Unable to control her shivering body right now, she could only struggle to ask him a single word, "Why?" Bored. After he was done with his reply, Lu Yanjun turned around to face the window with a faint smile on his face. In the eyes of Shi Guang, that smile was nothing more than mockery. This man had just said that he loved her the night before. How could he? How could he? Shi Guang's face was frightfully pale like snow right now as a sharp throbbing pain surged forth from her heart, pressing down her nerves and spreading throughout her entire body. A darkness similar to a fainting spell struck her. The only reason why she had not fainted over was because she was digging her nails deep into her palm. All of a sudden, the surrounding air seemed to have become dark and chilling, freezing one up into shivers. This suffocating atmosphere was something that no one could endure for even a single minute. Shi Guang was gone. As the reverberating sound of the slamming door reached his ears, Liu Yanchen gripped his fist tightly. Enduring everything within him, his gaze lingered at the direction where she had left for a long, long time. Chapter 2, The mysterious and dignified man being broken up with out of the blue was something that Shi Guang had difficulty in coming to terms with. She bore with her a slight glimpse of hope, thinking that Liu Yanchen was probably just pulling a fast one on her. In her mind, he was probably going to appear before her in a day or two with a bouquet of flowers, seeking her forgiveness. However, a couple of days passed by swiftly. Even after half a month, Liu Yanchen had not appeared once. Later on, she heard from others that he had quit school. Unable to accept the fact of them breaking up, Shi Guang could finally no longer hold everything in as she bawled out in pain. 2 years had passed. In the past 2 years, she had dumped the name Liu Yanchen along with every single thing associated it into the trash can of her memories. It was yet another scorching summer as the glorious sun blazed like fire. The National College Swimming Championships kicked off the opening of the Shen family's water cube. The Shen family's water cube was the most prestigious swimming fitness club in the entire nation, perhaps even the entire world. And this time around, they had sponsored the swimming event of the college games for free. As the 200-meter freestyle swimming competition was about to begin, there wasn't a single empty seat to be seen at the pool. All the students from the various schools were raising their banners and flags high up while cheering out exuberantly for their schools in high spirits. The whistle blew from the referee for the athletes to take their places as the entire crowd went silent. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation for the event to start. Following the firing of the gun, all the swimmers dove into the waters and pushed against the waves just like flying fishes. Jiao! Jiao! The cheers were relentless, getting louder and louder with every wave and reverberating through one's ears. Everyone's blood was pumping from the excitement. When the first place reached her end point, the entire complex erupted with cheers. Instantly, the entire place had reached its climax with a neat and steady cheer emerging forth, Shi Guang. Shi Guang. Shi Guang. Shi Guang removed her goggles and revealed a beautiful face. Those long eyelashes of hers were still glistening with beads of water as she waved her hands up high at the crowd that was cheering her on. She was the champion. All of her hard work had finally reaped in the rewards. Relying on nothing but her own hard work and determination, she had obtained the crown of the victor for the 200-meter swimming competition. She had done it. She had finally done it. The emotional Shi Guang stepped out of the pool. The moment she entered the changing room, she was welcomed with a passionate embrace. Shi Guang. Congratulations. You're the best. This name of this girl hugging Shi Guang was Li Fangfei. She was Shi Guang's classmate cum free manager. Bustling with energy, she wanted to illustrate for Shi Guang the nervousness, excitement, and passion she felt while watching the competition. But, just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a member of the staff. The prize-giving ceremony has been pushed forward. Everyone, hurry up and change your clothes. According to the schedule, there should have been enough time for everyone to change out of their swimsuits. Why was everything pushed forward? Everyone's faces were startled. Hurry it up. The guest for the prize-giving ceremony is about to arrive. It was clear that the staff was trying their best to maintain their emotions despite feeling panicked as though they were like ants on a hot frying pan. The entire changing room was suddenly filled with a serious aura. This had everyone even more bewildered than ever. Just what sort of a background did this guest have? Not only could he cause the entire prize ceremony to be pushed forward, he even had all of these staff members on their nerves, acting so carefully as though they were on the edge of a deep cliff and afraid that an accident might happen. Even after using her utmost determination, Li Fangfei could not contain that heart of hers which was drawn toward the allure of gossips. She squeezed her way in front to a staff member and asked with a cheeky expression, "May I know who this guest for the prize-giving ceremony is?" Before the staff member even had a chance to reply, she heard someone shouting outside the changing room, "The guest has arrived. The prize-giving ceremony is about to begin." Hurry up." The staff member suddenly huffed out in a low tone as her expression turned grim. How could she be bothered to reply to Li Fangfei's question right now? Taking 2 huge strides forward, she grabbed Shi Guang, who had just changed out of her swimsuit, and headed out at a brisk pace. Chapter 3, How could it be him? I'd say, Liu Yanjun. Check it out, check it out. These are all beautiful chicks here. Coming in a variety of shapes and sizes, with curves exactly where you need them to be. Not only that, all of them look extremely passionate. You've already broken up with that woman for 2 years now. It's time for you to embark on a new love life. In my opinion, that woman is most likely a slag. Perhaps, you should just find someone right here and stop living your life as an ascetic god. Liu Yanjun did not bother with this good buddy of his who was rambling on and on by his side. Instead, he only cast him a cold glare. The prize-giving ceremony had begun officially as music played out. Striding in, this upright and suave of a man, Liu Yanjun, caused the entire complex to feel as though they had just seen a bright and sparkling star. Shrieks and yells broke out in waves across the place. Oh wow! He's so handsome. Shi Guang stood on the highest podium and smiled out toward the audiences the entire time. Her excitement and emotions were surging from the bottom of her heart like floodwaters that were overflowing a dam and were unable to be concealed. Joy spread through to the ends of her brows. It was as though even her eyelashes were about to start dancing in happiness right now. She bore a bright yet polite smile and raised her head toward the prize-giving guest who was striding over while being surrounded by the masses. But, when she caught sight of that figure, her smile froze on her face. She could have never thought that he was the guest for the prize-giving ceremony. Liu Yanjun. After separating for 2 years, the 2 people who had thought that they would never see the other ever again were meeting once more. And in such an unexpected manner to boot. Looking at the man who was getting closer to her with every step taken, her subconsciousness had her gripping her fist tightly. Her heartbeat seemed to be getting tighter in correlation with every step he took. The joy of winning had long vanished from her. Shi Guang felt as though she was being drowned in a raging sandstorm right now. When he finally stood in front of her, her mind went completely blank. It was as though she and Liu Yanjun were the only ones remaining in this world. After 2 years, he had grown even more charismatic than before. At the same time, he gave off a mature and composed aura. He was dressed in a fitting black suit with a white shirt beneath, which was buttoned all the way up to the very last button. However, that only served to showcase and amplify that forbidden luscious beauty he had. Shi Guang could not help but wonder, what should couples who had broken up and reunited once more say to one another? It's been a long time. She moved her lips ever so slightly, wanting to strike a greeting as though nothing had ever happened. But, to think that when she raised her head, she was instead faced with a cold and emotionless gaze. Shi Guang was stunned. From the way she looked at her, it was as though she was a random stranger on the streets who brought for him zero emotional stirs. That frosty feeling of being cast at arm's length had her feeling as though she was submerged into an icy ocean. Even though it was a scorching day, she felt cold all of a sudden. Just like that, the words that Shi Guang was just about to say out loud got stuck right in her throat. In a daze, she watched Liu Yanjun hold on to the trophy and carry it in front of her casually. Shi Guang lowered her gaze and gently lifted her elbows, wanting to receive that cold trophy from him, only to discover that the trophy would not budge at all. Liu Yanjun had not loosened his grip. Her heart quivered slightly, thinking that he wanted to say something. But, the trophy was released in the next second and landed back into her hands. Everything had happened so swiftly that it had Shi Guang feeling as though that frozen moment from earlier on was nothing but her hallucination. Out of formality, she shook hands with Liu Yanjun following the prize giving. Their palms were connected briefly when he retracted his hand immediately. His foot then swiveled around as he turned around to leave. Without a single pause, without turning back, it was as though their reunion after 2 years was nothing but a negligible first encounter. Looking at the back view of Liu Yanjun, Shi Guang felt totally wretched and useless compared to the composed him. At this moment, her heart felt just like a sponge that was bloated after being soaked in salt water. as long as one were to use some strength, all the water that was as bitter as bile would spill, just like the bitter tears. The only way she could maintain her composure was by using her greatest determination to hold everything back in. Suddenly, a stifled laughter rang beside her ear, followed by a mocking voice. "What are you still looking at? No matter how long you look for, you will never be worthy enough to have a connection with him." The person who spoke was none other than the runner-up of the competition, Hizino. Chapter 4, You're the bestest best then. Hizino was from the same school and swimming club as Shiguan, with even the same coach. They were teammates and rivals. While Shiguan was only bothered about her own swimming skills, Hizino would have none of that, and was always looking to compete with her. Be it in front or behind her back, Hizino would always be coming up with ways to one-up Shiguan no matter when. However, the latter would always manage to stand out on top each time. Keeping her emotions in check, Shiguan turned her head around at Hizino. Her lips curled into a grin as she replied sarcastically, "What are you so salty for? No matter how salty you get, the trophy of the champion will never belong to you." Right after she was done with those words, Shiguan strode off in total disregard of Hizino. What Hizino hated the most was that, be it in competitions or training, she would always lose out to Shiguan by a little. Shiguan was her taboo, her Achilles heel. And now that she was rebutted in the face by Shiguan with people watching them, she could barely hang on to her face. As her embarrassment turned into rage, she caught up with Shiguan at the fastest speed and tugged at the latter's arm from the back while emphasizing out in clenched teeth, "Do you think that you're the best in the world just because you got to be the champion? Don't raise your own ego up high and think that you're quite a somebody. If not for the fact that I was injured, it's hard to say who would have taken the champion trophy this time around." Shiguan's expression was calm and unchanged. Shrugging off Hizino's hand with her arm, she chuckled out softly, "Oh. So, you're the bestest best. To think that you would swim faster when you're injured than when you're uninjured." That petite face of Hizino flushed with shades of white and red as she was at the peak of her anger right now. Her voice was trembling with hatred, "Shiguan. Don't you dare go overboard." At this point, that petite face of hers suddenly took a stark change. That overbearing disposition of hers changed entirely as mist started accumulating in her eyes, forming tears that could barely be made out. She looked totally pitiable right now. Shiguan was taken aback. She had always known that this girl could act. But she had not expected for Hizino's acting techniques to be so refined. This was even faster than the Sichuan face-changing operas. Shiguan opened her mouth. But before she could speak up, a displeased tone of a man boomed out, "What are you guys arguing for? Why don't you guys take a look at where we are now? Do you guys know of any shame?" The man who had spoken was their coach, Wuzing. "I'm sorry, coach. I failed to get the champion's place. I failed your expectations of me." Hizino struggled to finish her words with that pale, petite face of hers, then covered her face to leave, looking exceptionally grieved and upset. For people who did not know better, they might have even wondered why Shiguan would bully her. Shiguan did not know what to say as her lips curled in irony. Evidently, she was long used to these acts. A dark shadow cast over Wuzing's face as he glared at Shiguan with displeasure and barked out deliberately, "One must not be haughty because they have won the champion's place. Zinuo is your senior sister." After he was done with that, he waved Shiguan off impatiently with contempt, "All right. Go back and rest." Shiguan did not walk. She stood where she was and asked Wuzing with a smiling face, "Coach, I'd like to speak with you about the endorsement. The club was going to have a huge promotional event this year, and were looking for a spokesperson. In order to encourage everyone, it was decided that whoever was crowned champion would win the endorsement as well. Recently, Shiguan was especially in need of money. Even though the endorsement fee for the commercial wasn't a lot, it could help settle half of her predicament. Wuzing gazed at Shiguan deeply. "The issue about Zinuo being injured is something you know of as well. Since you've already gotten the championship, let Zinuo get the commercial then. You have to know that you guys are both classmates and teammates. In the future, you are even going to join the provincial team together. Therefore, you two should love and care for one another. Shi Guang cut him off in his speech. Wasn't it agreed upon at the start that whoever gets the champion will become the spokesperson for the club? The face of the coach was terrible right now as he growled with a black face, Shi Guang. One mustn't be overly greedy. Haven't you heard of the phrase, a man who is never content is like a snake wanting to swallow an elephant? Chapter 5, His tender care and love. Shi Guang was shocked to the extreme. Coach? Wasn't it agreed upon that the endorsement is the prize for the champion? How am I being the greedy one now? Li Fangfei, who was standing by the side, could barely listen by idly anymore. She walked over to Shi Guang's side briskly and looked at Coach Wu. Coach Wu. In order to get this champion title, Shi Guang has been working so hard daily. When everyone else was training daily, she was training. When everyone else was resting, she was still training. While others train for 4 hours, Shi Guang trains for 8. There were so many times she had swum so hard she almost collapsed from exhaustion. It was all for the endorsement, so that. For the endorsement? Wu Xing cut through Li Fangfei's words and dragged his voice loudly. With a darkened face, he then barked out, she is a swimming athlete, not a superstar. What swimming athletes should do is to focus on their swimming, not on endorsements. Li Fangfei looked at Wu Xing with a face of helplessness. Then, is His Inuo not an athlete? How could you compare them? Wu Xing glared at Li Fangfei. He then looked over at Shi Guang and tried persuading her earnestly with a well-meaning advice. Shi Guang, you are the main candidate which a club wishes to groom. A commercial as such would only waste your time and affect your training. He then hardened his tone as his eyes flashed with a cold glint. For a strenuous and unrewarding task as such, it'd be better to leave it to your senior sister. There was a sense of coercion in his tone. Shi Guang took in a deep breath and tried her best to suppress her anger. She then curled her lips and forced out a smile. She considered her words carefully. Coach, how could I do that? I think it'd be best to waste my time and affect my training. I'll just take on this strenuous and unrewarding hard labor all for myself, all right? That way, I won't have to trouble our delicate senior sister, and you won't have to be troubled over it. Wu Xing, who was rejected so cheekily, flared up immediately and scolded out loudly, you're really ungrateful, aren't you? You have really let down all the grooming I've placed on you. Don't think that you can kick Emmy away just because you got a champion title. You've still got a long way to go ahead. Throwing those words behind, he left in a huff. Main candidate which a club wishes to groom, Shi Guang revealed a smile of irony. To the coach, Shi Guang and His Inuo were just a biological child and an adopted one. Naturally, His Inuo was the former while she was the latter. And, the most laughable part was how he had so righteously declared that he was doing it in the name of her good. Did she really seem like Mother Teresa with a halo behind her head in the eyes of the coach, or did he really think she was a fool? Initially, she should have been ecstatic over winning the champion title today. But right now, she felt none of that. Endorsement. And that Lu Yanjun. After returning to her dormitory, she took a quick shower and headed off to bed. But, no matter how she flipped and turned, she could not fall asleep. Her mind was no longer in her control as it flashed with all sorts of weird images. The man in her memories covered those sensitive ears of hers with his tender lips and whispered softly, Jiao, once you get the title of champion, I will present the prize to you. She burst out in laughter. You? Presenting me the prize? Gosh, you and your shamelessness. Do you really think that the prize can be given by just about anyone? Anyway, just try your best to get the championship. He fondled her small little head gently. The soft outlines of his lips were ever so tender and loving. Today, she had really gotten the title of champion. He appeared as well, and had truly presented her with the prize. Was it just a coincidence, an accident? Or, was there anything more to it? It was fated for Shi Guang to have a restless night tonight. However, Shi Guang was not the only one. It was evidently the same for Lu Yanjun as well. He had only returned to the Lu family at daybreak, reeking of alcohol and dark shadows beneath his eyes. It was evident that he too had not slept for the entire night. Chapter 6, Beautiful, Doting, Ambiguously Charming, and Attractive. Liu Yanchen sat in the living room while fondling his hungover head. It was most probably because he had drunk too much, as his brain was sending waves of throbbing pain. It didn't take long before his mother, Shen Lingshuan, entered the living room. When she caught sight of the state her son was in, she hurried forth and asked concernedly, "What's wrong? Is your head feeling terrible? Do you want to have a cup of ginseng tea to try and fight the alcohol?" Liu Yanchen nodded his head. He was indeed feeling extremely terrible right now. Was the prize-giving ceremony yesterday fun? For him to not return for the entire night, was it because he had taken a liking to one of those maidens there at the prize-giving ceremony and brought her out for a high time the entire night? Even though Shen Lingshuang was a middle-aged woman close to her 50s, she had maintained herself extremely well. Coupled with the fact that she was ravishing to begin with, her feminine charm had even increased compared to her younger self. The crow's feet around her eyes did not diminish her beauty in the slightest bit, and instead gave her a sense of class and elegance. Not only that, no matter how old she was, Shen Lingshuang maintained the heart of a young maiden. Liu Yachen's head slumped down as his thick eyelashes cast a dark shadow over the corner of his eyes, concealing the fatigue beneath them. Tugging at his tie impatiently, his voice was as cold as ice. "No way." Shen Lingshuang had a total of 4 children. Liu Yanchen was her youngest son, and at the same time, the one she doted on the most. Nearly the entire Z city knew that the one single person to be trifled with the least in the Liu family was that high and aloof youngest son of theirs, the man bearing an exceptional beauty who was ever so mysterious, Liu Yanchen. At the start, wasn't he pretty glad and eager to go for the prize-giving ceremony yesterday? Astounded, Shen Lingshuang's brows could not help but furrow up as she asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something unpleasant happen?" Liu Yanchen drank the ginseng tea and rubbed his temple gently. "No. More next time." Naturally, he was referring to yesterday's prize-giving ceremony where he was made to go impromptu at the last minute. Shen Lingshuang nodded her head profusely. "Yes, yes, yes. There will absolutely not be a next time. It's all your second brother's fault this time around, running off right after receiving a phone call." As she nagged about his second brother, Liu Yanchen stood up and prepared to head upstairs. Just as he was about to take his first step, Shen Lingshuang held him back. "Son, your father has allowed me to arrange for a private swimming coach for you to help you overcome your water vertigo." Without even thinking, Liu Yanchen rejected her curtly. "No." His expression turned frosty, evidently feeling extremely negatively toward this matter. Shen Lingshuang continued, "But your dad has already gotten me to arrange." And just at this moment, the television switched channels as the host declared in a vigorous tone, "Congratulations to number 7, Shi Guan, who has taken down the championship title of the female 200 meters freestyle competition." Her speed was simply way too fast. Not only that, her posture was equally beautiful. Shen Lingshuang pointed toward the television at Shi Guan, who was waving toward the audience in the screen at that moment, and said to Liu Yanchen, "There? This girl. Look at how brilliant her swimming was. Not only that, she's pretty and has an amazing figure. It's not as though you're going to be the one at a loss if she's your private coach, right?" Following Shen Lingshuang's line of sight, Liu Yanchen glanced over at the person on the television and his shoulders froze up. Even though he looked exactly the same and was as composed as ever, it seemed as though that slight and barely noticeable action of his had caused the entire air to go stale ever so slightly as well. After a short delay, he spoke up to you guys." Leaving those 4 words afloat, he walked upstairs. Shen Lingshuang was totally startled. After that short daze, her brows started rising gently. Wasn't he still objecting vehemently just moments earlier? Why did he agree to it all of a sudden? She had initially thought that this would take some time to grind him down. After all, this prideful son of hers wasn't someone who would give in that easily. Indeed, seeking out a beauty to teach him swimming was the correct move after all. Beautiful, doting, ambiguously charming, and attractive. Mrs. Shen, who had the heart of a maiden, sniggered out as those squinted eyes of hers shone with a brilliant gleam of light that could fill the skies with stars. Chapter 7, A Rod and a Sweet Shiguan, who had only managed to fall asleep when daybreak came, ended up waking up around noon. She had only just washed up when Li Fangfei pushed open the door and rushed in with a flustered look. Her entire face was scowling as she remarked in a huff, "Not good. I was eating in the canteen when I heard them discussing about it. Wu Xing said that you didn't feel like being the spokesperson and decided to pass it on to Hizinwo on your own accord. I don't know if they've been receiving money under the table or that someone has been smudging your name, but somehow, the higher-ups actually agreed to it. And they just selected Hizinwo as the spokesperson." Shiguan knew that if she wanted to take down the endorsement, it would not be that easy. But, if Hizinwo wanted to snatch it away from it, it would not be that simple of an affair either. Evidently, she had thought wrong. Just as she had arrived at the entrance of the training ground, she heard a series of cheery voices coming from within. It was as though people were flirting. Hizinwo was dressed in a sexy bikini, showcasing that figure she was so proud of and giggling sweetly toward Wu Xing. From time to time, she would even splash some water or push Wu Xing a little. Her eyes were filled with a charming, seductive gaze and her actions were extremely alluring, seeming as though they were flirting with one another. However, Wu Xing was married. This was a man with a wife. When he saw Shiguan walking over, Wu Xing's face turned cold as he put on a serious expression immediately. Coming up from the pool, he draped a towel around his body and looked at Shiguan icily. "Why are you here?" "Coach, the endorsement." The moment Shiguan picked up on the topic, she was cut off by Wu Xing. "What's wrong with the endorsement? I am your coach. Am I not allowed to make such a small decision for you?" Wu Xing's eyes were glaring wide open as he rebutted within a menacing tone. Evidently, whether or not Shiguan knew about it, he would not give her a chance to question his actions. After knocking Shiguan down harshly with the rod, he turned around to give her a sweet immediately as he softened his tone. "Shiguan, you have a huge responsibility toward yourself. At the same time, we have great expectations from you, and are trying our best to groom you. You must not let us down. Know that there are many athletes out there who are only dreaming about being famous day and night and because of that, end up burying the career in the swimming arena. Right now, your main priority is to train even more to try and get into the provincial team by this year, and then the national team right after, so that you can represent our country to go for competitions." Shiguan bit down on her lip bitterly while her hands, which were slumped at the side of her body, were gripped into tight fists. At this moment, Hizinwo came beside Shiguan. Looking at the latter, her eyes sparkled with light as she bent her body slightly forward and gave off a smug attitude. "Okay, little junior sister. I've got high hopes for you." Even though these words were masked as encouragement, it was actually just bragging and mockery. Shiguan stared at Hizinwo coldly. "Since you can't do it yourself, it's only natural that you've got to pin your hopes on me." The smug expression on Hizinwo's face disappeared instantaneously. She was so mad that she clenched down on her teeth and snarled at the latter harshly. "Can't you tell that I'm mocking you? I'm telling you that the endorsement is mine. The only one who will enter the provincial team will be me as well." Once she was done with those words, she suddenly wobbled as though she was about to faint at any moment. Tilting her body, she fell toward Wu Xing. Immediately, Wu Xing held her up while directing his anger over at Shiguan. "Are you ever going to be done with it? Fine, I'll put forth these words today. For this endorsement, if you give it away, it's Zinho's. Even if you don't wish to give it away, it's still Zinho's." Leaning against Wu Xing's body feebly, Hizinwo smirked at Shiguan provocatively. At that instant, flames of fury surged up Shiguan's heart. Right now, she wished she could just sweep her sleeves and walk out of this place forever. However, she forced herself to remain composed and just glowered at the both of them with glassy eyes. But just at that moment, a series of voices came from the entrance. Chapter 8, Counterattacking with Gentleness, Cool. Subconsciously, Shiguan turned her head toward the voice and caught sight of the boss of their club, Lei Dahai. Beside Boss Lei stood a tall and lanky middle-aged man. This tall and lanky man was someone that everyone knew. This was the manager of the Shen family's water cube, Ma Lesheng. Ma Lesheng's agenda this time around was to work with the club so as to invite swimming athletes of the club to take on the role of a VIP private coach at the Shen family's water cube. Be it small-scale swimming clubs like the one Shi Guang was in, or current active athletes in the national swimming team, if there were no stipulated training within the team, the clubs would usually introduce jobs as private swimming coaches for them. After all, it was way too difficult surviving in the sporting scene. Even after giving their all for more than 10 years, one might not carve out a name for themselves. To be a champion, other than strength, luck was needed as well. Some people might have fought for their entire lives, but even then, their hard work might not even translate to an actual title. After knowing the agenda of Ma Lesheng, Wu Xing pulled his Ino over to his side right away and chirped out to the former with smiles, "This is the runner-up for the 200-meter freestyle competition. She is the most outstanding athlete of our club and couldn't be any more suited." Immediately, his Ino turned over to manager Ma and presented her brightest smile, "Hello, Mr. Ma. Runner-up." Ma Lesheng let out those two words casually before turning around to look at Boss Lei with a deep intending stare. How sharp of a person was Boss Lei? Naturally, he understood Ma Lesheng's meaning straight away as he pulled Shi Guang over to his side. "This is the champion of the 200-meter freestyle competition." Rambling on forth, all he spoke of was Shi Guang's amazingness. Ma Lesheng was extremely pleased, as he invited her to work together immediately. Right now, Shi Guang was in need of money. If she took on this role as a private coach, it would solve half of her predicaments. Under normal circumstances, she should have accepted Ma Lesheng's invitation without ado. Yet, she lowered her head while fiddling with her toes and saying, "Just now, my coach said that I'm a main candidate our team wishes to groom. He said that my main priority is to train even more and get into the provincial team by this year and then the national team right after, so that I can represent our country to go for competitions. I'm afraid I may not be able to." Ma Lesheng was slightly confused. Boss Lei was a tactful man and could read between the lines. How could he not make out the meaning behind Shi Guang's words? Training is a must, of course. But you must also believe in your own capabilities that you will be able to join the provincial team with no issues even if you were to take on the private coach role. You are the spokesperson for our club after all. He was afraid that his club might end up losing this opportunity to work with the Shen family's water cube this time around. Therefore, he made the decision right on the spot. Furthermore, this endorsement should have been Shi Guang's to begin with. The faces of Wu Xing and his Ino by the side changed and turned flustered. The latter pursed her lips in grievance and looked at the former reluctantly. Immediately, Wu Xing took 2 steps forward. "Boss, earlier on." Boss Lei stood his ground firmly as he cast a single cautionary glance at Wu Xing that spelled the end of this discussion. Standing by the side, his Ino gripped her hands tightly and glared at Shi Guang in bitter spite. Turning around to look at her, Shi Guang smiled slightly. If it weren't hers, Shi Guang wasn't someone to force things. But, if others were to snatch something from her, she would not just stand by and weep and wallow without doing anything about it. That afternoon, the decision to make Shi Guang the spokesperson was plastered on the notice board. Wu Xing walked before Shi Guang and spoke with an unfriendly tone, "You've really surprised me today. Indeed, the younger generation is capable indeed." "How?" Shi Guang smiled humbly, "No way, no way. Shi Guang knows that she is still lacking in many areas where she needs to learn from you, coach." Chapter 9, a sudden influx of flustered emotions with those words of Shi Guang, Wu Xing walked away in a huff. But, after he was gone, his Ino came looking for Shi Guang once more. Her face was totally grim and ghastly pale as she glared at Shi Guang with an icy and sharp gaze. "You must be really happy now, right?" Shi Guang shrugged her shoulders with a look of ease. "There's nothing to be happy about winning against someone like you." "You?" His Ino was so incensed that her teeth were chattering as her eyes seemed to shoot daggers in Shi Guang's direction. Pointing at the latter, she continued, "One fine day, you are going to lose to me. The heavens are fair, and will not let you dominate everything single-handedly forever. The smile on Shi Guang's lips gradually disappeared, and her expression turned frosty cold. You are right. The heavens are fair. You get how much you put in. Every single thing I have right now was all exchanged for with my very own hard work. Therefore, don't think of yourself as someone so pitiful, he's a no. Without capabilities and hard work, no matter how many leaders you pander to, you will never get the champion's title. After she was done with those words, Shi Guang turned around to leave. Looking at the back view of Shi Guang, his inner's face was darker than anything else. Jealousy and hatred gnawed down on her heart like a venomous snake. Unable to bear it in, she screamed at the top of her lungs, Shi Guang. Don't you get complacent now. No way. One fine day, I'm going to win against you. I will let everyone know that you, Shi Guang, will never ever be able to compare with me, Hexinnuo. With the endorsement and the private coach gig, Lin Fan's financial predicaments were settled now. Even though the one who signed the contract with Shi Guang was Ma Leshen, the employer was a Mrs. Shen. In her heart, Shi Guang especially wanted to thank this Mrs. Shen. Therefore, she had arrived half an hour before the prearranged time of the first lesson. When she was waiting for someone to receive her, she gave Li Fangfei a call and asked somewhat uneasily, "Say, this Mrs. Shen that I'm going to teach. Do you think she'll be someone easy to get along with?" Li Fangfei assured her immediately, "She has already specifically mentioned that she wanted you. Therefore, she must definitely like and admire you. You don't have to worry about anything. Just teach properly, and it'll be fine." Shi Guang chuckled out, "Yes, I'll definitely teach her properly. Not only that, I'm going to thank this Mrs. Shen properly as well. Then hurry up and head in. Don't wait outside any longer." In actual fact, Li Fangfei was even more worried and anxious than Shi Guang. Shi Guang was standing beside a car window and playing with her hair while continuing the idle chat with Li Fangfei. "I'm waiting for someone to come receive me. There's a black Jeep that's parked in front of me. Well, it looks pretty decent, so I decided to look at my pretty self through the car's window as well. A good car naturally brings with it a beautifying function. Even looking at myself through the window makes me look even prettier. Well, don't go looking left and right till the car owner decides to step out of it." "How could that be?" Before she was finished with her words, the car window was rolled down. She looked at the person in the driver's seat with a single hand on the steering wheel and the other leaning on the car window. His eyes were open slightly, looking ahead as though there was no one else present. Shi Guang was frozen. Instantly, it was as though she was struck by a thunderbolt. Liu Yanjun. While he was wearing the same white shirt, it wasn't as formal as before. His shirt was only buttoned till the second button, causing him to look relaxed and casual. Their line of sights turned slightly. With that, both of them locked eyes for a split second. Shi Guang was the first to jerk her head away as her heart thumped furiously. Right now, her mind was buzzing as though 1,000 bees were flying wildly within. Liu Yanjun tore his eyes away as well and continued looking up ahead. Neither of them spoke. After a moment, the car window was rolled up once more as he started the car. Under the brilliant sun, he drove off while leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. Subconsciously, Shi Guang's gaze along with the car. Actually, hadn't it just been 2 years? Why did it feel as though falling in love with him was something that had happened an era ago? Maybe, everything had in fact ended since long ago. Perhaps she was the only one who couldn't let go still. That was why, she was the only one feeling hurt over it. "Hi, there. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." A clean, crisp voice traveled over. The attendant staff who was supposed to receive her had arrived. Chapter 10, Unexpectedly, "It's him." "It's all right." Shi Guang smiled out gently. It was as though she was replying to both the person who was here to receive her and herself as well. That's right. It's all right, being all alone was pretty good as well. Shi Guang closed her eyes. Facing the sunlight, she broke into a smile. Propping up her chin, Shi Guang looked at the clear waters ahead idly as she awaited the student she was about to teach with the utmost patience. As you watch the scenery on the bridge, the sightseer watches you from the balcony. As Shi Guang watched the clear azure waters, Liu Yanchen was watching her from a glass window up above while biting down on his lips. Motionless, he seemed as though he was in a slight daze. Time passed by the seconds and minutes. However, the student Shi Guang was supposed to teach never arrived. She suddenly recalled that the contract had stated water vertigo for the other party. Could she have decided to not come because she was afraid? Well, she could only let her have more time to prepare herself mentally then. After all, Shi Guang was someone with a lot of patience. Suddenly, her phone rang at this moment. It was Ma Leshan who called, telling Shi Guang, the client has something on all of a sudden and the lesson will be cancelled today. The lessons will start officially tomorrow. All right, no problem. After heading back, Shi Guang researched intensively regarding water vertigo. She realized that water vertigo was actually something that was really easy to overcome. As long as there was someone who was patient enough to coach properly, there would definitely be no issues. The second day, Shi Guang arrived half an hour earlier just like the previous day. However, this time around, she did not dare to play around with her reflection through car mirrors anymore, fearing that she might bump into Liu Yanchen once more. Entering the VIP private training hall, she went to change her clothes and make preparations. Upon coming out, she took a look at the wall clock. It was about to reach the prearranged time now. Using the glass door as a mirror, Shi Guang conveniently tied her hair into a bun. After she was done, she even gave herself a slight smile through the mirror. Outside the door was a tall and well-built man that was approaching. Raising her head slightly, Shi Guang peered through the transparent glass door and locked eyes with the other party. Once again, her smile froze up. As he looked at her, his eyes were deep and distant. As she looked at him, her eyes were struggling to maintain her cool. For a moment or so, no one broke the silence. It was as though they were locked there like magnets. Shutting her eyes, Shi Guang was the first to peel herself away as though she had just seen a stranger, and that was all. Thereafter, when she caught sight of how Liu Yanchen pushed the door and entered, she could no longer maintain her calmness. Her eyes were filled with both astonishment and bewilderment. But unlike the previous two times, Shi Guang reacted relatively quickly this time around. Declaring formally, she told Liu Yanchen, "My apologies. This is the VIP private training hall." What she actually meant was, "Please don't come in. You are not welcome here." Liu Yanchen threw a casual glance at her and smirked before walking by her into the private training hall. He then sat down on a chair inside. Shi Guang's jaws dropped open in surprise. Taking in a deep breath, she tried her hardest to push back her anger because she was afraid of sounding like a resentful woman the moment she spoke. "A lesson is in progress. Please head out." Looking at him, every single word was said out slowly and with emphasis. At that moment, he looked back at her as well. As the two of them looked at the other person intently, this action was imperceptibly magnified as though some sort of unknown power had just exploded out in the still air. Suddenly, the door was pushed open once more. However, neither of them budged as they continued looking at one another as though they were waging a war just through their eyes. It was only until the person who entered walked beside them that Shi Guang's eyes brightened up. It was as though she had just seen her savior as she commented hurriedly, "Manager Ma." He had just forced himself right in. "My student is about to arrive, and I need my piece here." Her underlying meaning was for Manager Ma to chase Liu Yanchen away. Manager Ma furrowed his brows and said with a dark face, "Your student? Your student is Mr. Liu right here." Chapter 11, We've only slept together. Before those words took 3 laps around Shi Guang's mind before she broke out of her stupor. Did Ma Leshan just say that Liu Yanchen was the student she was going to teach? Then, what about that Mrs. Shen? Shocked to the max, she let out a look of disbelief as she asked emotionally, "Wasn't Mrs. Shen the one who had signed the contract?" "Isn't my student Mrs. Shen?" Ma Leshan replied, "Miss Shen is the one who did sign the contract, that's right. However, she is not Mrs. Shen." Her name is Shimmering. Her husband's surname is Liu. She is Mrs. Liu. And, young Master Liu is the son of Mrs. Liu. Afraid that Liu Yanchen on the other side might be displeased with what he was about to say, Ma Lesheng tactfully lowered his voice. Young Master Liu has water vertigo. Do you think that someone with water vertigo will look for a private coach for themselves? Absolutely no way. Therefore, the person you are going to teach is Mrs. Liu's son, the fourth young Master Liu. This is a distinguished person. You must make sure to put your heart into teaching. What's up with this world? Do you really have to be this small to think that Liu Yanchen would be her student? Did he have water vertigo? While she truly did not see him get into water before, she did not know that he had water vertigo. But they were together for a whole 2 years. For a moment, Shi Guang's heart was mixed with all sorts of emotions which she could not distinguish between. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and looked over at Liu Yanchen. As though he had detected her gaze, Liu Yanchen shifted his eyes to meet hers. Those deep eyes of his were like a calm ocean underneath the starlight. There wasn't a single ripple of emotion within them, nor was there any bit of warmth. He was still ever so composed, whereas her entire heart was flustered. She could teach anyone except Liu Yanchen. Shi Guang took a deep breath and repressed those surging emotions of hers. After lowering her eyes and humming briefly, her face was calm when she raised her head once more. Manager Ma, I'm sorry. I can't teach anymore. I thought that I was going to teach a woman. She wanted to have Ma Lesheng think that she was incapable of teaching men. The first reaction Ma Lesheng had upon hearing it was surprise as he let out a strange look saying, Miss Shi, you've already signed the contract. Can't I terminate the contract? Shi Guang asked gently. I am merely the middleman. I've got no way of helping you terminate the contract. Ma Lesheng then cast his eyes toward Liu Yanchen beside him and said in a soft tone, it's stated clearly on the contract that if you wish to terminate the contract out of your personal issues, you would have to pay 10 times of the contract sum. That is 2.5 million. 2.5 million? Shi Guang's face turned terrible as she instantaneously had a feeling of carrying a 2.5 million burden. She gripped her fists so tightly that her nails were digging into her palms. She then returned a smile she assumed to be the calmest she could give as she walked beside Liu Yanchen. I believe that you must not have known that your private coach was going to be me. If you had known, I'm sure you wouldn't have been willing to come over. Since that's the case, let us terminate our contract then. Liu Yanchen raised his chin and looked at her with his abyssally deep eyes as he replied in a deep voice, indeed, I did not know. But, it's a pity I wasn't the one who had signed the contract. His meaning was clear, looking for him to terminate the contract was not going to bear fruits. He sat there while she stood there. She felt that her authority should be asserted down toward him. And yet, he just sat there looking at her without a single peep while half squinting his eyes. With a lazy attitude, he had caused every single bit of advantage that she felt she possessed evaporate immediately. The momentary silence caused the air to go stale. Shi Guang bit down on her lip and tried again, you can tell your mother that you want to change a coach. Say that you want someone you are more familiar with. That way, you will feel more comfortable with her teaching. Liu Yanchen stood up and turned around to face outside the window, leaving Shi Guang with his back view so that no one could make out his emotions. All he gave was an indifferent reply that cut right into her words. Indeed, we're not familiar. We've only slept together before. Shi Guang was rooted. With an expression that was petrified, her petite little face flushed red in a flash. Even those pinkish-white earlobes were stained with a shade of red. Chapter 12, teasing her just like that. Ma Lesheng was equally petrified. This was a violent shock for him. Liu Yanchen was the child of a rich and powerful family of the military. No one would even dare to slight him at all. Those who were a little more knowledgeable about the circle would know that this fourth young master of the Liu family was famous for being aloof and prudent at the same time. Hitting on girls? He couldn't be bothered to even give them a single glance at all. But, if he had put it as such, Then they must have slept together before, right? Ma Leshan was finding it hard to breathe right now. Holy shit. While he did not really understand what the relationship between the two of them was right now, he felt as though he was being fed dog food to the point of stuffing his mouth entirely, such that there wasn't any gap to even breathe in from. Even though Shi Guang forced herself to maintain a calm face and wished that she could act as though she had not heard the words of Lu Yanchen, she truly could not ignore that knowing look Ma Leshan was giving them right now. The entire face of Manager Ma looked as though he had just found a completely new world right now. That was such a highly suggestive look. Both startled and embarrassed at the same time, Shi Guang glared at Lu Yanchen and huffed out heavily, "Why you? You're really?" She stuttered for half a minute as she wanted to say something to deny his statement, but found herself at a loss for words. "Since that's the case, I'll go look for Mrs. Lu to terminate the contract." Shi Guang cast her gaze away and ended the conversation as she left with shades of embarrassment and coldness. She had initially thought that the prize-giving ceremony was just an accident, from where they would continue on their own paths thereafter and have nothing to do with one another anymore. Even if they were to bump into the other party once more, while she might not be able to exchange greetings and converse with him as though nothing had happened, she could still get off unaffected by his speech and actions. But why was it that just this single frivolous sentence of his, which even teetered toward teasing, could cause that small little heart of hers to palpitate endlessly? This man who had seemed so high and aloof at the start, wasn't he all nonchalant and casual as he looked at her just like a stranger earlier on? Why would he suddenly speak out with such attention-drawing words? Could it be that he held a single trace of love for her still within his heart? However, she immediately denied this thought in her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter what, she couldn't be teaching him how to swim. She mustn't. She had to terminate the contract. She definitely had to find some way to do so. Since the contract was signed by Mrs. Lu, Shenling Xuan, if she wanted to terminate the contract, she could only look for the latter. However, the Lu family stayed within a huge military compound. These military compounds were not places where any Tom, Dick, and Harry could enter as they'd like to. She did not have an appointment, neither did she have Mrs. Lu's contact. Hence, she could only seek help from the guards at the entrance of the military compound. The guards made a call and said that Mrs. Lu wasn't home. Fighting against the scorching, blazing sun, Shi Guang stood at the corner of a wall while waiting for Mrs. Lu to return, but in the end, an entire afternoon had passed without her catching sight of even a single shadow. When the guard that was watching over the entrance saw how long she had been standing for, he advised her to head back and return after making an appointment with Mrs. Lu. However, Shi Guang knew that that wasn't possible. No one would give her Mrs. Lu's contact number, therefore, she could only depend on waiting it out. She had prepared herself mentally that she might meet with a closed door, therefore, she didn't feel defeated. Unable to find Mrs. Lu on the first day, she came again on the second. After standing at the entrance of the military compound for 3 whole days, she met with the same outcome. Suddenly, the skies were overcast as a fine drizzle started pouring down. Opening an umbrella, Shi Guang stood at the roadside, intending to head home for the day. Following the platform, she walked over to the roadside. Just as she was about to raise her hand for a taxi, a black SUV sped by her and splashed up all the water on the ground, drenching her entire upper half. Astounded and scowling, she looked at that SUV with some slight anger. Right as she was about to chase after it while questioning their driving skills loudly, the SUV suddenly came to a stop and reversed toward her. Stopping beside her, the car window winded down and revealed the face of a man. Chapter 13, the type that Lu Yanchen likes. Shi Guang saw that there was a man with a set of delicate features seated on the driver's seat. His eyes were sending a full stream of sparks as he spoke with an extremely delicate and gentle tone, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." As he continued, his voice suddenly got louder as he exclaimed, "Aren't you the girl who became the champion at the 200-meter freestyle competition the other day? Your name is Shi Guang, right?" Shi Guang. Shi Guang just stood there speechlessly. That was just some small college games. To think that someone would actually recognize her. I am Chu Mewbury. It just happened that I was there at the hall watching your competition. Not only are you good and fast at swimming, you swim beautifully as well. And even rarer is the fact that you're a gorgeous beauty yourself. Chu Mewbury's lips curled into a smile as he continued while his eyes were pushed and squinted into a line. It was as though a breeze of spring had just gusted past his face, creating an entire garden of blossoming peach flowers. Oh. Shi Guang replied indifferently. The feeling that this man gave to her was exceptionally frivolous, and hence, she did not intend to bother with him. Looking at the drenched clothes on her body, Chu Mewbury spoke once more. Look at you, drenched all over. Even though it's summer right now, if you were to stay in those drenched clothes, you're still going to catch the flu. My house is just right inside. I'll go get a set of clothes for you so that you can return after changing into them. Shi Guang wanted to reject him outright. But the next moment, the thought of the contract popped into her mind. She had not been able to get into this military compound the entire time. If she were to take this Chu Mewbury's car, getting in would definitely not be an issue. If she could just ask about the Liu family slightly, wouldn't she be able to seek out Mrs. Liu by then? But, was it really alright to hop onto the car of a random male stranger? But well, this was a military compound after all. She presumed that there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to cause trouble in this place. Following that train of thought, Shi Guang nodded her head. Walking over, she opened the back door of the SUV. As she bent her waist and was just about to step in, she raised her head and caught sight of a man sitting within the car. Immediately, she froze up in that position. Liu Yanjun. How was he inside? In that very instant, Shi Guang wished that she was seeing things. But unfortunately, she wasn't. Liu Yanjun was the person seated right inside as he looked at her calmly. You? Chu Mewbury turned his head around and was thinking of saying something to Shi Guang. But when he caught sight of the two people looking at one another at the back of the car, he blinked his eyes in confusion. But that was followed by a wide-open jaw of astonishment. When he called out earlier, he was thinking of asking Shi Guang to sit at the front. Liu Yanjun was a little of a germaphobe, and would very rarely permit strangers to sit beside him. But, because he was thinking a step too slow, Shi Guang had already opened up the back door of the car. But unexpectedly, not only did Liu Yanjun not voice out in rejection, he was even looking at this young little maiden so intently. Also, when Chu Mewbury had driven by earlier on, he had not noticed that he had splashed someone wet entirely. Liu Yanjun was also the one who reminded him of that fact. He must have seen Shi Guang outside the car a long time ago. Could it be that Liu Yanjun had already taken a liking to this Shi Guang after going to the prize-giving ceremony the other time? Chu Mewbury's gaze lingered onto Shi Guang intentionally. This champion lass was pretty beautiful. Her skin was snow-white and she gave off a refreshing fragrance of lemongrass. This was the type of chick that Liu Yanjun liked. Since he liked her, then he might as well go ahead and chase her. But, given his understanding of Liu Yanjun, he would definitely not take the initiative to chase after a girl. No, as his good buddy, he would definitely have to help him out and give him some good assistance. Shi Guang, this is my buddy, Liu Yanjun. He was the one who had presented you with the trophy the other day, do you remember? Chu Mewbury chirped out cheekily and broke the frozen atmosphere. Don't judge him by his cold outlook. He's really quite a good person. Hurry and hop on. Chapter 14, If you're not chasing her, I am. He only looks cold on the outside. He is actually quite a good person. Shi Guang was so close to chuckling out in irony. Right now, she would rather not enter the military compound and think of some other way than hop onto this car. She slowly retracted the leg she had stepped up without a single peep of sound before looking at Chu Mewbury. I just recalled that I had called for a taxi. It should be arriving here soon. Coincidentally, there was a taxi up ahead that was driving in this direction. Shi Guang closed the door of the SUV and halted down the taxi before diving right into it and leaving. Everything happened with such a lightning speed that Chu Mewbury's jaws were just left wide open. Chu Mubai was thinking about how it was rare for Liu Yanjun to take a liking to somebody. As his buddy, there was no reason why he shouldn't help him with it. But somehow, he seemed to have scared the other party away instead. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, he rubbed his nose with the other and looked at Liu Yanjun through the rear-view mirror while saying, "That girl is pretty. She looks really nice when she's smiling. Sweet." Liu Yanjun was looking out the window as he replied him sarcastically, "She didn't smile at all earlier on." Chu Mubai coughed out twice slightly, "This is not the first time I saw her anyway. I was referring to how sweet her smile was back at the prize-giving ceremony the other day. That delicate smile of hers, along with that unimaginable beauty, I'd say, you really should stop thinking about that ex-girlfriend of yours. You guys have broken up for 2 years now. There are many good girls out there who are at least 10,000 times better than that ex-girlfriend of yours." Liu Yanjun turned his head to glare at Chu Mubai. But this glare was like a frosty, razor-sharp sword. His invisible might caused the air to go stale as Chu Mubai understood instantly. Twitching his brows, he grumbled out softly, I know. One must never speak about or talk ill of her. Even after breaking up, in your heart, she is still the best girl in this entire world." Liu Yanjun was just such an aloof and prideful man. Growing up together, Chu Mubai had always thought that if the former ever fell for a girl, whether or not the girl agreed to it, he would force her to stay by his side, even if he had to break her legs. Even if there was no room for him in her heart, he would just crush her heart entirely before rebuilding it and slipping through the gaps from there. But based on what he knew, Liu Yanjun knew about where that girl was. However, he did not seek her out, and was just always checking on how she was doing through people close to her. "I really want to know what that girl looked like, such that you would choose no one else other than her, as though you were placed under a spell by her." This single mumble of Chu Mubai was extremely soft. However, it did not slip by Liu Yanjun's ears, although the latter did not bother about it. The moment the car stopped at the entrance of the Liu residence, he opened the doors and got out. Rolling down the window, Chu Mubai looked at his back view and called out loudly, "That girl from earlier on. Do you really not like her at all and have no intention of chasing after her? If you don't like her and don't wish to chase after her as well, then I'm going for it. She's the type that I like." Liu Yanjun's shoulders froze as he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Chu Mubai, "Don't go messing around with some people you shouldn't mess around with." Even though he was still cold as always while bearing the same old indifferent expression, Chu Mubai knew that Liu Yanjun was angry. Was it because he had mentioned chasing after that girl named Shiguang? He was astounded once again. When Liu Yanjun disappeared from his sight entirely, a wise and imperceptible grin appeared on Chu Mubai's face. This guy was still refusing to admit it. He had clearly taken a liking to that Shiguang. Seemed like somebody's second peach flower had truly blossomed. Ex-girlfriend, huh? She can really say bye-bye this time around. The first thing Liu Yanjun did when he reached home was to give Manager Ma a call. "Manager Ma, if I don't see my coach tomorrow, you are fired." Overbearing and unquestionable. Without giving Manager Ma a chance to speak, he hung up the phone curtly once he was done with his words. Chapter 15, Liu Family, Aristocratic Military Family. 1. It had been a long time since Shiguang had been in a state as wretched as today. She was thoroughly drenched from inside out. In the dorm, Li Fangfei was wearing her earphones. No one save for herself knew what she was looking at on the computer, but she was all smiles right now. When Shiguang opened the door and entered, she took out her earphones immediately and said, "Shiguang, you finally returned. What's wrong?" Hearing Li Fangfei's tone was enough to tell that something was up. "Have you switched off your mobile?" Seemingly unable to reach you, Boss Lei called our dorm and said that if you were to return, you should return his call at your first available moment. Li Fangfei was worried. "There isn't anything wrong, is there?" Regarding the issue of wanting to terminate the contract, Shiguang had told no one about it. Li Fangfei didn't know anything about it, and neither did Boss Lei. However, this was something that would have spilled out eventually. Shi Guang garnered that Boss Lei's call for her should be because he had found out about the issue. Shi Guang nodded her head and took out her mobile to give Boss Lei a call. The battery on her mobile was flat, so she borrowed Li Fangfei's mobile for the call. Shi Guang, how are the lessons going? Boss Lei did not inquire about the issue of her wanting to terminate the contract straight up, and questioned her about the status of Lu Yanqin's lessons instead. However, Shi Guang had not even given Lu Yanqin any lessons yet. She believed that this was something Boss Lei must know about for sure, and thus could not figure out just what he was planning in his mind. Pondering for a moment, Shi Guang chuckled out in reply, "The frequency of my training for the past 2 days was more intensive. Hence, I did not head down for lessons." Since he did not expose her, she did not have to be frank about it as well. "I know that having a lot of training is important, since you want to get into the provincial team. But, giving young Master Lu lessons is equally important. Shi Guang, you are the spokesperson of the club. I believe that you definitely have what it takes to juggle both ends with a balance." As he continued, Boss Lei's tone got heavier. "Go give a lesson tomorrow, and you have to teach properly, all right? Young Master Lu is no ordinary person. Don't get overly obstinate now, or you might only know regret after suffering some losses." How could Shi Guang not understand Boss Lei's meaning? Boss Lei was trying to progress by making concessions. Under the pretext of thinking for her through his words, every single word was in reality just a threat. He was clearly letting her know that if she wanted to terminate the contract, not only would she have to pay the penalty sum, she would lose the endorsement of the club as well. She hesitated, deciding if she wanted to clarify the issue of her wanting to terminate the contract with Boss Lei. She was afraid that she might be too rash, and end up causing the matter to get worse. In the end, she decided to not mention it for now and take a shower to cool her head first. Li Fangfei stood up and walked beside Shi Guang. "What's wrong? What did Boss Lei say?" Shi Guang sighed out, "I wish to terminate the contract. I don't want to go give lessons." "Why?" "The person I'm supposed to teach is not some Mrs. Shen. It's Lu Yanqin." "Lu Yanqin? Someone of the Lu family. Young Master Lu, the stud who presented you with the trophy the other day." Li Fangfei exclaimed out as she hopped up and closed in with that gossipy face of hers. "Shi Guang. Did I hear you wrong? Your student is the 4th young master of the Lu family?" Shi Guang did not reply and just stood up to take some fresh clothes for a shower. Even though it was summer, one could still catch the flu bug after being drenched. Li Fangfei was still gasping out in astonishment. "Why would you want to terminate the contract if it's a 4th young Master Lu? He is someone that most people cannot even get to approach." "Shi Guang. Don't tell me that you don't know about the Lu family." Shi Guang's body froze up inexplicably. Looking at how she did not make a sound, Li Fangfei took her silence as acknowledgement as she hurried on. "The Lu family is a well-known aristocratic family within the military compound. This is a big family that is perched right on top of the pyramid which we mere commoners can only hope to reach." Chapter 16, Lu Family, Aristocratic Military Family. 2. The grandfather of young Master Lu, Old Master Lu, once served in the Chinese Red Army. He had fought against the Japanese, as well as in the Korean War against the Allied troops. Even though he has already passed away, he has 2 sons of which one is in the military still while the other is in politics. His daughter appeared to have been married to some top leader as well, with trusted aides spread out all across the entire country, bearing a complex background. With so many intricate relationships, for a power such as the Lu family, if they were put in ancient times, they could only be described as reigning over all except the emperor. This young Master Lu is a son of the Lu family's 2nd master. This 2nd master of the Lu family has a total of 4 sons, brought up with strict house rules. Everyone from the Lu family are extremely law-abiding. The only exception is this 4th young Master Lu. As the youngest one, he was indulged by everyone and could basically do anything as he willed. Rumors had it that he was hell-bent on going to an overseas college for a girl back in the past, but his family didn't even voice a single word of objection. Halfway through, he suddenly decided that he wanted to drop out of school and went on to join the army. but it was said that he was going to change his profession yet again. Some claim that he's going to study overseas once more, while others claim that he's going to start and manage his own company. There were even some that claim he's actually still in the army. In any case, he is just really mysterious. Li Fangfei was just rambling on non-stop. Shi Guang's eyes were downcast the entire time, unable to tell if she had been listening to it or not. Retrieving her fresh set of clothes, she headed into the bathroom. Standing under the sprinkles of water, Shi Guang closed her eyes gently as the Liu Yanchen of 2 years ago flitted into her memories. Back then, Liu Yanchen was still equally aloof and haughty, giving the same indifferent look to anyone he met. But to her, he had the greatest tolerance level and tenderness. The time they spent together had always been enjoyable, as they shared a similar preference for things. Or rather, things that he liked, she'd like. And vice versa, things she liked, he'd like. She had once hugged him tightly and raised her head to ask, "Would you not want me one day?" "There's no way I wouldn't want you." He fondled her head and assured her firmly. Pausing for a moment, he remarked frivolously, "Then again, I had better consider it thoroughly. After all, hugging you doesn't really feel too meaty." As he said, his eyes floated over to her chest casually. Immediately, her face started heating up as she could feel herself flushing pink all the way down to her earlobes. Pushing him away, she bemoaned softly, "You're so lewd." Turning off the water sprinkler, Shi Guang wrapped herself with a towel. All of those were memories that had long been abandoned. What's the use of thinking about them once more? In the sands of time, those memories had long gone fuzzy. The boy she was so infatuated with back then had long died away as well. As for the deep pains of the past, there were only faint imprints right now. The current Liu Yanchen did not have a single strand of relationship with her. When you cross paths with someone, the stronger person stands victorious. What did she have to hide from or escape from? He was the one who had casted her aside mercilessly after that intimate encounter of theirs. He was the one who had let her down. If anything, he should be the one to hide or escape. Really now? Why was she rushing to terminate the contract or whatnot? Come to think of it, Liu Yanchen would probably not be willing to let her stay around him in circles and was probably wishing that she would stay far away from him. Rather than choosing to terminate the contract herself and causing unnecessary difficulties by landing herself in a predicament, she might as well bear with it and wait for Liu Yanchen to do it instead. After thinking through things, Shi Guang went down to the Shen family's water cube on time the next day. To her surprise, she was met with Ma Leshan outside. The way Ma Leshan looked at her was as though he had just seen his savior as he greeted her politely, "Miss Shi. You are finally here. This way please, this way please." Shi Guang followed him to the training ground. Ma Leshan had even held the door open for her thoughtfully while making a hand gesture to invite her in. Taking in a deep breath, Shi Guang stepped in calmly. Chapter 17, Not going to go along with your wishes today. Liu Yanchen was donning some casual wear. Shi Guang felt that he looked pretty similar to how he was 2 years ago, except he was more charismatic now. Time seemed to be biased toward this man, maturing his aura like a fine wine. Standing beside the window, he was looking outside at this moment. When he heard the approaching footsteps, he turned around with hands in his pockets. Those eyes of his were deep as the dark night, gazing into hers peacefully and silently. Shi Guang did not speak as well, not knowing what to say. The both of them were silent and the air was still. After some time, it caused Shi Guang to feel somewhat uneasy and unable to maintain her composure. Eventually, she spoke first, unable to bear with it any longer. "I couldn't find Mrs. Liu, but I believe that you should be able to see Mrs. Liu anytime you wish. If you tell her that you want to change to someone else, I'm sure she will agree." Liu Yanchen squinted his eyes and replied sarcastically, "If I were to terminate the contract, wouldn't I be going along with your wishes?" Shi Guang felt that these words of his were just out of pique. He was just purposely going against her. It was because she wanted to terminate the contract that he wouldn't do so. "Fine. I'll act as though I don't wish to terminate the contract then, endure." She had to endure. endure to the point where Lu Yanjun would not wish to see her any longer and go look for his mother to terminate the contract, telling her that he'd like a change of coach. Alright then. I'll go change my clothes. You can go and change as well, then we'll begin the lesson. Shi Guang did not spare any unnecessary thoughts to go figure out Lu Yanjun's attitude. All she thought was, if soldiers came, she would fight them, if water came, she would use mud to dam it. Who was afraid of this guy? After Shi Guang was done changing, Lu Yanjun was still dressed in his casual wear and lying down on the chair lazily, giving off a carefree vibe. Shi Guang's face was dark. But, when she faced him once more, she was all smiles. Lu, if you wish to learn to swim, you will have to get into the water. If you wish to get into the water, you will have to change onto your swimwear. Lu Yanjun threw her a casual glance. There seemed to be a trace of mockery flashing through that glance, as though he was mocking this pretentious act she was putting on. You don't like it? Then I'm going to do it even more. This was what Shi Guang thought in her heart, then continued with a serious expression, Oh, Mr. Lu. It's fine if you don't wish to change out into your clothes right now as well. We can just conduct a simulated training on dry ground today. We'll first master the key actions to be made so that you can strengthen your muscle memory and have it fixed. That way, it'll be easy to just follow those steps after you go into the water. Lu Yanjun was still ignoring her with a completely nonchalant attitude. With his eyes closed, it seemed like he was just resting leisurely. Shi Guang felt a little stuffy, as though there was a repressing feeling in her chest she could not voice out. As she sat down on a chair near her, her heart was raging with flames. She wanted to drink water, hence, she reached out for the cup she had placed beside her earlier on and started gulping down heavily. But, being distracted, she ended up choking herself and coughing so badly that she could barely catch her breath. Shi Guang clutched at her mouth and thumped down on her chest while wanting to get up in order to breathe more easily. Even though she did not want to stand up too fast, she kicked a chair close by accidentally and her entire body lost its balance, causing her to fall toward the coffee table on her right. Scared so badly, Shi Guang shut her eyes tightly. However, the pain she was anticipating never arrived. Someone had grabbed her arm in a flash and pulled her up straight away with a tight grip. By virtue of habit, Shi Guang had wanted to say thanks. But, as though something had just struck her, her body froze right there. As she opened her eyes and looked out, she saw Lu Yanjun just staring at her calmly. Facing one another, the two of them were extremely close, so close that the tip of their noses was rubbing against one another. As their gazes exchanged uncertainty and attraction, it was also just like opposing generals on a battlefield, where neither would be willing to admit defeat or bow their heads down. Badump. Badump. Their hearts thumped furiously as those sturdy heartbeats slammed out against their chests. Those somewhat erratic thumps sounded like they were coming from her, but at the same time, as if they were from him. Chapter 18, The Black Heart of Young Master Lu. Lu Yanjun's breathing was gradually getting heavier as that steamy breath of his blew out on Shi Guang's face and caused her to snap to her senses. Her body broke into a shiver as she raised her hand and was prepared to push Lu Yanjun away. But right at that moment, a voice rang out, Lu Yanjun. Before Shi Guang had even made her move, Lu Yanjun had made his and pushed her away. His actions and disposition were still the same as the composed and graceful self he had always been. That small moment between the two of them earlier on wasn't shown on his face even in the slightest bit. This had Shi Guang even suspecting if she had just been hugged by an entirely different person. Lu Yanjun turned around. Not sure if it was intentional or coincidental, Shi Guang was just nicely shielded behind him entirely. He looked at the person approaching. Chu Mewberry, why are you here? Auntie told me that you're going to learn swimming. Not only that, your teacher is the girl from yesterday. Chu Mewberry slanted his body and extended his head before finally catching sight of the person behind Lu Yanjun. Immediately, as though a spring breeze had just gusted by, he put on a splendid smile. Hey, Shi Guang. We meet again. To think that Lu Yanjun had not mentioned to him yesterday at all that Shi Guang was already his swimming coach. With all this hiding and cover-up, there was no way he would believe that Liu Yachun had no interest in this girl. As for Liu Yachun's first, and only, girlfriend, he was also always hiding and covering up everything as though she was a treasure. Heck, he wouldn't even share a single back view of hers. Anything regarding that girl, even down to a single word, was not divulged at all by him. In fact, Chu Mubei did not even know the name of that ex-girlfriend of his. The mere thought of it had him a little miffed. Chu Mubei's gaze was scattered all around Shi Guang's body, filled with ripples of spring. Without leaving any traces, Liu Yachun's face darkened as he stood in front of Chu Mubei before calling out to Shi Guang, "Go pour us tea." Shi Guang looked at him, really wanting to say, "I'm a coach, not a waitress." But eventually, she held her silence and just went as told. Thereafter, Liu Yachun said in an exceptionally displeased tone toward Chu Mubei, who was still looking at the back view of Shi Guang, "Go and get Manager Ma here." Chu Mubei reflexively rejected him. Why not just give him a call? The atmosphere froze up immediately as Liu Yachun's gaze seemed as sharp as daggers. He glared icily at Chu Mubei, whose face was filled with the breezes of spring. It was such a frosty glow that even polar bears could be frozen to death. Unable to bear with it, Chu Mubei rubbed his nose and agreed to it plaintively, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll go right away." What a petty fella to not even allow him a single peek. No wonder his ex-girlfriend broke up with him. It didn't take long before Shi Guang returned. Even though she did not see Chu Mubei, she still walked over and placed down the tea. Liu Yachun then suddenly asked, "What tea is this?" "Red tea." "Chu Mubei doesn't drink red tea. Change it." Shi Guang took away the red tea and returned with another cup of freshly brewed tea. The second time she returned with it, Liu Yachun inquired about the tea once again, to which she replied, "Green tea." Liu Yachun's voice was cold. "Chu Mubei doesn't drink green tea." Shi Guang bit down on her lips a few times and wanted to say something. But eventually, she held it back in and replied in a soft voice, "I'll go make another cup then." This time around, she made a cup of pu'er tea. But, third time was not the charm, as Liu Yachun said once more, "Chu Mubei doesn't drink pu'er tea." What sort of a person was this Chu Mubei? Why would a man be so picky over even drinking tea? How annoying was this person? Shi Guang's impatience was written over her face. Then, what sort of tea does he drink? Liu Yachun pursed his lips and collected his thoughts while a flash of light bolted across his eyes in response to this successful plot of his. Of course, that glint went by so fast that no one could have caught anything as he replied indifferently, "Flower tea. 100 different varieties to rotate and choose from." The type of flower he drinks would depend on the type of woman he plays with today. Shi Guang. Chapter 19, Chu Mubei, who didn't even know he was framed. Chu Mubei returned with his trademark princely smile, and Manager Ma following behind. After he returned, Chu Mubei realized that the way Shi Guang was looking at him was kind of weird. Yet, he could not make out just what was weird about it. Chu Mubei took up the tea that Shi Guang had brewed for him and commented with a sip, "Rose tea. Not bad. What a rich fragrance that refreshes one's mind." Actually, he was only trying to find a topic to converse about with Shi Guang. Only, he did not know that those words of his had taken on a different tone in Shi Guang's ears. Subconsciously, she had begun to associate roses with women. But of course, Chu Mubei knew nothing about this. He had an elegant face and a smile that seemed as though a spring breeze had just blown over his face. If lasses were to catch sight of it, they would undoubtedly be charmed by this harmless and innocuous smile of his. Using a tender gaze to look at Shi Guang, he grinned out while saying, "Rose tea bears a slightly bittersweet taste, with a heaty nature. It relaxes the mind and has the effect of clearing blood clots. Drinking it can cleanse the liver while clearing one's head of troubles." Rogue. After hearing those words, Shi Guang scolded out in her heart. All the words that came forth from Chu Mubei's mouth sounded extremely dirty to her. She felt that what Chu Mubei had said about rose tea cleansing one's liver and clearing one's troubles was, in fact, referring to how a woman as gorgeous as a rose could help him clear his flames of lust. Capable, huh? Casanova, but one must not drink too much rose tea as well. There is a need for a change of taste from time to time. Chrysanthemum is good for relieving exterior syndromes and heat. It bears a slightly more bitter taste, and has a cooling nature. It has properties that can dispel heat and cleanse the liver to improve one's eyesight, as well as clear poisonous substances from one's body. Drinking it once in a while is quite a decent option as well. In Shi Guang's ears, she felt as though Chu Mubai was saying that after playing with gorgeous women, one would also get sick of heavy meals. They would have to change their preferences and order some lighter flavored food from time to time as well. Shi Guang secretly shot him a look of disdain. From the start, the feeling that Chu Mubai gave her was that of frivolity. She was already not intending to make any sort of a close contact with someone as such. Furthermore, he was a friend of Liu Yanjun. However, coupled with everything that Liu Yanjun had said earlier, her impression of Chu Mubai could be considered to be at rock bottom right now. She was too lazy to even give him a reply and humor him. Of course, Shi Guang had already firmly identified in her heart that Liu Yanjun and Chu Mubai were just the same type of people. Evidently, Liu Yanjun did not know that this rock he had thrown over had not just struck Chu Mubai in the head, it landed right on his own foot as well. You had better take it easy. Even flower tea has poison in it. Shi Guang gave this deep implying reply. Chu Mubai looked over at Shi Guang in bewilderment, his eyes slightly lost and confused. It was as though he was wondering if he had said something wrong. Why did it seem as though Shi Guang kind of disliked him? He looked over at Liu Yanjun by the side. Looking as though he was both smiling and not, Liu Yanjun's eyes fell onto the two of them indifferently, without any emotions. It was as though he had no interest in this entire world as he displayed that absolutely calm attitude of being unbothered with secular affairs. Chu Mubai was unable to make out Liu Yanjun, nor what this guy was up to. But, when he thought about how he was going to help Liu Yanjun chase and get this girlfriend, Chu Mubai presumed that the guy shouldn't be planning anything against him. Thinking that, Chu Mubai smiled out once again as his brows curled up like a warm sun in the cold winter while he spoke up slowly, Shi Guang, I want to learn how to swim as well. Well, teaching two people is just as good as teaching a single person. How about taking me in as your student and teaching Liu Yanjun and me together? However, he did not get to see a single moment of consideration, leave alone agreement. Without even having to think, Shi Guang rejected him flatly, my apologies. The selection test for the provincial team is about to start soon, and I'll have to work even harder on training. The remaining time is barely enough to squeeze out classes for one person. Chapter 20, It's clear, you have no chance then. She did not even want to teach this current student of hers at all. But to bring Chu Mubai in along as well? There was no way, unless Shi Guang was out of her mind. Furthermore, after hearing Chu Mubai's words, she knew that he wasn't really interested in learning to swim or whatnot. God knows what sort of plans this Casanova was thinking up. I won't take up a lot of your time. When you're teaching Liu Yanjun, I'll just learn quietly by myself at the side. Chu Mubai continued with his attacks. Since I have accepted a student, I would have to teach him properly and with heart. Right now, other than the selection test, my mind only has room enough to care about a single student. Shi Guang had made her words perfectly clear to not give Chu Mubai any chance. Chu Mubai continued to smile out cheekily, didn't you already get the champion's title? What are you still training so hard for? Even if you were to become the national champion later on, that would be all it amounts to, and won't be worth that much money. If you can be my coach, not only would there be a lot of money, it wouldn't be too tough either. Once I'm done learning, I can even introduce new clients to you. I guarantee you that will be worth more money than you winning a champion's title. To him, finding a coach was truly about how much money it was worth. Without even thinking, Shi Guang's face changed color as she replied coldly, thank you for your kind intentions. However, what is being taught is just proper swimming. Also, it's swimming, and nothing else. I know how much money it is worth to teach someone how to swim. Money outside of that is something that I will not and should not take. But, thank you for your kind intentions. Chumubai was frozen for a moment before chuckling out once more, I was just joking. I'm at fault, it's my fault. Let me take you out for a meal and you can punish me with alcohol so that I can make amends for my mistakes. Shi Guang's lips curled a little to seem as though she was smiling. However, it was a forced smile. My apologies. I'm not free. Also, I can't drink alcohol. Why? My eyes are bad. He had heard of all sorts of reasons why someone couldn't drink alcohol, but this was the first time Chumubai had heard of one so peculiar. His brows furrowed. Your eyes are bad? What has that got to do with drinking alcohol? Shi Guang squinted her eyes. I've got glaucoma. Drinking alcohol would cause my eye pressure to rise. If it's serious, I can go blind. This lass was really good at making things up, but Chumubai did not believe her in the slightest bit, but looking at your eyes, they seem pretty alright. I was nearly blind before, blinded. By liking a jerk of a man, Chumubai. Seems like the lesson can't carry on today anyway. Since that's the case, this is the end of today's lesson. Tossing down that sentence, Shi Guang left just like that. Watching her leave with raised brows, Chumubai turned his head around and looked at Liu Yanchen miserably while asking out in despondency, what's up with that? Did I do anything wrong? Why do I feel so strange about it? She seems to have some big issue with me or something. But, I clearly didn't do anything to her. Liu Yanchen looked at Chumubai with an extremely serious expression as though he was truly trying to find a reason for it. After a few seconds, he spoke up, it's probably because you're born with an unpleasant face. Someone such as Chumubai, who was self-proclaimed to be the perfect lover, able to pass through a forest of flowers and leave without a single leaf on him, was absolutely befuddled on hearing that. He pointed at himself, I'm unpleasant? The number of girls who had a liking for him could even form a circle around the entire Beijing. To think that he would be called unpleasant looking. Chumubai snorted out coldly, don't think that I can't tell that you've taken a liking to that girl. What has that got to do with you being unpleasant? Liu Yanchen replied with a tone bearing underlying intentions as the mocking intent on his smile got even wider. Chumubai twitched his lips. His annoyance was turned into laughter instead. Oh, Liu Yanchen, what should I do? Initially, I had only thought that this Shi Guang was slightly interesting, and had wanted to tease her. But, the more I interact with her, the more I'm realizing that she's truly really special. The way she treated me so weirdly just now had me liking her even more. I seem to have really fallen for her. Chumubai placed extra emphasis on the last few words as though he was saying them just for Liu Yanchen's ears. However, the latter wasn't worked up as he had expected. Instead, he gave off a stifled chuckle, it's clear, you have no chance then. Chapter 21, This House. I'm satisfied. 1. After the lesson, Shi Guang went back to her club for training. Because of the contract termination issue, she hadn't been able to train well for the past 2 days. Everything she had told Chumubai earlier on was real. The selection test was about to commence soon. She had to train well for it, otherwise, wanting to enter the provincial team would be quite a tall task. Shi Guang wanted to train on her basics today. She hugged onto the kickboard while crisscrossing her legs. Exerting her strength from her thighs, she brought it down to her calves and feet so that her legs could tear through the water surface rapidly. Using the resistance from the water, she was then able to propel herself forward. How much strength should she exert through her legs such that there would be fewer splashes and her body would be pushed forward at the maximum speed? This was something that Shi Guang knew and did not know at the same time. What she knew was that the speed she had swum with in the past was because of the data given to her by her previous coach. But, ever since they changed to the new coach, Wu Xing had not taught her much, neither did he give her any accurate data to work with. She could only bank on training her basics daily, working relentlessly and maintaining that attitude she once had, so that she could try her best to correct her own posture. However, she knew that no matter how many amendments she made, there were still some mistakes in it. That's the reason why no matter how hard she trained these days, her speed could not be raised beyond her current one. On the surface, the sport of swimming seemed as though it was something that could be made through just by repetitive training. As long as one were to accumulate enough time doing it, they would definitely be able to swim well. Or rather, they would not be too bad at it. The rest would just be a matter of talent. However, the thing about talent was that it had to be uncovered as well. One could not be considered an athlete just because they weren't too bad at swimming. For speed-based competitions, especially swimming, there would usually not be much of a difference in the results at the level of national athletes. They were just fighting for that mere fraction of a second of speed. But it was often these small details that determined whether or not one could get the gold medal. Therefore, if an athlete wanted to stand at the very top of the world, other than depending on their own hard work and training, they would require guidance from a good coach as well. But, given the current situation, Wuzing was totally unconcerned about her. She did not know the speed of her competitors. But, if she didn't raise her own speed, wanting to enter the provincial team would be something extremely difficult. By the time Shi Guang returned to the school from training, it was already 10 p.m. Li Fangfei stood up and welcomed her. "How are you so late again today? Did you go and give lessons again today?" "I did. But it ended early, so I went over to the club to train for a bit." Lying on her bed, Shi Guang heaved out amidst the comfort. Li Fangfei sat down beside her bed. "You're really pushing yourself way too hard. You've got the club, then the Shen family's water cube, and school. It's just nice how these three places form a triangle in between their locations. Not only that, the sun is the most venomous in this season, where one would sweat profusely just by walking a short distance. It's really terrible to juggle everything like this. Shi Guang, since it's the summer and you don't have to attend classes, how about renting a place outside so that you don't have to return to school every day? That's too torturous. It's not easy finding a place. Either the location is bad, or the price is too high." Shi Guang closed her eyes and relaxed her body. "Just nice. I've got a friend who is overseas right now, and his house is empty. Do you want to move over and stay there? Or perhaps, you could take it that you're looking after his house for him." Li Fangfei suggested carefully. Shi Guang opened her eyes slowly. She bent her elbow and placed her palm below her pillow before looking at Li Fangfei. That seemingly gentle gaze of hers was in fact like a sharp knife that could peer through one's soul. Revealing her guilty conscience under this gaze, Li Fangfei suddenly sniggered out and waved it off with her hand. "Fine, fine, fine. I'll say it. I was at the behest of someone. Somebody doesn't wish to see you getting so tired." Chapter 22, This House. "I'm satisfied, too." With utmost certainty, Shi Guang spilled out a name, Huo Zhan. Huo Zhan was Shi Guang's ex-neighbor, and right now, he was studying abroad in France. Shi Guang had been friends with him for over 10 years now. They were true homies. Li Fangfei sniggered out, "Huo Zhan told me that you would definitely be able to guess it." "As expected indeed. But don't you worry, Shi Guang, I did not tell him what was going on in detail and cause him to worry. All I said was that you took on a private coaching job with the endorsement along with training for the selection test. Therefore, you're coming home very late daily." He then said that since that house of his was being left empty, you might as well just head over to stay. Just pay rent will do. Pay rent. These past few years, Huo Zhan had been helping Shi Guang out a lot. But no matter how close their relationship was, Shi Guang wasn't someone who would consistently trouble others. "That's right." Huo Zhan said that if you were not going to pay rent, then don't bother heading over to stay. Shi Guang chuckled out, "Sure. Even if he didn't say that, I was all prepared to go stay over there anyways. Since that house of his is left all empty anyways, what a waste it would be. But tell him that I'm going to change locks. Who knows if he's going to just decide to return one day and give me a big scare." Li Fangfei replied, "He said that you can tear down the entire house however you'd like, but the main thing is that you've got to pay rent. The pocket money that his mum has been giving him recently is not enough for him to spend. Seems like he found a goddess for his heart yet again." It was only when he was in love would Huo Zhan not have enough money to spend. Seems like it. Huo Zhan's house was located in a small neighborhood between the Shen family's water cube and the club. Shi Guang used to lodge here before as well, so this wasn't the first time she was here. Staying here would indeed help her save quite a bit of time. She would be able to spare out at least 3 hours of training daily. There were not many houses in this neighborhood. Most of them were villas with only a single building within. The atmosphere was pretty decent. It was peaceful and secluded. The apartment was in the single building's 11th floor. While it could not be considered as huge, it was spacious and bright with a balcony to boot. Shi Guang did not bring much with her, just a few sets of clothes to change into. These 2 days were the weekends, thus, Shi Guang did not have to give Lu Yanchen any lessons. After training at the club, she would return to clean up the place a little. The 2 days were pretty relaxing for Shi Guang. But when she thought of how she had to give Lu Yanchen lessons the next day, she could feel her head hurting. She was really hoping that Lu Yanchen would hurry and request for a change of coach with his mum. There were a series of banging sounds coming from above her. Shi Guang, who was in the midst of washing clothes, was startled. Listening carefully, it was as though something heavy was being moved. The 12th floor was the top floor, a single high-end penthouse. There seemed to have been no one staying there all this while. Seems like there's finally an owner to it. Shi Guang continued to wash her clothes. After she was done, she took the basin with her to the balcony. Standing on the balcony, she could just make out the French windows of the 12th floor. She did not know if she was hallucinating, but when Shi Guang was hanging out her clothes, she had this inexplicable feeling that a pair of eyes were observing her. It was as though she was a prey. However, this feeling went as quickly as it came. Raising her head to take a look, it was dark on the 12th floor. The lights weren't even turned on. Seems like there should be no one home. In the dark night, a tall and well-built man stood in front of the French window, and through the windows, he looked at the girl who was dressed in her pyjamas with disheveled hair. When she raised her head, those eyes of hers blinked slightly as though she was slightly stunned. The more he gazed at the girl, the more he was lost in his thoughts. It was only when his mobile rang that he snapped back to his senses. Taking the call, a male voice came from within. "How's everything, Lu Yanchen? Are you satisfied with the house?" Lu Yanchen looked down at Shi Guang, who was preparing to return to her house after hanging her clothes, as his lips curled into a grin. Satisfied? This place? He was satisfied to death. Chapter 23, Take Off My Clothes. What are you thinking of doing? For Shi Guang, teaching Lu Yanchen was an issue that caused her a big headache. But, when Hizino found out that the person Shi Guang was teaching was Lu Yanchen, she almost went nuts from jealousy. That man who was standing right on top of the pyramid was someone she did not even dare to fantasize about. She had even mocked Shi Guang that she would never be able to have any sort of connection with a man like that. But in the end, to think that the student Shi Guang would teach wasn't some Miss or Mrs. Shen, but that aristocratic man, Lu Yanchen. This was clearly a chance that should have been hers. That day, if Shi Guang had not come looking for Wu Xing to demand for that endorsement or whatnot, she would have been the only one present when Boss Lei brought Manager Ma to look around the place. That endorsement would have been hers then, and would also have ended up being the coach of Lu Yanchen. But right now, everything had been fixed. No matter how jealous Hizino was about it, she could only make some salty remarks toward Shi Guang. At times, Shi Guang would still feel some pity toward Hizino. Actually, the latter was quite a pretty decent swimmer. It wasn't exactly without reason that Wu Xing would take a liking to her. But her mind was never ever on training. She felt that training wasn't the most important, it was luck and connections. Perhaps to Hizino, and a lot of other people as well, teaching Lu Yanchen was a job that was totally worth being envious over. However, Shi Guang did not want it in the slightest bit. Yet, she unfortunately could not reject it. If she were to reject it, not only would she lose the endorsement of the club, she would also land herself in a tight predicament. It wasn't that she hadn't once considered the thought of just giving in and teaching Lu Yanchen while taking him as a pure client. After enduring for this period of time, the two of them would have nothing to do with one another anymore. No matter how one was to see it, that was quite a pretty decent deal to be made. Furthermore, she was in a pressing need for money right now. However, there was no way she could maintain her composure. Also, she could sense that Lu Yanchen was not about to just let her have an easy time teaching him. This afternoon, it was already 15 minutes into the lesson time, and Lu Yanchen had still not arrived. It should be because he totally could not bear to see her at all. Right now, she could only hope that he would go requesting for a change of coach with his mum and save the two of them from annoying one another by looking at the other. It was only after waiting for yet another 10 minutes that young Master Lu arrived nonchalantly. The moment he reached, he sat down on the chair and did not bother to go change. Shi Guang walked over to remind him, "Our lesson has already started." A single arm of Lu Yanchen moved onto the handle of the chair elegantly while gripping it gently with his fingers. He lowered his cold lips and looked straight ahead, ignoring Shi Guang as though she was air. After a moment of silence, Shi Guang huffed out a mouthful of stale air and repeated, "One has to take off their clothes before entering the water." Lu Yanchen replied with an indifferent tone, "Take off my clothes? What are you thinking of doing?" That indifferent voice of his brought with it an inexplicable charm. At the same time, there was a hint of amusement in his tone, only, one could not make out if that was mockery or banter. "Why you?" Shi Guang was rendered speechless and her face was entirely flushed by these words of his. At the same time, her earlobes turned red swiftly as well. She overcame all her uneasiness and snorted out coldly, "If you don't take off your clothes, how are you going to enter the water and learn to swim?" Lu Yanchen looked at her deeply before leaning back onto the chair. With those thick, luscious eyelashes of his, those eyes that were deep as a waterhole were concealed, such that no one could make out his emotions. Shi Guang's face was dark and gloomy right now. "If you don't wish to learn swimming, go and tell your mother. I don't wish to teach you either." Lu Yanchen. Yet another moment of silence and stillness ensued. For the time being, Shi Guang was just glaring at Lu Yanchen, waiting for him to speak. After 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Yanchen's breathing gradually turned long and heavy. Chapter 24, Useless. To be mesmerized by his beauty. Shi Guang observed silently for a moment and realized that Lu Yanchen must have fallen asleep. Seeing this, her entire forehead creased up. She had never ever seen someone who would come for a swimming lesson and yet refuse to change out of their clothes or enter the water, choosing to lie down on the chair and sleep instead. If he did not know where else to spend his money, he could donate to Build Hope primary schools. Why the hell did he have to come torment her? Raising her fist, Shi Guang waved it left and right above Lu Yanchen's head. However, the latter was totally at peace in his sleep, and wasn't affected at all. Shi Guang could not believe that this guy could really fall asleep under such circumstances. She bent over and waved her hand in front of his sleeping face, wanting to test if he had really fallen deep into slumber. She then yelled out, "Oh I." Lu Yanchen did not even move a brow. Shi Guang lowered her voice and called out again, "Lu Yanchen?" No response. Lu Yanchen laid there motionlessly with a single hand propped against his head feebly. His hands were beautiful, 10 long, slender fingers with defined wrist bones. When she had held it in the past, it bore a gentle yet tough feeling to it, giving her a full sense of security. Shi Guang did not move at all as she stared at Lu Yanchen's hand just like that. That handsome face of his which was inches away from her had her losing herself into him unconsciously. The expression he gave off while being deep in sleep was lacking in the usual aura of hostility. Instead, there was more of a harmonious feeling like finely cut jade. His eyelashes were long, the bridge of his nose was high. As the light shone on the sides of his face, it accentuated the outlines of his features, making him seem ever more handsome. His sleeping manner was just like a beautiful painting. His heartbeat was thumping with force like a bass drum. No. That wasn't his heartbeat. That was hers. Her breathing was getting erratic as her heartbeat hastened, losing her eyes within him. Shi Guang jerked herself up and turned around to head out. The man who had his eyes closed the entire time opened them silently as he looked at the back view of Shi Guang leaving. After Shi Guang left the training hall, she bashed up herself in her heart. Useless. To think that she would be mesmerized by his beauty. Raising her eyes, she caught sight of Ma Leshan on the corridor opposite her, handing down some work to his subordinates. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over to him. When Ma Leshan caught sight of Shi Guang approaching, he had his subordinates go get busy while receiving her with smiles. "Miss Shi, are you done with the lesson?" Shi Guang took in a deep breath and shook her head. "Manager Ma, young Master Lu does not wish to learn to swim at all. He wouldn't even change his clothes, let alone get into the water." Ma Leshan expressed doubt. "You've got to be patient. There must definitely be some process for one to come to terms with water vertigo. I just feel that there's a limit to what I can do." Manager Ma, how about helping me to tell Mrs. Lu that I'm really not suited to teach her son? I don't have much experience teaching someone. She should look for a more experienced coach. I guarantee that I won't want to take even a single cent of all the previous lessons, and will recommend a good coach for young Master Lu as well. Maybe with that, the contract can just... The words behind were things that Shi Guang did not want to be too straightforward with as well. But she knew that Ma Leshan definitely understood her meaning. She put on a heavy face while placing her palms together and begging out pitifully, "Please, please. I guarantee that I'll definitely use all my heart for the next student, and I'll ask for less fee as well." Equals. Ma Leshan was in a spot as well. He felt that having young Master Lu change coach was something not too possible. But he did not want to offend Shi Guang either. Putting that confusing relationship between her and Lu Yachun aside, just with his capabilities alone, they might still be able to work together in the future as well. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "All right then. I'll help you talk to Mrs. Lu about it. But I've got no guarantees that it'll work out." Shi Guang was extremely grateful. "It's all right. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll already be extremely grateful for it." Chapter 25, Lu Yachun, are you following me? Shi Guang circled a few rounds outside and even found a pool to swim a few laps in. Checking the time, she packed up and headed back when she saw that it was almost time to end the lesson. In the training hall, Lu Yachun was still asleep. She first changed out into her clothes and lay down on a beach chair furthest away from Lu Yachun. If this were someone she did not know who was sleeping for the lesson, giving her a chance to go swim a few laps, it would truly be something she would be exceptionally happy over. But it was a pity that this was Lu Yachun. Once the time was up, Shi Guang stood up immediately. Unexpectedly, that man who was deep in slumber moments earlier had woken up as well and taken his leave before her, leaving her with nothing but a tall and well-built back view to look at. Shi Guang chose to ignore it and headed over to the car park to look for her motorbike. Unexpectedly again, she met with that someone at the car park as well. Shi Guang knitted her beautiful brows and looked over at that cool-looking Jeep before turning at the owner of that car. The owner, who was wearing a white shirt, was looking at her coincidentally as well. Their gazes met in mid-air. With that one stare, Shi Guang slid away. She rode on her small motorbike in the direction of home. Her speed wasn't slow, but it was definitely not considered fast as she rode in an orderly manner. From her rear-view mirror, she saw Lu Yachun's car maintaining a fixed distance from her, neither too close, nor too far. Shi Guang was slightly bothered, not knowing if he was sharing the same way coincidentally or following her intentionally. She pushed on her throttle and increased her speed, wanting to stretch the distance between them. But to think that the car behind her sped up as well to maintain the same distance. Shi Guang then cut her speed to let Lu Yachun's car overtake hers. In the next instant, Lu Yachun lowered his speed as well and maintained the same distance. To Shi Guang's astonishment, as she rode her motorbike into the small neighborhood, Lu Yachun steered his car into the small neighborhood as well. Shi Guang did not know what he was playing at to follow her closely just like this. After she parked her motorbike, She headed beside Liu Yanjin's car and looked at him in incredulity with an underlying tone of questioning. Liu Yanjin turned his engine off and got out of the car. Though, he just closed his car door and ignored Shi Guang. Shi Guang blocked him in his path and reared her head at him. There wasn't any bit of change in his expression at all, as though following her was something that couldn't be any more normal. She was quite pissed momentarily. "Ah? You following me?" Liu Yanjin did not reply. He just lowered his eyes to look at her before taking 2 steps forth. Shi Guang retreated back subconsciously. He stepped forward as she stepped back until there was nowhere else for her to retreat to. Shi Guang's feet then knocked onto the parterre behind her as she landed on it with a plop. Standing tall and high, Liu Yanjin looked down at her. Those long eyes of his seemed like 2 blades. However, his lips could barely conceal that slight smile he was grinning out with. The golden afternoon sun landed down on his manly body, painting him golden as though he was a heavenly god that reigned over all living beings in the world, with such esteem and mysteriousness that no one could peer through his profound depth. This was the inherent aura that he gave off, one that would cause others to feel an invisible pressure. Heart-rattling, Shi Guang's mind buzzed out as she did not say anything more. Lowering her eyes, she picked herself up and strode toward the apartment briskly. It was only after entering the lift that she had managed to calm down slightly. Unexpectedly, Liu Yanjin had entered the lift as well. The finger which Shi Guang was using to press for the floor's button slipped as she accidentally pressed on the 12th floor instead of the 11th floor. However, she did not notice it. All her attention was placed on Liu Yanjin right now as she widened her eyes and looked at this indifferent man with an absolutely bewildered expression. Words that filled her mind spilled out before she could even think through them. "Liu Yanjin. What are you playing at?" Chapter 26, seemed to have been face-slapped. Stings. With those deep penetrating eyes, Liu Yanjin looked at Shi Guang calmly with a pretty indifferent expression. "Following you?" He just returned the question gently with that deep and rich voice of his, which was just like an intoxicating red wine. Curling his lips, he seemed to be smiling and yet not at the same time. Shi Guang felt that he was just mocking her as she darkened her face while saying, "Are you not? Don't tell me that you just happened to stay here as well, and on the 11th floor as well." Liu Yanjin replied to her, "I don't stay on the 11th floor." Shi Guang felt that Liu Yanjin's skin was really so thick that he was bordering on the edge of being shameless now. "If you're not staying at the 11th floor, why did you not press for the button after entering the lift? If you're not following me, what are you doing? What's the difference between you and a pervert right now?" Liu Yanjin no longer tried to explain as he pursed his lips, causing that smile on his face to slowly wipe off. When he bore his expression of amusement, Shi Guang felt that he was just mocking her. But when he was not smiling and just freezing up his face, there seemed to be a layer of frostiness covering his entire face, such that she did not really dare to look at him. In her heart, she felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Actually, she had wanted to mock Liu Yanjin for following an ex-girlfriend from a breakup. "Are you regretting it and discovering that your feelings have yet to disappear entirely?" But she was afraid that she might end up being mocked even more miserably by Liu Yanjin. While this man did not speak much, his words were really venomous at times. The lift came to a stop as Shi Guang walked out. She even added on to Liu Yanjin, "I'll take it that nothing had happened today. But please don't follow me anymore from now on. Otherwise, I'm going to call the cops." She had already laid down her threat as such, and yet, Liu Yanjin was still exiting the lift with her. He gave off an extremely frosty aura as though he was pretty angry. Exclamation point. Shi Guang's face indicated her exasperation right now. This world is really way too messed up. Before the one who was being followed had even shown anything, the one who was following and was exposed was showing his displeasure. She blushed out in shame. "What is all of this for? Is it really fun to make fun of your ex-girlfriend as such? Even if we can't be friends after meeting once more, we don't have to be so." Liu Yanjin turned around and planted his deep gaze onto Shi Guang's face as he observed her enigmatically for 2 seconds. That well-built body of his then turned around slowly as his icy cold gaze shifted before stopping on the wall. He raised his chin slightly, indicating for Shi Guang to take a look. Shi Guang was stunned for a moment as she followed his gaze. 12th floor? Eh? This is the 12th floor. Shi Guang's eyes were stuck right there as she was petrified into stone, tongue-tied and glaring with his eyes wide. How was this the 12th floor? So, Liu Yanchen was staying on the 12th floor and wasn't following her? She felt as though her sunny day had just turned into a thunderstorm. And her face stung so badly. It was as though she had just been slapped tightly on the face. Shi Guang gulped down her saliva and acted as though nothing was wrong. Slowly and steadily, she swerved her body by 180 degrees, then took huge strides immediately as she wanted to walk into the lift. But the lift had been pressed down by someone else, and would not return so quickly. Shi Guang knitted her brows tightly, feeling as though her ass was on fire, and she could not stay at this place for even a moment longer. Badump. Badump. Her heart was still thumping furiously as though it was about to pop out of her chest right now. It was erratic and frenzied. She might literally die of asphyxiation if it stopped for a single moment. Again, as though nothing was wrong, she walked toward the stairs at the emergency access. Bam! She pushed open that heavy and sturdy door and disappeared off while remembering to maintain her composure. But, because she had let go too quickly and hastily, the rebound of the door hit her calf, causing her to stagger and almost fall down. It was so painful that her eyes were squinting as her jaw dropped wide open. While she called out in pain silently on the outside, she was cursing inside her heart. Turning her head back slightly, she accidentally met with that man's gaze again. So embarrassing. Just like lightning, Shi Guang retrieved back her gaze and sped downstairs. Those indifferently pursed lips curled up slightly into a grin. Chapter 27, Meeting the mother of the ex-boyfriend. Shi Guang arrived at home blazing like fire and then gulped down a few mouthfuls of ice-cold water furiously. However, she could not shrug off the sense of awkwardness and embarrassment that was gushing forth from the bottom of her heart even then. In the past 21 years of her life, she had never ever been so embarrassed. Why couldn't she just hold her anger back in? Why did she have to question him before thinking it through properly? The moment she thought of the scene from earlier on, she wished she could just bang on the wall or find a hole to bury herself in so that she would never have to face anyone for the rest of her life. It was all Liu Yanchen's fault. Why did he have to stay here? He was the one who was moving in yesterday. Was it merely coincidence or what? Should she change a place to stay at? But right now, it was difficult to look for a new place. Also, it might not be as cheap and convenient as here. Furthermore, she was only going to stay till summer break was over. It wasn't going to be that much longer. They might not bump into one another, staying one floor away. And in any case, she was going to see him during the swimming lessons anyway. There was no need to get so concerned over this issue about lodging. As for everything that had happened today, she had to just take it as a dream then. Early next morning, Shi Guang woke up 1 second before her alarm had even rung. 6 a.m., it was time for her to head to the club and train. At 10 o'clock, she received a call from an unknown number. It was Mrs. Liu, Shenling Shuang, who had called her, inviting her for lunch. Shi Guang's petite astonished face was filled with traces of uneasiness. She had wanted to look for Mrs. Liu from the start to speak with her about terminating the contract. And now that Mrs. Liu was the one who took the initiative to seek her out, she should have been happy. But for some unknown reason, she just started getting nervous inexplicably. Meeting the mother of an ex-boyfriend. That was pretty strange, right? In the past, this was something that she had imagined, Liu Yachen holding onto her hands endearingly and introducing her to Shenling Shuang. Mother, this is my girlfriend, Shi Guang. Shi Guang's lusciously long eyelashes flicked slightly. What was she thinking about? An image like that could never possibly ever appear any longer. Shaking her head, she suddenly felt herself getting calmer. But, when she arrived at the prearranged location, those initially relaxed emotions of hers started getting unsettled once more. Mrs. Liu, Shenling Shuang, had long arrived there. When Shi Guang opened the door to the private room, she stood up immediately and smiled gently, Hi, Shiguang. Shiguang was a little lost as to how to react as her tone went stiff. MRS. Mrs. Liu. My greetings. This was different from the Mrs. Liu she had imagined. This Mrs. Liu was not as poised and elegant, nor was she as classy and flamboyant. She wore casual, relaxed clothes as that beautiful face of hers brought with it some signs of the age. Her smile was extremely endearing, and brought with it a hint of innocence. It was really hard to imagine that a smile as such, which should belong to a young maiden, would appear on the face of Liu Yanjin's mother. I've kept you waiting. Oh, no. I've only just arrived. Shenling Shuang smiled out and extended her hand. Shiguang froze there and looked at the hand which Shenling Shuang had extended to hold hers, not really able to snap out of her stupor. They had only just met, but why was the other party acting as though they knew one another really well, even to the extent of holding her hand? Shiguang was not really used to this. After sitting down, Shiguang pulled back her hand without leaving any trace. Shenling Shuang did not let it bother her as she reached out for the teapot to pour tea for the other. Immediately, Shiguang rose up to receive it. I'll do it myself. It's all right. Just remain seated. Shenling Shuang held down Shiguang and went on to continue pouring tea for herself while commenting at the same time, I heard that you came looking for me a few days ago. It was really unfortunate, but I happened to be away visiting the father of my children. So sorry. Shiguang smiled out with courtesy and graciousness while waving it off with her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Shenling Shuang filled her cup full of tea again. The moment I came back yesterday, I received a call from Manager Ma. He has told me everything. Chapter 28, I'll leave my son to you. Then Shiguang's little heart pitter-pattered. This Mrs. Liu was way easier to talk to than she had imagined. If she could reason with her and come to an emotional understanding, would she be able to terminate the contract without having herself to pay the penalty? Just as Shiguang was contemplating about how she should start off with this, Shenling Shuang's voice floated into her ears again. Girls are really so nice. Ever so gentle and doting. Your father and mother must be really fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter such as yourself, unlike my entire family of sons. You can't even imagine how much I wished for a daughter such as yourself. I've given birth to 3 sons prior, and was thinking that my 4th child would definitely be a daughter. But alas, it was still a son. Haze. Everything that Shenling Shuang said were truths from the bottom of her heart. Even though they had only just met, this short period of time was already enough for her to look at Shiguang time and again. This lass here was pretty, with a rather decent disposition. At the same time, she was gentle with her words, and was extremely polite. This was the type of daughter she wanted, one that was refreshing and sweet, giving off the feeling of lemongrass. Other than smiling foolishly, Shiguang did not know what else she could say. If this were any normal auntie, things would be fine. The problem was that this was the mother of her ex-boyfriend. She truly had no way of acting at ease in her presence. She lowered her eyes and sipped a mouthful of tea, preparing to get to the main topic. MRS. Liu, even though I've been swimming for a number of years now, my experience in teaching others is limited. Also, young Master Liu is rather unique. With just my capabilities, I don't think that I am able to teach him properly. Would you like to? No. I want you. I think that you're better than any other coach out there. Shenling Shuang cut Shiguang through her words. She extended her hand once again over the table and grabbed onto the latter's, which was placed on the table. I know that teaching my son is really tough. He has a prideful character, and is always cold in ignoring others. But, he's actually not like that. He used to be really cute and loved to smile in the past. He was my endearing little heartwarmer. Shiguang's mouth nearly cramped up. Endearing little heartwarmer? There was absolutely no way she could relate those 4 words together with Liu Yanjin. The Liu Yanjin that she knew was someone who was cold and aloof. Even if he was so enraged that he could kill someone, he would still be able to find some way to hold that back in and face one with a cold, indifferent calmness, just like an iceberg. When Yanjin was in junior high school, he fell into the waters and nearly drowned. Thankfully, someone saved him up. As to why he fell into the waters, he did not tell the reason at all. But ever since then, his personality changed entirely. The doctors said that it was some PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or something. Even after treatment, patients would often leave with some side effects, such as a cold personality, strong controlling obsessions. Ever since then, he maintained some distance even from this birth mother of his. As Shimmering continued explaining, she started sniffing. In the blink of an eye, her eyes were filled with sparkling beads of tears. She was going to cry. Shiguang jolted in shock and consoled her hurriedly. While he may be cold, I'm sure he still loves you as a mother very much. She had once thought of Mrs. Lu with many images, elegant, poised, strong, arrogant, and even harsh. But she had really never imagined that she would be such a cute softy type. Shimmering nodded her head and replied sadly, he has had water vertigo for many years now, and we've hired a lot of coaches. But he has always rejected them. You're the first coach he was willing to accept. Gripping her hand tightly, she said, I'll entrust my son to you. Please teach him properly and help him overcome his water vertigo. As she blinked her eyes, it was as though she was about to cry out once more. Even if she was getting on with age, the way she looked as she was about to cry was still ever so beautiful. Shiguang was someone who could not bear to see beautiful women cry at all as she subconsciously nodded her head. By the time she realized what she was nodding her head to, she shook her head again immediately. I can't. Even though he agreed to come for lessons, he refused to get into the water at all. He is still objecting to it. Chapter 29, agreed to it just like that. Shimmering continued, that is not an issue. Don't look at how my son is cold and aloof as though he is unreasonable. He is actually an upright and restrained person. He is an honorable gentleman who is dependable. It's just this water vertigo that has troubled him for many years now, which he has had difficulty overcoming. As long as you coax him properly, he will definitely be willing to get into the waters. Shiguang thought that she might have heard wrong. Coax him? He wasn't a small kid that needed coaxing anymore. But Shimmering nodded her head. That's right. Coax him. Don't be afraid of that cold face of his. You just have to smile more to him, or even act coquettishly. If he gets fierce at you, just cry. Talk to him more about happy little snippets of you when swimming. As time passes, I'm sure he'll be embarrassed to have you continue coaxing him and will get into the water himself. She had used this trick to deal with her husband and sons without failing even once. Mrs. Lu, I think that I might. Shiguang rejected. There was no way she wanted to coax Lu Yanjun. Do you think that my request is really unreasonable? If that's really the case, then it's all right. Don't worry, I'll definitely not have you pay the penalty sum. As Shimmering continued, her tears dripping down. Shiguang was at a loss. She hurriedly handed a tissue to Shimmering. It's not that I'm refusing to teach him. I'm afraid that I don't have the capabilities to teach him properly. It's all good as long as you're willing to teach. We're not concerned about the outcome. Shimmering took the tissue over and wiped her eyes. Does this mean you're agreeing to it? Shiguang smiled out bitterly and pretended as though she heard nothing. But Shimming's eyes were fixated on her. Eventually, she could only nod her head. Shimmering immediately broke out into a smile from her tears. That's great. I knew that you must definitely be a kind-hearted girl, and will definitely be able to help Ma Yanchen overcome his water vertigo. Shiguang's lips curled up, but she truly could not bring herself to smile out. Eventually, after the meeting with Shiguang was over, Shimmering took out her mobile and gave Lu Yanchen a call. She was smiling so widely that her eyes were squinted. Son, Mummy has returned. I've heard that you've moved out. Yes. Lu Yanchen replied indifferently, nearer to learn swimming. Shimmering nodded her head. That's the way. Today, your mum has met with your coach. She's a really warm and nice lass. I could sense how attentive and gentle she is. Mummy is sure that she'll definitely be able to help you overcome your water vertigo. The hand which Lu Yanchen was using to hold his phone tightened. After returning to the club, Shi Guang felt as though she was in a daze. She had clearly gone to meet with Mrs. Lu to terminate the contract. Why did she end up agreeing to teach Lu Yanchen in the end? Not only that, agreeing to teach him properly such that he would overcome his water vertigo? This lunch was one hell of a loss for her. Feeling a little crestfallen, she could not even get her spirits up for her training and ended up being scolded by Wu Xing. Usually, Wu Xing would not even bother with her training stuff. But if he scolded her, it would be because he was just disliking the sight of her. Shi Guang looked at him indifferently and ignored him while preparing to get into the water. Wu Xing gritted his teeth. His face still felt some stinging pain when he recalled the issue of the endorsement. If he were to speak with honesty, Shi Guang was indeed the most exceptional one out of all his students. But her talents were not uncovered by him. Coupled with the fact that she was too strong on her own views, it was no surprise why he would ostracize her like that. He roared out, "All you know to do is skive. For the back parts of the training, do them 3 times more." Shi Guang was startled as she raised her head to look at him. "I've got lessons in the afternoon." If she had to do 3 times the training, she would have to train till 11 to 12 a.m. tonight. Wu Xing scoffed out coldly and replied sarcastically, "Have you forgotten who you are? The main priority of an athlete is to train. First the endorsement, then the private coaching. Do you think that getting the champion's title is just for you to fish in the money?" Chapter 30, Forsten replaced Shi Guang sharpened her gaze and replied calmly, "Even though I have the endorsement and the private coaching lessons, I didn't slack off from my training. I've been doing supersets for my daily training as well." "You shut up." Wu Xing continued to bark out at Shi Guang fiercely, "You didn't slack off from your training? Then, where did you go off to just now? There's already enough of all those nonsensical stuff for you to get busy with, and yet you run out to skive. What do you take this place as? A venue where you can play as you like? I went to meet Mrs. Lu earlier on for the private coaching job that Boss Lei had arranged. Mrs. Lu is the employer." Shi Guang tried explaining. But, in the eyes of Wu Xing, she was just trying to use the boss to step over him. Wu Xing got even angrier. "Now that you have the boss as your backing, you think that you can completely disregard this coach of yours, right?" Shi Guang gave up. Since he was already thinking this way, she might as well just follow on with it. "If I don't go for the private coaching lesson, I will have to go meet with the boss. And, if the boss asks for a reason, I'll just have to tell him that you gave me additional training, coach." Wu Xing was hesitant now. Even though it was true that Shi Guang had to obey him as a coach, he was answerable to the boss of the club as well. "Coach?" Zinuo's voice suddenly traveled over as she looked at Wu Xing while grinning from ear to ear. "I'm done with my training for the day." She was making eyes at Wu Xing with a weird expression on her face. Exchanging glances with her, Wu Xing understood what she meant immediately. His eyes were evidently gleeful, but when he looked over at Shi Guang, they became stern once more. "Well, it's a must for someone to go over and teach at the side of young Master Lu. Today is a special circumstance. Thankfully, Zinuo has already completed her training for the day. Let Zinuo go over then. Be it in terms of technique or posture, Zinuo is way more ideal than you. If she goes over, she'll definitely teach better than you." Shi Guang. For Shi Guang, the selection test was an important event that she was gambling her entire life's future on. What she wanted was to train, and train even more. Even though Wu Xing gave her 3 times the training just to give her a hard time, he was also helping her inadvertently. As for Lu Yanchen's side, since Zinuo wanted to go so badly, she could just let her go then. If she could settle Lu Yanchen and end up exchanging places with her, Shi Guang would even laugh out loud thrice in happiness. But that was not what Zinuo thought. "Zinuo, I'll hand the issue of coaching young Master Lu over to you then. You must jiao." Once Wu Xing was done with those words, Zinuo smirked out toward Shi Guang immediately. That petite and curvy figure of hers gave a gentle twist as she displayed an extraordinary grace. She waved hands to Wu Xing, indicating that she was going to leave first, and turned around to walk away. But even then, her head still reared back as she glared fixatedly at Shi Guang while carrying that smirk the entire time. Shi Guang could not wish more than to head up and give her 2 tight slaps for that smug and prideful look she was giving off. Yet, she just shot a cold glare at her. Wu Xing immediately shouted out at Shi Guang, "What are you still waiting there for? Get on with your training." Shi Guang wore her goggles properly and dove into the water, swimming around quickly like a fish. He Zinuo brought with her an incomparably excited mood to the Shen family's water cube. According to her, she was more beautiful than Shi Guang. Later on, she must definitely try and seduce that Lu Yanchen fella so that he would request for her to be his private coach in the future. Smiling so brightly that her eyes were shining with light, she walked into the training hall, only to find out that there was no one there. "Is there anyone here?" She tried calling out with a soft and gentle voice. Suddenly, she saw a well-built figure standing up slowly from a beach chair on the other side. That figure turned around slowly to look at her. Those deep eyes of his were fixed with the temperature of snow as his thin lips twitched slightly. When those eyes reached her, a tremendous aura rippled out with such pressure that one would not even dare to breathe. Zinuo steadied herself slightly before smiling out tenderly, "Hi, young Master Lu. I am your private swimming coach." Chapter 31, Words of strong underlying hints. Lu Yanchen's eyes that were as still as the surface of a lake quickly flashed with a look of coldness, following which, his frosty disposition was displayed out entirely. Without saying a single word, he stuck his hands into his pocket and walked coldly. When Zinuo looked at this man who was walking toward her step by step, she started feeling nervous as her eyes were shrouded with a mesmerizing charm. Her brain recalled back to the previous day where he walked to present her the prize in the exact same manner. Be it in terms of looks or value, this man was on the highest tier. It was hard not to be moved over him. "Before attending the lesson, you have to change out of your clothes first. We'll then do some warm-ups before," she muttered out while looking at Lu Yanchen shyly. At the same time, she was fantasizing over the way she would play around with Lu Yanchen in the water flirtatiously. But unexpectedly, Lu Yanchen just breezed by her. Zinuo had not even finished her words when she felt choked. Her face was really spectacular to look at right now, with shades of white and red. The man had not given her even a single glance and just walked by her as though she was air. Lu, Mr. Lu." Zinuo snapped to her senses and chased after him. The tall man before her did not turn around. That sturdy back of his reflected the light of the sun as his entire body gave off a disposition of an emperor that was high above the rest. Unknowingly, he gave off an extremely crushing pressure. This man was way too handsome, way too charismatic. She did not want to give up just like this. This might probably be her only chance. "Lu, I am the runner-up for the college games the previous time. You even handed me the prize personally, remember? Please trust me. I am very professional in my techniques, and will definitely not let you down." Zinuo had finally caught up to Lu Yanchen's side as that tiny heart of hers thumped furiously. She was hoping that this quiet and reserved, yet profound man would be conquered by her. Presenting her most dazzling smile with an intoxicating grace, she was just like an alluring glass of wine right now as she made eyes bewitchingly at Lu Yanchen. However, the latter was only bothered with walking at his own pace, and would not even bother to glance at Zinuo even once. Zinuo's expression right now was terrible. Shi Guang had given him 2 lessons. Had she said anything bad about her in front of this man? That must be the case. Otherwise, why else would he show her such a bad attitude if he didn't know her? Lu, I don't know what Shi Guang must have told you, but I wish to let you know that had it not been for my injury on the day of the college games, she would have never gotten the championship. You can ask my coach. Be it in terms of speed or posture, I am the best in our club. Lu Yanchen continued walking ahead. But, when Zinuo was done with her words, he did turn around and glared at her indifferently. All of his emotions were hidden beneath those black pupils of his where one could not grasp them at all. Zinuo was convinced that these words of hers were causing some effects. Please believe in my techniques. I will definitely teach you with all my heart, and make sure that you learn how to swim as quickly as possible. The reason why that private coaching contract Shi Guang had signed had such a high penalty fee was because this man's water vertigo had to be kept a secret. Therefore, Hizuo did not know at all and presumed that it was just merely teaching someone to swim as per normal. You are the only student I've got, and I will focus all my attention on you. As for Shi Guang, she has many students. And they're all rich men. The prices offered to her by those men are really high as well. As Hizuo continued speaking, her words came to a still. There was a strong underlying hint in her words which would cause people to think that Shi Guang had some indecent dealings with those men. Liu Yanchen stopped in his tracks and swerved around entirely. His face was cold and murderous as that overarching body of his looked down and snarled at her. Scram. Chapter 32. Completely exerted to the point of exhaustion, Liu Yanchen stopped in his tracks and swerved around entirely. His face was cold and murderous as that overarching body of his looked down and snarled at her. Scram. His voice seemed as though it was lined with a layer of ice, causing the entire air to freeze up with a chilling gust. Slow and deep, it would bring about goosebumps to anyone nearby. Hizuo was so scared that she stumbled back a few steps. With his eyes wide open, the way the man was looking at her was filled with contempt and disdain, as though she was nothing more than a clown. She felt as though she was drowned within some ice-cold liquid right now as shivers ran through her body spontaneously. All the surrounding staff were rooted as well, not daring to even breathe in deeply. This expressionless indifference that young Master Lu was portraying right now was more frightening than his cool demeanor. Ma Lesheng immediately sensed that something was not right here as he rushed over instantly to drag Hizuo away, who was scared stiff. He added on softly, "You can mess with anyone but him. Are you tired of living?" He then secretly waved off the staff nearby. All of them gasped for breath, and in less than a minute, they disappeared without a trace, leaving only Liu Yanchen behind. Liu Yanchen bit down on his lips as his expression turned frosty once more. If she didn't want to come, so be it. To think that she would send such a disgusting thing in her place. His disposition was icy, as that well-built body of his was enveloped in a chilling aura. He then walked out of the place with huge steps. At the car park, a single beep was heard from his car as Liu Yanchen opened it up before slamming it down loudly, causing his murderous aura to emanate out in the world. Lock. Gear. Accelerator. The chain of actions was swift. In the next second after the car was driven off, he loosened his feet on the accelerator. His face was tightly strung up right now as he glared at the distance ahead with an icy stare. Those long fingers of his gripped onto the steering wheel tightly. Quiet. It was really quiet right now as the aura around him reeked of a deathly silence. After a long time, an ironic smile flashed out across those handsome lips of his. Closing his eyes, he leaned back on the seat as he placed his fingers between his brows and rubbed gently. Shi Guang had finished all of her training and was dragging that fatigued body of hers home. Parking her motorbike in the small neighborhood, she could barely summon the strength to drag herself off. Today, Wuzing was hell-bent on making things difficult for her. To think that he would actually stay all the way to ensure that she finished her training before he left. 3 times the training was truly something that Shi Guang could not handle, as she exhausted every single last bit of strength she had. Right now, she felt like she was floating and her entire body was weightless. Her bones were yawning out and she could barely even straighten her back. Raising her body up, she slowly dragged her feet out for that first step. The door of the car parked in front of her was suddenly pushed open by someone as a tall figure stepped out of it. With one hand in his pocket, he glared at her coldly. Under this grim night sky where there were no stars, the distance between them seemed so far, despite them being so close. Liu Yanchen. Has he returned this late as well? Hizuo was the one who had given him the lesson today. Was he pleased with it? Did he have any plans of changing coaches? Shi Guang looked at him once before continuing with her listless steps. Passing by him, Liu Yanchen's eyes could not help but squint a little as he then started walking toward the apartment as well. In the lift, Shi Guang double-checked this time around to ensure that she had pressed for the 11th floor before slumping onto the walls of the lift. Liu Yanqun raised his eyes and looked at her calmly. Those eyes were deep without a single bit of ripple in them. The sides of his lips were curled in an odd manner, seemingly mocking. Shi Guang didn't know what to say. Right now, she was truly really tired and had no energy left to guess his intentions. Every single bit of strength and will she had left was only enough to hold out until she got home. The lift was so silent that one could even hear water dripping. Liu Yanqun bit on his lips coldly. Opening them up, it seemed as though he wanted to say something. But all of a sudden, Shi Guang had closed her eyes as that slumped body of hers started sliding down the walls listlessly. Chapter 33, Still unable to leave her alone. Eventually Liu Yanqun's brows furrowed immediately as his muscular arms scooped out and carried her gently into his embrace. Her body was totally fluffy as she leaned onto his body like a snake without bones. What came into his ears were long-drawn breaths. Liu Yanqun looked at her quietly for 2 seconds before his brows started unraveling while he asked coldly, "Asleep?" In the silent lift, the only sound which could be heard was Shi Guang's regulated breathing. It was light and drawn out, yet ever so clear. Liu Yanqun's face turned frosty as he let go of his arm and pushed Shi Guang away immediately so that she would end up leaning on the wall of the lift. Initially, he had thought that this ungentlemanly act of his would definitely wake this woman, who was in a deep slumber, up. But little did he expect that her brows had only unfurled slightly as a single hand of hers was stuck onto the wall of the lift while she continued to sleep. Liu Yanqun. Just how tired was she? They had arrived on the 11th floor now. Shi Guang, who was deep in slumber, did not know that, and Liu Yanqun did not tell her either. The lift door closed and continued to rise. They had arrived on the 12th floor as well. Liu Yanqun, who was not the one in a deep slumber, stood in the lift motionlessly. He did not have any intention of stepping out at all. The lift door closed once again. Someone on one of the lower floors had pressed for the lift. With that, the lift began its descent slowly until it came to a stop on the 1st floor. Outside the lift was a man on the phone with someone else. There were people in the lift. Initially, the man had wanted to wait for them to exit first. But neither of them would step out. Eventually, the man ended his call and stepped into the lift. He pressed for the 8th floor that he was staying at. When the lift was rising, he could not help but feel that the two people in the lift were extremely weird. First, he peeked over at the woman on his right. This woman was just sleeping while leaning on the lift. Unable to contain his amusement at this, he peeked a few more times, then, yet another few more times. Suddenly, he felt a cold, sharp glare darting at him from his left side as an extremely repressive aura crushed down onto him. This deep, cold pressure enveloped the entire lift. The man tilted his head slightly and looked at the man on his left. This man was dressed exceptionally well, and had some extraordinarily handsome features. His gaze was just like a sharp arrow that seemed about to pierce through him. Choke. Suddenly, the man felt like the air in the entire lift was super thin and he could barely breathe. By the time the lift reached the 8th floor, the man fluttered off as though he was running for his life. The doors of the lift closed once more. Liu Yanqun looked over at Shi Guang and hesitated for 2 seconds before extending his hands to press for the 11th floor. As the lift was rising, Liu Yanqun took over Shi Guang's bag before carrying her up horizontally. The woman in his embrace was really light. Liu Yanqun frowned before lowering his head to look at her. Everything you've eaten in the past 2 years was for nothing. Shi Guang buried her head in and unconsciously used her face to rub at his arm. Those initially knitted brows of hers started relaxing out. This was an action that was so gentle, but even so, was enough to have Liu Yanqun freeze up as he reminisced about the time 2 years ago. At that time, she loved rubbing against his body as such. Her favorite action was to hug him from behind and wrap her hands around his waist where she would then stick her face onto his back and rub against it. As the lift doors opened, Liu Yanqun regained his senses. With a cold face, he carried Shi Guang out of the lift. His eyes were alternating between light and dark as he bit down on his lips coldly. Using the keys to open the doors, he carried her in before dumping her onto the bed. His actions weren't gentle in the least bit, it was an attitude as though the life and death of Shi Guang was none of his concern. Still, Shi Guang did not wake up and just flipped her body around. Her t-shirt rolled up a little, revealing a little of her waist. Liu Yanjun turned around and wanted to leave. But suddenly, his gaze landed on some bruises on her waist. Chapter 34, It's Not a Dream, right? Liu Yanjun's face turned dark as he squinted his eyes while emanating a cold aura. Bending over, he pulled up Shi Guang's t-shirt with his long, slender fingers to reveal an entire waist of bruises. Shifting his gaze over to Shi Guang's neck, he found some slight wrinkles there as though she had been in the water for a long time. Comparing it to that clean, delicate face of hers, there was evidently some difference. He then looked over at her arms, elbows, and legs. They were all filled with the same slight wrinkles. Just how long did she spend in the water? Liu Yanjun's face turned extremely terrible, sinking into a cold expression. He pulled over the blankets and covered her roughly. He then looked at her with a last deep gaze before the tall body of his walked off. Shi Guang slept all the way till daybreak. She had not set an alarm, and her body clock failed to work as well. It was only till her mobile started ringing that she was awakened. In a daze, she peeled open her eyes and checked out the clock around her bed. The clock hand was pointing at 10. That slumped state she was in disappeared immediately as she jerked up. Her body was aching all over, especially at the waist area. Even though swimming was an activity that depended on the forelimbs, one's control of their waist was the most important in actual fact. She was clearly injured over that excessive training from the previous day. Shi Guang flipped out a mobile that rang out relentlessly from her bag. The call was from Boss Lei. The moment the call connected, his hurried voice sounded out, "Shi Guang, no matter where you are right now, I want you to come to my office at the fastest possible speed you can. Your new coach has arrived." Shi Guang was taken aback in disbelief. "What did you say? New coach? Hurry and come." "Oh, right. All right. Shi Guang hung up the phone and packed up at her fastest speed. She then rode on her motorbike over to the club. Yesterday was simply way too exhausting. After coming off from her motorbike, it was as though her entire body and brains no longer belonged to her. She could only barely recall bumping into Liu Yanjun. Thereafter, how she got home and onto her bed, she didn't have the slightest bit of recollection. While training was important, raising the intensity of the training this much out of nowhere seemed to have done more harm than good. But thankfully, there was a change of coach today. Only, why were they changing coach out of the blue? Was the reason why Wu Xing made things difficult for her yesterday because he knew that he was about to be changed? Could that be the case? But there was no news or rumors about them changing the coach at all. And, the way Wu Xing behaved, it didn't seem as though he was to be replaced anytime soon as well. New coach, who could it be? Is he professional? But, no matter who the one replacing was, she presumed that he couldn't be any worse than Wu Xing. Carrying this unsettled feeling, Shi Guang arrived at the club and knocked on the doors of Boss Lei's office. After obtaining permission, Shi Guang pushed the doors and entered. A single glance was enough for her to catch sight of the middle-aged man who was in conversation with Boss Lei. Shi Guang's eyes went wide open and filled with astonishment. She could not even stop herself from gasping out, "Zhang Shilin." Boss Lei was all smiles as he stood up and beckoned for Shi Guang to come over passionately. "Shi Guang is here. Hurry and come over." The middle-aged man looked at Shi Guang as well. Shi Guang was getting nervous now. This was Zhang Shilin, a former coach of the national team. The new coach, was it him? Her brows twitched as her entire body went emotional. Restless and unsettled, she greeted nervously, "Hello. Teacher Zhang." "Hello, Shi Guang." Zhang Shilin nodded his head as he vision was sizing up Shi Guang's face. There was a mysteriously complex expression he was putting on his face. "From today on, I will be your coach." "Me?" Shi Guang felt as though she had just been knocked hard on the head by a cookie that had dropped down from the heavens. Back when Zhang Shilin stepped down from the scene, he had once said that even if he were to take in any students in the future, there would be nothing more than a single last disciple under him. She was both overwhelmed with joy and stupefaction, unable to believe in this. Why, me? This was way too much of a surprise. Was she dreaming? Chapter 35, Breakthrough for Lu Yanchen. Zhang Shilin smiled out, I've looked through your competitions. You have a good grasp of tempo, with a smooth entry into the water. Your control over the splashes is also decent, with a steady control over your frequency. Only. As she heard him speak, Shi Guang started getting nervous. This was the first time she had received such a professional guidance. How could she not feel emotional and focused over this? The speed at which you turn is way too slow. There's a problem with your posture as well, you are in need of proper guidance. You are a good seedling, and there's no reason why your talents should be buried. As Zhang Shilin continued saying, his brows furrowed, unless you yourself don't think that you're talented enough for me to choose you. Shi Guang shook her head hurriedly with tears in her eyes. She was so emotional that she did not know what to do right now as she bowed again and again. Coach? I'll be in your care from now on. After acknowledging a master, the next step was naturally to test out her strength. Shi Guang stood on the diving platform at the side of the pool. Her slender, long body stood on the diving platform with both hands placed together, facing the pool. Her body then arched back just like a bow, and thereafter, she was just like a swordfish as she dove through the waters. Zhang Shilin was watching her intently. He could not deny that she could swim well. Since he had already intended to take in a final disciple from the start, she would make a good choice. Furthermore, he could even return a favor towards someone. When Shi Guang reached the 50-meter mark, she turned around. Zhang Shilin's brows were knitted. There was a big issue with her turning. While laymen would not be able to tell, anyone experienced should have been able to tell with a single glance. What was her previous coach doing? Thankfully, the foundation of this kid was well done. There was definitely a chance to rectify everything. After finishing her 100 meters, Shi Guang arrived back at the starting point. Zhang Shilin squatted down beside the pool and said, the posture which you used to roll and turn around earlier on was not right. Because you're slightly skinnier, your forelimbs are on the thinner side. With that, you should make sure to control your strength well so that you can burst forth right away after turning around. He was detailed in his words while Shi Guang was attentive in her hearing. Following his instructions strictly, her entire body was filled with motivation. Time passed really quickly. Shi Guang had to go give Lu Yanchen lessons in the afternoon. If she had to make a choice between training and Lu Yanchen, she would definitely choose the former. Zhang Shilin headed back and was prepared to give Shi Guang a fixed training schedule when he caught her draped in a towel while seated on a chair with a troubled look on her face. Thinking that she was troubled over the issue of her turning and was considering giving herself even more training, Zhang Shilin walked over and said, while training is important, it doesn't mean that the more training you have, the better you get. I know, coach. I'm just resting for a moment. Shi Guang's speech was cut off as she started stuttering, because I have a private coaching lesson that I have to head over to later. She was a little uneasy, worrying that Zhang Shilin might scold her the same way Wu Xing did and accuse her of not focusing on training, and thinking about money instead. But to her surprise, not only was Zhang Shilin not angry, he even encouraged her, teach properly. Astonished, Shi Guang stood up and asked carefully, you're not angry, coach? Not understanding why she would ask that, Zhang Shilin asked her in reverse, why should I be? Just because you're accepting money for teaching others? A competition is a form of pursuit, and a pursuit is a form of breakthrough. It is a process in which one is searching for an answer in a never-ending path. Only by helping others to break through can you bring yourself to breakthrough. After he was done with that sentence, Zhang Shilin left. Looking at his back view, Shi Guang was frozen for quite some time. Today, her coach had told her that her turning posture was something that was accumulated over days and months. It wasn't something that she could just change all of a sudden. What she required was time to break through. Wasn't this issue the exact same as Liu Yanchen's water vertigo? If she could help Liu Yanchen overcome his water vertigo and help him to have a personal breakthrough, wouldn't that be a form of breakthrough for her as well? Suddenly, it seemed as though coaching Liu Yanchen was not that terrible of an issue anymore. Furthermore, hadn't she promised Mrs. Liu earlier on that she would help Liu Yanchen overcome his water vertigo properly? All of a sudden, Shi Guang found her mood lifted entirely. It was as though she was finally finding a path through the darkness. While she might still be shrouded in the mist right now, she believed that she would eventually see the sunlight before long. Chapter 36, What now? You wish to try again? Shi Guang was no longer like the previous 2 times when she was extremely reluctant. Today, her mood was particularly joyous, and she had even gone to a little shop in front of the training hall to buy 2 lollipops. In the training hall, Liu Yanchen was just like the previous 2 times, seated on the beach chair without changing his clothes. This time around, he was playing with his phone. His expression was still indifferent as he brought around a cold and repressing aura. The staff in the training hall was trying their best to stay as far away from him as possible. Looking at the lollipop in her hand, Shi Guang walked over. Liu Yanchen tossed a casual glance over at her from the side of his eyes before continuing to play with his phone. Shi Guang, who felt as though she had just been treated like air again, pursed her lips a little secretly. Sitting down beside him, she took away the wrappers from the lollipops and sucked one with her lips while bringing the other one in front of Liu Yanchen. Liu Yanchen raised his eyes. Before he could even make clear what it was, he found a sweet, red object being planted on his lips. His handsome brows flicked up. When he finally made clear of what it was, his lips started twitching without him able to say anything. His forehead was so creased that there were almost 3 black lines visible there. What are you doing? He was speaking up to scold Shi Guang so that she would take the sweet away. But, who would have known that the moment his lips were opened, Shi Guang stuffed the entire lollipop into that slightly ajar mouth of his. The sweet and salty taste of the lollipop spread out within his mouth. With that, Liu Yanchen's face turned dark, looking somewhat wretched at this moment. He snatched the lollipop over and took it out from his mouth before throwing it at the coffee table beside him. Who gave you the permission to feed me this? His expression was cold without a single bit of warmth in his tone, but in fact, it was evident that flames of fury were starting to blaze out in the air. The staff were so frightened that they chose to leave silently just in case they were implicated somehow. However, Shi Guang wasn't afraid at all as she smiled out cheerily to him. Eating a sweet before swimming will help to stabilize your sugar level and ensure that your body maintains itself in a good condition. With that, you will be able to swim like a fish. Mrs. Liu said that he had to be coaxed. So, she'd just take him as a small little student that couldn't be any more normal to her, and try coaxing him then. After knowing him for so many years, she knew of this man's temper as well. If she really wanted to coax him, she would just have to maintain this thick skin. Back then, wasn't it all because of this thick skin that she was able to get at his heart as well? Liu Yanchen felt totally unnerved over Shi Guang's smile as he stood up swiftly. Who said that I was getting into the water? If you don't get into the water, how are you going to learn to swim? Shi Guang reversed the question immediately. Observing Liu Yanchen's lips, it seemed as though he wanted to say something before she interrupted once more. Are you trying to say that you don't wish to learn? That the contract was something that was signed by your mother and all you had to do was just turn up? But, don't you think that that is so childish? I still think that it's better for you to learn. Swimming is a form of defensive technique. Who knows, maybe one day, a flood or tsunami or something might come crashing. By then, you'll even be able to save yourself. Liu Yanchen looked at her coldly with a tone of sarcasm and irony. This isn't even a coastal city. How the hell would there be floods and tsunamis? Shi Guang replied in a matter-of-fact manner. I was just giving you a random example. But, the meaning is still that learning swimming is a good thing. Through his nose, Liu Yanchen snorted out frostily and looked down at her in objection. Seemed like coaxing wasn't working at all. Rolling her eyes, Shi Guang mumbled out, look at how rigid you are and refusing to get into the water. I suppose that it's because your body is filled with fat and you're just afraid of being loved by others, right? Liu Yachen's gaze turned deeper. Whether or not my body is filled with fat or muscles, aren't you the clearest about it? What now? You want to try it again? Shi Guang nearly choked on her own saliva. In the past, he had also asked her if she wanted to try. And the best way to prove how solid his muscles were was by a good round of sex. Her petite face flushed red as her voice turned higher-pitched. What are you blindly talking about? Chapter 37, Advancing under the guise of retreating. An inexplicable look flashed through Liu Yachen's eyes as his lips curled with a prideful arc. This had Shi Guang blushing even more. Her earlobes were so tenderly red right now that she could even force out a drip of blood from them. In the past, Liu Yachen would always wear nothing but a towel after taking a shower. That was a sight she had witnessed countless of times. His figure was well built, with a broad chest and slim waist. The defined muscles of his lined his entire body perfectly. After he stripped, he would always give off this uneasy, invasive feeling. Yet, his face was so seductive, giving off an indescribable charisma. Shi Guang held back her emotions with her best efforts as she lowered her voice while asking, "Tell me then, just what will it take for you to get into the water?" Liu Yanchen looked at her in silence. Shi Guang heaved in a deep breath of air and tried her best to maintain her composure as she spoke. "Liu Yanchen, perhaps you might find that it's all right for me to just come here after taking your money, and that whether or not you learn is your business. Or perhaps, you might think that you are just not going to get into the water no matter what, and neither do you wish to learn to swim. If that's the case, please consider carefully to let your mother know about this. Just nice, I'm about to take part in my selection test and I have to focus and train properly. Therefore, let's not waste one another's time anymore." When she came, she had already made up her mind to teach him properly and have Liu Yanchen break through, so that she herself could have a breakthrough. But, she could just take it that she was advancing under the guise of retreating then. Liu Yachen's face was indifferent, without saying a single word. And just as Shi Guang was thinking that he was probably just going to remain silent the entire way, he declared, "I don't have any swimming gear." Shi Guang's eyes lit up as she replied, "I can go buy for you." Swimming gear for a man was nothing more than just goggles and trunks. That was something simple that she could get just from the convenience store right in the Shen family's water cube. Buying and returning with it was something that would take just a few minutes. She ran over hurriedly. After going over to the convenience store, she speedily came back while carrying a bag. Looking at the items displayed before him, Liu Yachen's deep eyes looked at Shi Guang in a seemingly yet subtly cold glare. "What's up with these?" Shi Guang replied, "Trunks." Gosh. It was just a little flowery, that was all. Why did he have to give such a cold face as though he was going to eat her up? She took up the flowered trunks. "You hold on. I'll go change to a plain-colored one for you." Dong, dong, dong. With those skipping sounds, Shi Guang ran off once more. This time around, she brought back a low-key black pair of trunks. With her understanding of Liu Yanchen, he should be able to accept it if it was just black. Even though the swimming gear had arrived, Liu Yanchen was still seated down quietly without moving at all, as though he had no intention of changing or getting into the water. Shi Guang's expression right now was a little stoned. Liu Yachen's gaze moved from the swimming gear over to Shi Guang's face as he said emotionlessly, "I didn't say that I'll go change after you buy them over." Shi Guang. You kidding me? Right now, she wanted to flip the chair on the spot. But, holding back that temper of hers, she chanted to herself in her mind, "Coax him, coax him, coax him." Carefully considering her words, she asked, "So, tell me then. What will get you into the water?" "We'll see then." He left her with those three cold words as he continued playing with his phone. Shi Guang stood where she was and fixated her glare at Liu Yachen's face without blinking at all. It was as though she was trying to see through him. Liu Yachen responded with a casual glance and extended his hand to reach for his cup. The water in his cup was empty. He wanted to get a staff member to pour water for him. But, when he noticed that there was no one around, his gaze shifted over back onto Shi Guang, implying for her to get him a cup of water. Looking at how somebody was still acting like a big boss, Shi Guang literally rolled her eyes internally. Her long slender fingers, which were slumped beside her body, tapped at her thighs gently as she hesitated. "Fine, I can go get water for you. At the same time, I'm not going to force you to get into the water. But if I get water for you, I want you to go look at the water by the poolside." Chapter 38, Get into the water, right? You will regret this. At that suggestion, Liu Yanqin's face tensed up a little. Shi Guang explained, "The reason why you refuse to get into the water must be because you're fearful of the waters. But, if you were to look at it more, you would realize that not only is water not scary, it is actually pretty warming even." Liu Yanqin raised his eyes slowly and faced the glistening, sparkly eyes of this woman who looked absolutely refreshing. Without leaving a trace, his gaze slid by Shi Guang's hand that was slumped by her side. She understood him. But, how could he not understand her as well? He wanted to see just what she was going to play at. Liu Yanqin stood up and walked over to the poolside to look at the water, looking down at it. Shi Guang, who was standing behind him, flitted her eyes as her lips curled up. Suddenly, she stretched her hands out and pushed Liu Yanqin. With a plop sound, Liu Yanqin landed right into the pool. In the pool, he struggled and pushed out furiously. The water by the sides was shallow, and Liu Yanqin was someone tall and well-built. It didn't take long for him to stand up in the waters. Even though he had only spent a short while inside the waters, Liu Yanqin was still breathing out heavily. Shi Guang's lips curled up into a naughty grin as she looked at Liu Yanqin, who was in the waters. But, when she saw how Liu Yanqin had not gotten out of the pool yet, she hurriedly retracted her smile and put on an extremely worried and innocent expression. Liu Yanqin held on to the sidebars and got out of the waters with a single thrust. That had Shi Guang so scared that she stumbled back before trying to explain hurriedly, "Test." That was just a test. Liu Yanqin was entirely dripping with water as he took huge strides out towards Shi Guang, leaving her with no other choice but to retreat. Liu Yanqin stepped forth again, Shi Guang retreated again. She then looked behind, there was not much room for her to back off anymore. She apologized hastily while explaining sincerely, "I know that I'm the one in the wrong for pushing you as such. Extremely wrong. I should have notified you first. But, it's because you're afraid of the waters as well, isn't it? And, you refused to get in no matter what. Therefore, I was thinking of using a method as such to let you know that there is nothing scary about water at all." Realizing that she had no more path of retreat, Shi Guang's body was stuck onto the wall behind her as her words came to a still. Liu Yanqin was pressuring down on her and almost about to stick onto her right now. Shi Guang wanted to get out by the left side, but Liu Yanqin stretched out his long arm and pushed it right onto the wall instantly, blocking her path of escape. Frozen right on the spot, Shi Guang could only look at Liu Yanqin wide-eyed. She forced out a dry laugh. "Even though what I did was wrong, I did it with your interest at heart. You've gotten into the water just now and you're all fine now, aren't you? Therefore, you really don't have to get this fierce. What I did was for your good as well." Liu Yanqin bent his body over slightly and brought with him a haughty dominance as he continued with his tyrannical invasion. With that, he had Shi Guang locked between him and the walls entirely. The tension between them turned flirtatious. The distance between the both of them was close, very close. As long as Shi Guang were to even raise her head slightly, she would be able to kiss Liu Yanqin's lips. Their heated breathing was starting to mix just like flames that were burning out together. Shi Guang could suddenly feel her heart going all flustered and numb, pounding out faster than ever before. Biting down on her lip tightly, she stammered out, "Why you, if you think that I've offended you, did you want it to, push me into the waters too?" Before her voice was even finished, Liu Yanqin had lowered his body once more, causing her entire body to turn stiff. Looking at those approaching lips of his, her eyes could not help but shut themselves uncontrollably. She was all ready to turn her head to the sides, but Liu Yanqin was the one who turned his head ever so slightly instead. His steaming aura rubbed by her face. The next moment, he blew at her ear gently. Shi Guang's entire body jerked out and wobbled while her throat went dry immediately. She wanted to turn her head away ever so furiously right now, but his lips had already found the way onto her ears. HMPH. Liu Yanchen breathed out with an extremely heavy breath before speaking out charismatically, "Get into the waters, right? You're going to regret this." As that intimate breath of his landed on her ears, it sent numbing chills right into her very bones. Chapter 39, she must absolutely not miss it. Those final words of Liu Yanchen felt extremely invasive. Even though he had already left, Shi Guang was still standing there quietly, leaning against the wall like a statue. Her heart was quivering slightly as she shut her eyes and told herself that it was fine. However, her tightly gripped fists revealed her current state of uneasiness. After leaving the Shen family's water cube, Shi Guang did not head home as per usual or even to train. She rode on her motorbike for a long time until she arrived at a nursing home in a suburb. Even though the location of this nursing home was slightly more rural, it was close to the nature, with mountains and clear running rivers nearby. This was quite a nice environment. After registering at the front desk, Shi Guang took the lift up to the 5th floor. Passing through the long passageways, she pushed open a door at the furthest end. In that small little ward was only a single bed, with a small framed woman laid on it. Her jet black hair were pinned up with a star hair clip. Her skin was pale, so pale that it seemed to sparkle somewhat like that of a vampire. With her eyes closed peacefully, her expression was both gentle and warm to look at. Shi Guang sat down beside the bed and lifted her hand to fondle the woman's cheek before calling out gently, "Big sister, I've come to see you." In that silent, empty space, the only sounds that could be heard were from the intravenous IV drip. "How have you been recently, big sister?" Holding the hand of her big sister, Shi Guang started fondling it lightly. "Are you angry that I didn't come visit you after winning the champion's title?" There have been a few things that had happened recently. I met Liu Yanchen once more. He was the one who gave me the trophy. Slowly, Shi Guang related everything that had happened to her recently to her sister who was lying on the bed. "Right now, what I want to do is teach him properly and help him overcome his water vertigo. Big sister, do you think that I'm making the right decision?" The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and in walked a middle-aged woman wearing white, long robes. Shi Guang stood up immediately and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Dr. Chen." "Ah, Shi Guang. You're here to visit your sister again." Dr. Chen walked over to the bedside, preparing to take some tests for Shi Guang's sister. Catching sight of Shi Guang's worried face with her side glance, she chuckled out, "Don't worry. This is just a routine check. Everything's fine with your sister." Shi Guang smiled out, "Dr. Chen, the operation that you mentioned to me earlier on, are we still scheduling it?" "That operation?" Dr. Chen wished to continue, but she held it in before turning over to Shi Guang and saying with heartfelt words, "The operation fees are really expensive. Everything should add up to around 600,000. Shi Guang replied, "I've already prepared the operation fees. It's just really dependent on how you deem my sister's condition to be, and when we can continue with the operation now." Dr. Chen knitted her brows. "The probability of success is only around 50%. Shi Guang raised her head and looked at her with a pair of bright yet resolute eyes. "Even then, I must not miss out on this chance that could possibly allow my sister to wake up." 50% chance aside, even if it were only 1%, Shi Guang would not want to miss it at all. It had been 7 years now. Only the heavens would know of how much she wished for her sister to wake up. Ever since she could remember, her parents had always been exceptionally busy, leaving her sister as the only one taking care of her. Her sister was older than her by 4 years, and was mature and understanding since a young age. She had a quiet and demure personality, someone who was smart and self-effacing. When Shi Guang was young, her sister was her god. If she wanted to listen to stories, no matter what sort they were, her sister would tell them to her. If she wanted to eat snacks, no matter what sort they were, her sister would buy them for her. If she got into trouble, her sister would shoulder the blame for her. If she was bullied, her sister would whack them for her. At those times, no matter what happened to her, she would always have a big sister by her side. She had always thought that those wonderful times would continue on forever till the day her sister fell in love and got married with kids. But who would have thought that one fine day, her sister would turn into a vegetable all of a sudden? Chapter 40, Do You Like Lu Yanchen? By the time Shi Guang got home from the nursing home, it was already 9 p.m. Just like the 2 previous days, she bumped into Lu Yanchen below her apartment once more. She was gloomy right now. Coming home at 5 to 6 p.m. led to her bumping into him. She bumped into him when she came home at 11 to 12 a.m. again. But now, even at 8 to 9 p.m., she was bumping into him once more. Why was it so coincidental? And, just as she could not figure this out at all, she realized that the man who had stepped out of Lu Yanchen's car was not Lu Yanchen. It was that friend of his, Chu Mubri. Chu Mubri's face was sunken as though he was troubled by something. Twirling the car keys in his hand, he looked absolutely devil-may-care. When he caught sight of Shi Guang, a look of surprise flashed across his face, which was then quickly replaced by a grin as though he was a fish that had just caught sight of bait. Shi Guang froze up for a moment. When she saw Chu Mubri approaching her, she hurriedly walked off while taking huge strides at the same time. She did not want to get too involved with this Casanova who loved drinking flower tea. But Chu Mubri would not spare her. Coming beside Shi Guang, he was all smiles. Little Shi Guang, you're staying here too? As he said that, his right brow twitched as though he had just thought of something. He then let out a knowing smile. Not bad. You guys are progressing pretty fast, aren't you? That Lu Yanchen is really swift, accurate, and ruthless in his attacks. To think that you guys would be cohabiting just like that. The moment Shi Guang heard that, she knew that he must be thinking dirty as her face turned black. What cohabiting? Please don't make blind guesses. I stay on the 11th floor. Lu Yanchen stays on the 12th floor. So coincidental? Chu Mubri reversed the question with a disbelieving expression. Shi Guang nodded her head heavily. Treading toward her apartment, she could not be bothered as to whether he believed her or not. All she wanted was to get away from him. But Chu Mubri would not fulfill her wishes as he followed her closely and entered the lift. When he saw Shi Guang pressing the 11th floor button, he murmured out, "Seems like you're really staying on the 11th floor. But honestly, this affinity that you guys have is just speechless." Ignoring him, Shi Guang decided to treat him like air. But Chu Mubri was persistently trying to push a conversation. "So, little Shi Guang, what is your impression toward Lu Yanchen?" Shi Guang pondered for a moment as to what those words could mean before turning her head over slowly and giving him a warning look. "What do you mean?" Chu Mubri expressed his innocence. "Please don't look at me like that as though I'm some baddie who's going to abduct you." As he said that, he extended his hand toward her head. Frowning so badly that her entire forehead was filled with lines, she slapped his hand away. Chu Mubri wasn't angry at all as he continued questioning her. "Well then, do you like our old Lu Yanchen?" This question caused Shi Guang to shudder out as she could not help but raise her voice. "Who's the one liking him?" That was quite an overreaction, making Chu Mubri squint his eyes and size her from head to toe with a calmness unfazed by turbulent times. Suddenly, his lips curled as he revealed an enlightened expression. That had Shi Guang feeling exceptionally peeved as her embarrassment turned into rage and she could not help spouting out, "Young Master Chu, please stop with your blind guesses." Chu Mubri chuckled out slightly as he stuck out his tongue, giving off an extremely cheeky look while carrying a teasing tone in his voice. "I only asked you if you liked him or not. What do you have to get all that flustered and fierce for? Unless..." Shi Guang glared at him. "Who's getting flustered? Who's getting fierce?" Chu Mubri waved his hand off and shrugged his shoulders. "The way you look now, aren't you flustered? Aren't you fierce? You are just what a little tigress would be like." Hoo-hoo. This laughter coming into her ears right now had her feeling as though she was Harry Potter facing Voldemort. It was an extremely unpleasant feeling. Thankfully, the lift had already arrived on the 11th floor. Without waiting a second longer, Shi Guang hurried out as Chu Mubri's voice trolled out behind her. If you like Lu Yanjun, you can come look for me. There's no one else who understands him better than I do. I can help you chase him. Chapter 41, wanting to know Lu Yanjun's reactions. Who's wanting to chase him? Shi Guang twisted her head and rebuffed with a stern face. However, Chu Mubai was intent on teasing her purposefully. But of course, it was also because he could sense an ambiguous relationship brewing between the two of them. You, of course. Hang in there, tight and steady. Well, that old Lu's character, let's just say he's really boring and carries that cold face which doesn't like to laugh at all the entire day. Even when he was in love in the past, I didn't see him being all that happy. I wonder if he's acting cold and aloof, or he really hates laughing. Or perhaps, he just doesn't know how to laugh. After you guys get together, you must secretly tell me, all right? Tell me how he looks when he's making love. Ha ha ha. Shi Guang opened her mouth wide and wanted to use the bag in her hand to smash down viciously on this Chu Mubai, who was going insane with his laughter. But lucky for him, the doors of the lift had closed by then. Forget it. There's nothing much to explain to someone like that. It was not as though she hadn't emphasized before that she did not like Lu Yanjun. But this guy was still insisting that she was trying to chase the latter. She wondered if he was just teasing her or he actually knew about her relationship with Lu Yanjun in the past, and was just purposely saying such things to have her feel detested. Chu Mubai's roaring laughter continued all the way till he knocked on the door of Lu Yanjun's apartment. Even then, he was still laughing, ha ha. It has been 2 days since we've last met. Did you miss me, old Lu? The moment Lu Yanjun opened his door and caught sight of who was standing outside, he wanted to close the door immediately. However, Chu Mubai instantly pushed out and blocked it with his hand. Holy shit. Is this the way you should welcome me who has driven your car back? Not insisting forcefully, Lu Yanjun just loosened his grip and allowed Chu Mubai in. PFFT. You're so heartless. After I drove back your car so kind-heartedly, it's fine even if you don't give me a tight, passionate hug of gratitude. But, to think that you would want to cast me out of your doors. After Chu Mubai entered, he sat down on the sofa and stretched his arms while crossing one leg over the other. Lu Yanjun just was eating his noodles and ignoring him. Chu Mubai moved his glance over and aimed it at him. Where did you go? Why are you only eating this late? Lu Yanjun maintained his silence, treating Chu Mubai as air. Sitting up straight, Chu Mubai rubbed his chin with his hand as his eyes shone with a crafty glint. Lu Yanjun, guess whom I bumped into outside? The chopsticks in Lu Yanjun's hand froze for a slight moment, but Chu Mubai was still ignored. By the looks of it, you don't seem all that interested. Since that's the case, I'm not going to say any more then. Chu Mubai beat around the bush purposely. He thought that somebody would find it hard to hold it in for sure. But, who would have known that Lu Yanjun would choose to continue eating his noodles without any intention of inquiring about it? Eventually, Chu Mubai was the one who could not hold it in anymore. Standing up, he walked over and sat down opposite to Lu Yanjun. Say, are you really not interested in that Shi Guang below you? Even though Lu Yanjun did not say anything, he raised his eyes and glanced at Chu Mubai. Only, those deep, penetrating eyes of his shone with a cold and emotionless light. Chu Mubai continued helplessly, you're really wasting your advantage of being born as a man, letting down on your capabilities that the heavens have gifted you. You should really try and go understand a woman. Women are just like red wine. The more class they have, the more flavor they exude. Every single woman is different, and just like red wine of different ages, they bear a different type of charm. Lu Yanjun continued to stay silent. Say, which type of girl was your previous girlfriend? Which step had you guys progressed to? I remember you telling me that you were different from me and that your first time would only be on your wedding night. So, you dated her for close to 2 years, and you squeezed nothing out of that? If you call that dating, you're going to have everyone drop their jaws in laughter. Ha ha. As he laughed, his gaze landed on that cold, distant gaze of Lu Yanjun. Immediately, he stomached his laughter. He did not dare to say anything more. Chapter 42, How do I float if you don't hold me up? Liu Yachun placed down his chopsticks and squinted his eyes dangerously. Is there anything else? This was his way of chasing someone away. Chu Mubri stood up with his hands stuck in his pockets. What are you coming at me with that black face for? The way you are, aren't you just going to bring harm to that young lass? I've got to hurry and go chase after that young lass downstairs, Shi Guang, before bringing her into my warm embrace. Since you're so free, your holiday ends now. Liu Yachun laid down those orders articulately without even looking at the other, bringing forth an authoritative might. Chu Mubei was taken aback. Fine. You win. After he was done with that reply, he turned around to walk away. But, all of a sudden, he snorted out coldly as though he had just remembered something. Earlier on, I heard the young lass downstairs mentioning that she liked you. I had wanted to remind you about it out of goodwill, but fine. You just remain single this way then. That last sentence was filled with half-truths, as Chu Mubei purposely said out of spite. But of course, Shi Guang did not know, neither would she have guessed, that Chu Mubei would say that to Liu Yachun. The next day, she went to the Shen family's water cube as usual. After she changed out of her clothes and came out, she saw that Liu Yachun had done the same, wearing the trunks she had bought yesterday. The figure of this man was tall and well-built, with his muscles wrapping his body tightly and bursting forth with life. He was even sexier than 2 years ago. Ignoring the naked parts of this man, Shi Guang walked before Liu Yachun and said in an extremely professional way, "Today is your first lesson of entering the water. We can start by learning some basic strokes. But, because you're different, we shall start with." Without waiting for her to finish, Liu Yachun had already walked toward the pool. Shi Guang's lips took on an O shape as she wondered, wasn't he extremely reluctant to enter the water no matter what for the past 2 days? Why is he so eager today? You will face some resistance when walking through water. You can first slow down and manage your balance. Perhaps, walk a circle around the perimeter. Even though she had pushed him into the water yesterday, Shi Guang was still afraid of Liu Yachun's legs wobbling if he were to enter the water normally, causing him to fall over. Before her words were over, Liu Yachun, who was in the water, had already come to a stop in his steps. Shi Guang did not rush him. She entered the waters as well, albeit a far distance away from Liu Yachun. It's fine if you don't wish to walk as well. You can lean by the side of the pool and just feel the water. Take it that you're soaking in a bathtub. Liu Yachun did not move at all. Instead, he was just looking at her with a particularly intrigued look. Shi Guang had completely missed out on the feelings of affection in his eyes as she asked out, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Are you breaking out in cold sweat? Are your hands and feet feeling wobbly?" Liu Yachun. He had water vertigo, the type where he was afraid of being enveloped in water entirely to the point that he would feel entirely weak. And yet, as this woman stood before him with that careful expression of hers and that worried look in her eyes, he could no longer feel the shackles of the water. However, he still threw out a single word casually, "Suffocating." Shi Guang chuckled out, "Water has a pressure that will push out on your chest. Therefore, it's only normal for you to feel a little suffocated. You've got to breathe in slowly. Breathe, and you will slowly get used to it. Don't be afraid." Liu Yachun looked at her quietly just like that. His gaze was deep yet complex at the same time. A little embarrassed over that intense gaze, Shi Guang spoke up, "Perhaps we could try floating." She spoke of some of the theory involved and demonstrated out how to float for him. But still, Liu Yachun did not move for half a minute. Shi Guang raised her hand and indicated for him to try. In her heart, she felt that his water vertigo was not something that was extremely overwhelming. But, at the same time, water vertigo might not only relate to someone feeling faint when looking at water's surface, they could start to feel faint after staying in the water for some time as well. Liu Yachun did not move as he continued looking at her deeply. "If you're not holding me up, how am I supposed to float?" Shi Guang hadn't understood just yet. "Hold you up?" Liu Yachun's lips curled up slightly with an exceptionally mesmerizing charisma. Shouldn't coaches be holding their students up to float? Shi Guang's eyes opened wide as her jaws were about to drop as well. How? She finally seemed to understand why Lu Yanchen said yesterday, get into the waters, right? You're going to regret this. Chapter 43, T touched something she shouldn't touch. Shi Guang's face flashed with shades of white and redness, showing a sense of extreme awkwardness. She did not move at all. After being at a loss for a few seconds, she continued, you should try floating first. Yes, coaches could hold you up, but you've got to give it a shot first. Lu Yanchen said nonchalantly, I'm afraid of water. Shi Guang bit down on her lip, leaving a clean imprint of her teeth on it. That slightly raised face of hers revealed her stumped expression. I know that everything is always tough at the beginning, and that it's not easy taking that first step. But you should always depend on yourself for that first step. Lu Yanchen replied with the same 4 words, I'm afraid of water. Shi Guang's could barely maintain her expression for much longer. This isn't being afraid of water. You look more like you're sick right now. I know that you're afraid of water. Why else would you come looking for me? She whispered out to herself, clearly rejecting him with her gaze. Oh, and you still remember your role as my coach and therapist, right? And yet, is this the way you're behaving? Lu Yanchen's lips curled up slightly, seemingly both smiling and not at the same time. He then said out sarcastically, Chu Mubei said that you're deeply in love with me and will marry no one else except me. What? Deeply in love with you? Marry no one else except you? Shi Guang was stupefied by this sudden change on topic. She opened her eyes wide in incredulity and stared at Lu Yanchen. Since when did I tell Chu Mubei that I'm deeply in love with you and that I'll marry no one else but you? Just what has that Chu Mubei been spouting out blindly? While Lu Yanchen might be sick, that Chu Mubei was definitely sick in the head, that is. Since you're not deeply in love with me, neither would you marry no one else but me. What is the reason for keeping your distance from me? A guilty conscience? Unprofessional? Trying to reel me in by acting distant? Lu Yanchen reversed the question calmly. Shi Guang's petite face blushed red immediately, not sure what she should say. But on second thought, she was his coach and therapist. If it were any other student today, she would definitely hold up the student and try teaching floating in a professional manner. But why was she rejecting Lu Yanchen as such? She tossed her glance over at Lu Yanchen's bare chest. While her earlobes were flushed to a shade of pink, her petite face maintained its seriousness. I didn't say that I wouldn't hold you up. I was merely asking you to try it out first. Since you refuse to try, I'll hold you up to float then. But this wouldn't really be a real support. The main point is still for you to depend on yourself. After explaining for a whole chunk, Shi Guang came beside Lu Yanchen. She held his arm with one hand while placing the other on his waist. She then said with a stern expression, lean your body forward first and raise your legs, I'm holding you up. You should try and get comfortable with that. Under her guidance, Lu Yanchen sprawled his body over. He froze for a little while his eyes squinted dangerously, though his feet never raised themselves. This caused Shi Guang to feel a little uneasy yet again. If he raised them up, he would be swimming. But if he didn't, it would seem as though they were flirting. This was an exceptionally strange feeling for her. Your legs. Try raising them up. If you're afraid, you can start by raising a single leg first. Shi Guang had no other choice. Pulling at his body, she tried leaning him forward once more while her other hand supported his waist. His abs were truly seductive, but she mustn't follow it anymore. If she were to go down along that V-cut, she would reach something pretty scary. How? Where are my thoughts going? Shi Guang's entire body tightened up as though she was stiffening for a molt. Using her side glance to look at Lu Yanchen, she found his entire face to be expressionless. Because his gaze was lowered, they hid his emotions well. Even the occasional glance over was extremely cool, without any form of emotions in those eyes. It was as though he was truly focused on learning to swim, yet his legs were unable to lift off the ground for some reason. Perhaps she should move down a little lower such that he would have no other choice but to raise his legs. She reminded herself that she was professional. Moving that small little hand of hers downward, she came to his lower abdomen. Liu Yachen's entire body tightened up momentarily. His eyes flashed with a slight sign of distress as he straightened his entire body uncontrollably. But because of that slight change, Shi Guang's hand slid down further, touching something she should not have touched. Chapter 44, a kiss so sudden it could not have been prevented. Shi Guang's petite hand slid all the way down and ended up touching something she should absolutely have never touched. Freezing up, a troubled expression flashed through her eyes. However, she snapped back to her senses almost immediately. This was a huge shock. One that was so great that she stumbled back subconsciously. It was extremely easy to slip and fall in water. Losing her balance, she stumbled as her body fell back, ready to fall and land sitting into the water. But out of instinct, Shi Guang's body pushed forward instead, and just like that, her entire body was flung toward Liu Yanjun. By the time she had even recovered to her senses, she had already landed on Liu Yanjun's body and was sinking down into the waters, pushing him along with it. In a fluster right now, Shi Guang got up hurriedly. And at the very next moment, she pulled Liu Yanjun up as well. She did not suffer much. However, Liu Yanjun on the other hand, was choked by the water, and his eyes started turning red. "I'm so sorry. I just lost my balance for a bit there." Shi Guang hesitated awkwardly for a few moments before continuing uneasily. "It's really different in the water compared to on land. It's very easy to slip and fall in the water." Liu Yanjun turned around and sprawled out onto the poolside. His face was somewhat pale right now as he bit down on his lips tightly. Shi Guang was struggling right now to maintain her composure as she continued, For swimming, this is really normal. It's something unavoidable. Things like slipping and bodily contact." Shit. She really wanted to bite her tongue off right now. She could have just said slipping. Why did she have to say bodily contact or whatnot? There was a funny feeling of her trying her best to deny what had happened earlier with that blatant fact. Liu Yachen's eyes squinted down dangerously. The next moment, his lips let out an extremely devilish smile as he twisted his head around to look at her. "Is that so?" Shi Guang. "Yes. That should be the case." Couldn't he keep the toying smile to himself? Clearly, all he had to do was to reply with a single hum, and that should have been the end to this entire affair. She cleared her throat and tried her best to not sound too awkward as she said with a straight face, "Well, let's continue. Let's try once more." She wanted to change the topic so that she could cover up for the entire incident by just conveniently moving over it. However, Liu Yanjun ignored her as he walked along the side of the pool and wanted to climb up. "You're done practicing just like that? How long has it been?" He was way too petty, wasn't he? She reached out and tugged at Liu Yanjun. While she did not use much strength, unexpectedly, Liu Yanjun's entire body slumped back lifelessly. Shi Guang was completely shocked. "Liu Yanjun." Immediately, she dragged Liu Yanjun out of the waters and helped him onto the ground as she asked him in a fluster, her heart feeling as though it was on hot coals right now, "What's wrong with you?" Back in the water, he was already having an unendurable giddiness. Even though he was using his greatest grit to force himself from losing consciousness, the current Liu Yanjun was in a misty haze. Peering through his flitting eyelids, he could only catch sight of a slender figure supporting him up with both hands. Her face was panicked right now, with nothing but worry in her eyes. This same figure melded together with another image he had in his memories. He was disoriented, unable to differentiate between them clearly right now. Using every single last bit of strength he had, he pushed himself into a sitting position. Shi Guang looked at him anxiously, feeling somewhat guilty. Everything was all pretty fine at the start. But it was all thanks to that fall of hers that had seemingly invoked his deep-rooted fears toward water. Liu Yanjun did not reply. He reached out and held onto Shi Guang's jaws, looking at her in an extremely dazed state. He stared at that face of hers that was messy with dripping water. And then, he leaned in. Their noses touched. Tilting his head slightly, he kissed her on the lips. Shi Guang's eyes jerked wide open. she snapped to her senses right away. Pushing out, she wanted to stop him. To say no. But her hands were pressed down by him. As her lips spread slightly apart from wanting to say something, it was even more convenient for Liu Yanjun. He tried going deeper as their tongues touched slightly. Suddenly, he jerked himself away and pulled out slightly. However, that action of pulling out didn't even last for a single second. Like a drowning man who had just found fresh air, Liu Yanjun sucked furiously. Chapter 45, His irrepressible love. Liu Yanjun hated the water, and this was a personal issue that he did not like either. Having a bathtub in his bathroom, Liu Yanjun would often soak himself within from time to time to do something about it. As time went by, the time he spent within water was able to increase. Because of that, he felt that he did not have much of a problem anymore, it was just that he couldn't swim, that was all. However, that single push by Shi Guang earlier on had him feeling as though he was confined by those shackles of the past once more. He felt nauseated, as though he was trapped in some icy fires. He felt asphyxiated, almost unable to breathe in anymore. Even though it was only that few seconds, he felt as though he was possessed by demons. At that moment, he could no longer tell what day or year it was. The past 2 years became nothing but a misty haze as he could not even tell if he was on land or in the water. The entire world fell apart, there was only Shi Guang and him in his eyes. At that moment, he could no longer repress all the gushing feelings of love he had for her in his heart. He wanted to hug her, to kiss her. It was as though the only way he could find the freedom of breathing once more was by hugging her close and kissing her passionately. She was his oxygen. His entire world. His head turned left and right as he kissed her with a fiery passion. It was like a man who had just found the most precious treasure in his world as his endless kissing caused her senses to tingle slightly. Shi Guang knitted her brows tightly. Her heart was infuriated. However, no matter how she tried, she could not break free at all. Her arms were locked down tightly such that she couldn't move at all. She wanted to push him away, yet, it backfired and seemed as though she was going along with it. She wanted to bite down on him viciously. However, his kisses were filled with such deep, lingering emotions, such care and tenderness. Once upon a time, this was the way that this man had kissed her, filled with nothing but love, where he would then whisper in her ears with sweet nothings, "I'm going to give you nothing but the best in the world." With the most doting love he could give, those soft kisses were imprinted into the depths of her heart one after another, shaking the foundations of her mind. Unable to contain that fluffy feeling of her body, her limbs lost all strength in them, feeling as though she was floating up. Even after a long time, the kiss was still going on. Shi Guang could feel the air being sucked out of her lungs bit by bit as she was starting to find it hard to breathe. Uncontrollably, she let out a soft snort, HMPH. This soft sound caused that madly in love man to jerk his eyes wide open, as though he was just awakened from a dream. He had a sudden moment of realization. The next second, he was the one who ended the kiss and twisted his head away. Both of their heads were looking in the opposite direction right now. Shi Guang huffed out continuously, she could feel that his breathing was exceptionally heavy as well. Hurried yet restrained. He was like a hungry wolf who could just pounce on her at any moment and eat her up from head to toe. By all logic, she should be feeling extremely angry right now after being kissed by him. Yet, she could remember how emotional, how passionate he was. The love that was flowing out through those tender kisses was absolutely unrestrained. She supposed that no one in this world could probably understand how she was feeling right now. She was just like a piece of driftwood that had been floating out in the vast oceans for far, far too long, and had finally found a resting spot after the extreme fatigue she had been through. There was a sense of disbelief in her heart, a sense of ecstasy. But more than anything else, there was a sour, bitter, throbbing pain. At the end of the day, there was truly a void that she couldn't cover up in her heart after all those years. She wanted to ask him so direly right now. "Why did you ask for a breakup back then?" With her eyelids trembling, Shi Guang turned around. Her eyes flickered with a painful flash. At the same time, he had turned around to look at her. Those two pairs of eyes clashed with one another, seeming as though they were bent to peer through the soul of the other party. Suddenly, that elegantly built body of his stood right up. Looking down at her from up above, his cold glare didn't carry a single drop of warmth in them. "This is the consequence of your arrogance, thinking that you can cure me of my water vertigo." Shi Guang's body froze up all of a sudden. Looking at the back view of Liu Yachun leaving, she felt as though her entire body was dipped in ice-cold water right now. In a time long gone, he had said the same words to her before, a phrase similar to what he had just said. That time was also after he had kissed her. Chapter 46, that single look was way too tender. Everyone would always say that high school was an important phase of life, a turning point. At the same time, high school would always hold the most beautiful memories of one's schooling phase. However, it was the exact opposite for Shi Guang. She lost her beloved parents in junior high school. At the same time, her sister had turned into a vegetable. Alongside her grandmother and auntie, they had gone to the neighboring city to live. Her auntie's daughter, her cousin Mo Jin, had managed to qualify for a key high school in the provincial capital. That summer, Shi Guang, who had just entered her year 1 in high school, came over to the provincial capital to look for her cousin. Standing at a small store in front of the school, she waited patiently for her cousin to end her lessons. On the left of the small store was Mo Jin's Senior High School, number 1 High School. On the right was the Righteous Morals High School. These two schools were not on the same level. Righteous Morals High School was a school for high-end elite students. Those with an exceptional family background would end up heading directly over to Oxford, Harvard, and Massachusetts, etc. As for those that were from a weaker background, the likes of Tsinghua, Peking, and Renmin were still available for their picking. While both schools existed on the same street, one of them faced north and the other, south. Only, this slight difference in geography meant a world of a difference within. After waiting for quite some time, Shi Guang did not manage to wait out for her cousin. Checking the time, she noticed that it seemed to be a little while more before lessons would end. Hence, she decided to walk around the vicinity. In a little alleyway, there were some unknown little white flowers. Shi Guang was not someone with a particular fondness for flowers, but her sister was. With that, she thought of plucking out some of them to place them in her sister's ward after returning. Peering through the metal fences of the school, she could hear a series of distant cheers. Some of the tall and handsome male students of the Righteous Morals High School were playing basketball in the court surrounded by a huge crowd of girls. Jiao. XXX. Jiao. Wow. Cao Lan is so handsome. Senior. I love you. Even though she was quite a distance away from them, Shi Guang could make out just how loud their voices were. If she were any bit closer, her ears might have probably even hurt from the intensity of it. One could probably even go deaf from all that noise. Enjoying the game of basketball along with the idolization of these girls toward them, the boys were only getting heated up by the second. All of a sudden, someone missed a shot and sent the ball bouncing in Shi Guang's direction. A young, muscular teenager wearing a singlet ran over in the direction of the ball. After picking it up, he did not return right away. Instead, he went beneath the tree and asked, "Liu Yachun, are you really not going to play?" It was only at this moment that Shi Guang had noticed the fact that she wasn't alone where she was. There was someone else near the fences. Underneath a huge tree inside the fences stood a young man. Tall and elegant, he gave off a striking disposition. Yet, his aura was somewhat lonely. Shaking his head toward the muscular young teenager, his expression was one that was lacking interest. "It's such a hot day. The best way to feel good is to sweat it all out," the muscular teenager mumbled before leaving to continue with the game. The other young man called Liu Yachun then leaned back and slumped against the tree. Wearing the uniform of Righteous Morals High School, his hands were stuck deep into his pockets as he donned a white peaked cap on his head. The cap was pulled down really, really low, such that his eyes were totally covered. The only things that could be made out were his highly arched nose bridge, tender lips, and that exquisite, sharp jawline of his. As though he had sensed the gaze of someone else, he turned his head over. Caught by surprise, Shi Guang wanted to dodge her gaze away. But it was all too late as her eyes met with another pair of eyes, one that was dark and mysterious. Her heart was skipping erratically right now as though she had just done something bad that she wanted to hide away from. In that instant, her entire body jerked as she felt a burning flush fill her entire face. Unlike her, that boy whose name was Liu Yanchen showed no signs of emotion in his gaze. Looking at her calmly for a few seconds, he shifted his gaze away. Chapter 47, Liu Yanchen, I like you. 1. Shi Guang was someone who was easily embarrassed as she turned around and tried to leave, feeling super awkward. She returned to the small store as her cousin ended her classes as well, thus leaving together. As for that boy, she merely took him as a single beautiful moment that had appeared in her life, dazzling and radiant like the sun, yet not someone that would belong to her. After having dinner with her cousin, Mo Jin, they went to the library together. As she was looking for a book her cousin wanted, she casually turned her gaze to the right and discovered a suave young man sitting at a long table beneath the window. He bore a disposition of coldness that rejected everyone thousands of miles away from him. It was him. The boy named Liu Yanchen. His figure was strikingly beautiful. Shi Guang found herself unable to peel away her gaze from him for the longest time. He was still donned in his school uniform while wearing that same peaked cap. Reading his book quietly, he was as cold and aloof as one could be. Standing beside her, Mo Jin said tons of things to Shi Guang. When she realized that she was taking nothing in, she turned around at her, only to find her staring ahead fixatedly as though she was in a daze. From her angle, Mo Jin could not make out Liu Yanchen at all. Shi Guang, what's wrong with you? Mo Jin raised her hand and waved it before her face. What are you looking at? Snapping to her senses, Shi Guang smiled gleefully while raising her brows. I'm looking at him. Him? Who? Mo Jin moved from her position slightly and followed Shi Guang's line of vision. When she caught sight of Liu Yanchen, she froze up momentarily. Retracting her gaze, she looked at Shi Guang and whispered, "That's Liu Yanchen." Yups. Shi Guang knew that his name was Liu Yanchen. After all, she had heard that muscular young man calling him out earlier on when she was watching them play basketball. He's the fourth young master of the Liu family, Liu Yanchen. Mo Jin added on, Liu family, surely, you must know about them, right? Petrified, Shi Guang nearly dropped the books in her hands. She went silent for a few moments before breaking out into a smile and sniggering out at Mo Jin elatedly, I'm going to chase him. What? For a moment, Mo Jin thought that she was hearing things. Her entire face grimaced. He's Liu Yanchen. What kind of joke are you making? I'm not joking. I like him and I'm going to chase him. Shi Guang's smile was bright as she then walked toward Liu Yanchen briskly. Sitting down opposite him, Shi Guang called out softly, Liu Yanchen. The boy raised his head as his deep, black gaze silently surveyed her for a moment. Shi Guang looked him straight in the eye and introduced herself, Hello, I'm Shi Guang. Liu Yanchen said nothing, merely watching her coldly. Gulping her saliva, Shi Guang's petite face was nervous and embarrassed as she spouted out the words from the bottom of her heart, Liu Yanchen, I like you. A trace of surprise flashed across those usually nonchalant eyes of Liu Yanchen momentarily. For a person like him who would never show any trace of emotions usually, this was the first time he was left tongue-tied. He could only stare vacantly at this absolutely ordinary girl who had just confessed to him. No matter who it was, he was always cold and distant toward them. Without any need for words, that naturally icy arrogance he exuded would just normally give off an imposing pressure through any movement he made and words he spoke. It was enough to keep those girls who liked him far at bay. All he required was a single cold look for them to give up on their pursuits. That was why there had never been anyone who had such courage to try confessing to him as such, telling him that they liked him. Sorry. Apologies. We were just playing truth or dare. A voice rang over that broke the awkward tension in the air. Chapter 48, Liu Yanchen, I like you, too. Outside the library, Mo Jin's face was filled with an aghast expression as she looked at Shi Guang. Do you know what you were doing? Shi Guang puffed her cheeks. I like him. Turning a shade darker in her face, Mojin lectured her, "You're a high school student right now, and your priority should be your studies. The entrance exams are really important." Shi Guang wanted to refute initially. But, when she caught sight of the solemn expression of her cousin, she could only reply softly, "Oh." However, she did not pay heed to her cousin's advice. She was here to stay in the provincial capital for 2 days, and on the second day, she went to wait for Liu Yanchen right outside Righteous Morals High School. After a long time, she had managed to wait him out. Looking at Liu Yanchen, her charming brows seemed as though they were about to fly off her forehead. As for Liu Yanchen, his eyes turned cold the moment he caught sight of her as he turned around to walk away straight. Unaffected in the slightest bit, Shi Guang maintained her cheery demeanor and chased up after him. He walked really fast with huge strides. Shi Guang needed to break into a slight run before she could even catch up to him. He came to a sudden stop as Shi Guang found herself nearly flying into her body. She looked at him with somewhat teary eyes. "Couldn't you walk slower? Don't follow me." He looked at her coldly as he spoke with a frosty tone. After he was done with that, he wanted to leave. Little did he expect that someone would be tugging at his shirt. Shi Guang's face was flushed red. Clearly, she was embarrassed to the maximum. Yet, she hardened her forehead and asked with a pitiful look, Can you give me your number? I won't follow you anymore if you give me your number." "What do you want my number for?" he asked as he gazed at her with those abyssally deep eyes once more. "To chase you," Shi Guang replied. "Truth or dare again?" He scoffed coldly. "It's not truth or dare. It wasn't the previous time around, neither is it this time around. I really do like you," Shi Guang said with a serious face. The entire place fell silent. Liu Yachen's confused gaze lingered on her for a moment before it flashed coldly and he replied indifferently, "But toward you, I don't even have the slightest interest." "I know. But, we can try getting along here and there, chatting a little here and there. Who knows, you might find some from there," Shi Guang replied bravely. She knew that even her ears were flushed red right now. She had never expected herself to have such courage. This time around, Liu Yanchen did not bother about her anymore. Tugging his shirt back, he turned around to leave. Shi Guang did not give chase either. It did not cross her mind that she would be able to get Liu Yachen's number in a single attempt. Thereafter, whenever she was free, she could come over to the provincial capital to look for her cousin. But of course, it was all for Liu Yanchen. Anyway, he wasn't bothered with her at all. Often, he would even hide intentionally and not show up when he caught sight of her waiting to see him. Despite that, he still gave his number to Shi Guang ultimately. She would often send him text messages, which he would never ever reply. That remained the case until the Chinese New Year. Sending him a Happy New Year text, Shi Guang had not expected to get a reply as per usual. However, Liu Yanchen replied with 4 words. "Happy Chinese New Year," hugging her phone and hopping up and down happily. That joy lasted Shi Guang for a full 3 days and nights. When her cousin resumed school, Shi Guang volunteered to send her off. She wanted to look for Liu Yanchen. Each time she sent him a text telling him she was here to look for him, he would always turn up. Although, he would just be as cold as ever as he left her with a single sentence, "You've seen me now," each time before turning around to return to school. Shi Guang could not help but feel that the way he behaved was particularly cute. Spring left and summer came as the weather turned hotter by the days. That day, Shi Guang continued to wait outside Righteous Morals High School after visiting her cousin to wait for Liu Yanchen. She had sent him a text as usual, intending to leave after taking a look at him. However, no matter how long she waited, Liu Yanchen did not appear that day. In that sweltering midsummer afternoon with its blazing heat, Shi Guang found herself getting dizzier by the moment as her body felt as though it was burning with fire. It took more than 2 hours before Liu Yanchen finally walked out from the school slowly. Looking at him, Shi Guang forced out a faint smile before her body limped over and collapsed. Right before she closed her eyes, she caught sight of Lu Yanjin's worried expression. Chapter 49, Lu Yanjin, I like you. 3. The next time she opened her eyes, Shi Guang found herself lying in the infirmary with Lu Yanjin seated beside her, his face solemn and grim. Struggling to get herself up, she muttered, "What happened to me?" Maintaining his unruffled composure, he replied coldly, "You suffered a heat stroke." Shi Guang knocked at that somewhat dazed still head of hers. "The sun isn't really all that strong today. How could I have gotten a heat stroke?" "That's because you're a pig who doesn't even know how to head back when she's not feeling well," he replied indifferently. Yet, there was a slight sulking expression that flashed by his face briefly. With that messy head of hair she was sporting right now and her tomato-flushed cheeks, Shi Guang looked over with a slightly aggrieved look and somewhat teary eyes. "But, it's because you didn't come out. That's why I said that you should not come looking for me anymore in the future." As he said that, Lu Yanjin stood up. Shi Guang said no more at that point. Her eyes were red and brimming with glistening beads of tears. Even though she wanted to cry, she lowered her head and forced everything back within her. The boy who had stood up did not leave. Instead, he asked nonchalantly, "Crying?" Shi Guang shook her head stupidly, "No." The air went stale again in silence. Just as Shi Guang thought that Lu Yanjin was going to continue with that lingering silence, a voice rang out, "I forgot to bring my mobile." Was he trying to explain why he was only out that late? Because he forgot his mobile, he did not see the text message. Shi Guang smiled. Raising her head to look at Lu Yanjin, her eyes were sparkling brighter than the stars up in the skies. Their gazes froze for a full 2 seconds before he snapped his head away. When he looked at Shi Guang once more, it was with those eyes that were darker than night as he declared, "I don't need love, don't come and look for me ever again." Shi Guang was stunned. Looking at the back view of his departing figure, she yelled out behind him, "There is no one in this world who doesn't need love." She behaved just as she always did. A few days before Lu Yanjin's birthday, she took the effort to specially learn how to bake cookies and bought an exquisite little gift box. On his birthday, she handed it to him with a chirpy face, "Happy birthday, Lu Yanjin." Lu Yanjin did not take it as he glared at her coldly, wanting to shrug it off. As Shi Guang tried to hold him back, his expression turned frostier. "I've already told you to not come looking for me ever again. Accept this then, and I'll temporarily not look for you." Shi Guang's smile did not wash off as she continued bugging him, "You're going for your entrance exam soon. Even though there's no need for you to worry about being unable to enter a good university, I should not let myself bother you in the slightest bit nevertheless." Lu Yanjin hesitated for a moment before taking over her gift. He gazed at Shi Guang deeply, his expression filled with some strangeness and reluctance in them. Noticing how his gaze was aimed at the trash bin nearby, Shi Guang was afraid that those cookies she had painstakingly baked would be thrown into the bin as she hurriedly added on, "If you don't eat the cookies that I bake you, you're going to be my boyfriend." Lu Yanjin furrowed his brows. Shi Guang pointed at the bin, "If you were to throw it away, that means that you will not get to eat it. That also means that you're agreeing to be my boyfriend, right?" With that, Lu Yanjin was at a dilemma as his lips pursed into a straight line. Whether or not he threw it away, he would be put in a spot. Shi Guang cast a brilliant smile over at him as her eyes curved into a pure and breathtaking smile before she waved out, "Goodbye. I'll come look for you again after your entrance exams." Thereafter, Shi Guang did not head over to look for Lu Yanjin anymore. Even after his entrance exams were over, she did not appear. At that time, Shi Guang's final exams were approaching, and she was watched over by her aunt daily to revise. After her exams, she could not make it still. That was because she was specially admitted for sports and was rounded up by her teacher for a training session. By the time the training camp ended, she hitched a ride home on his bike from a fellow male student. As they passed by the alley where her house was at, she caught sight of Lu Yanjin dressed in a set of sports attire. Chapter 50, Lu Yanjin, I like you. 4. Way too taken aback, Shi Guang had her male schoolmate come to a stop as she hopped off the bike and ran toward Lu Yanjin, Lu Yanchen, why are you here? Looking at her and then peering over at the male schoolmate who had sent her home, Lu Yanchen's eyes seemed as though they had frozen over in ice. Without saying a single word, he turned around to leave. Shi Guang was rooted where she was. The next second, she hurriedly thanked and said goodbye to her schoolmate before rushing after Lu Yanchen. Lu Yanchen. Taking her as heir, he ignored her completely as he continued treading forth. Shi Guang skipped in front of him and asked with a face full of smiles, "Are you for fun or are you here to look for me?" Too unbothered to even raise a brow, Lu Yanchen ignored her still. "Have you missed me?" Shi Guang asked with a thick skin. He seemed to have made up his mind to ignore her no matter what. Left and right, Shi Guang skipped around him. There were many shops around that alley, and some of the shopkeepers poured water right in front of their shops directly. In her excitement, Shi Guang did not notice a puddle of water ahead of her as she hopped right into it. With a loud thud, she went straight onto the ground. It was so painful that she could only grit her teeth tightly as tears were even about to flow out. "Ah, it stings." Finally, Lu Yanchen came to a stop as he turned around to look at Shi Guang, his face filled with a deeply contemplative look. Catching his look, Shi Guang puffed her cheeks and cried out, "It stings. I think my leg's injured. Lu Yanchen, do you think that it's going to be over for me? Will I turn crippled from this point forth? I'm an athlete and I've got to continue swimming, and I've got to get my champion's title, and—" Lu Yanchen squatted down beside her. With one hand supporting her knee, his other hand prodded at the leg she had injured as he pressed on her ankle gently. "Does it hurt?" Shi Guang nodded her head. "Yep." He changed to another leg of hers. "Does this hurt?" She nodded her head still. "Yep." No matter where he pressed, Shi Guang would insist that it hurt. Finally, with that pitiful expression of hers, she pointed out at her heart, "This is the place where it hurts the most." This time around, Lu Yanchen did not hold back anymore, giving off a stifled chuckle. This was the first time that Shi Guang had ever caught Lu Yanchen laughing. With his suave, handsome looks, the entire world seemed to have lost all its color except for the space where his beautiful face was present. Even after Lu Yanchen helped her up, Shi Guang was still complaining about the pain and refused to take a single step. Giving her a princess carry, Lu Yanchen brought her to a Chinese physician clinic in the alley. The physician said that everything was fine and she would recover after applying medicated oil and rubbing it on for 2 days. Lu Yanchen was prepared to send her home, but Shi Guang refused as she hooked her hands onto his neck. "I want to be together with you." And just like that, the two of them found a quiet place in a park nearby and sat down. Looking at Lu Yanchen, who was applying medicine for her, Shi Guang could not help but mutter out once again, "Lu Yanchen, I like you." His hand froze for a split second before he asked quietly, "Why?" Shi Guang contemplated for a few seconds as her eyeballs spun round and round before she bent her body over close to him and stared at his face while grinning. "Because you're good looking. The thought of being able to see such a handsome face every day makes me feel as though life would turn exceptionally amazing. It's as though I've got a newfound hope for life." Lu Yanchen just stared back at her without saying anything. She then giggled out as though she had played a prank on him. Thereafter, her face turned extremely serious. "I was just teasing you earlier on. I don't know either, I just like you." Reaching out, he pulled Shi Guang into his embrace in the next second. Looking at her face properly for a second, he moved in and kissed her on the lips. It was a raw, awkward kiss. There was no technique to it, merely a tender carefulness and nervousness. That was the first kiss for both him and her. After their lips parted, he said to her while breathing heavily, "This is the consequence of your arrogance in trying to chase me." Chapter 51, The 3 Conditions for Kissing. Shi Guang was completely dazed by the kiss and she stared at Lu Yanchen vacantly for a good half a minute before coming to her senses. By then, her entire face was flushed red as she let out a startled expression. "You?" He was scolding her for her arrogance of chasing him. And yet, he kissed her. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yanchen looked at her. "I Did not eat the cookies that you baked for me. Did not eat. She had once said, if you don't eat the cookies that I bake you, you're going to be my boyfriend. Shi Guang's heart was palpitating right now as even her tender lips quivered. She was filled with both nervousness and anticipation at the moment. Yes, he replied with a single indifferent word. Ah. Shi Guang shrieked out excitedly as she cupped her hands around his neck with an ecstatic look that was about to explode out. You've agreed to it. You've agreed to be my boyfriend. I'm your first boyfriend, right? He asked once more, his tone suddenly turning so gentle it was as though a stream of water was flowing into her ears, causing her to drown in it. Was this the signal of danger? 0.0, of course. You're the only one I like. She was so elated that she straightened herself and crushed down onto Lu Yanqin's body entirely, causing him to fall back onto the grass behind him. Sprawling all over his body, she pointed onto his chin and asked, "You're now my boyfriend, right?" He nodded with yet another soft yes. Her smile widened even wider such that she was practically bathing in honey right now. Then, how about another kiss? He furrowed his brows. Not kissing. Pouting her lips, she asked, "Why?" He merely turned his head around and ignored that. Squirming her head in front of his face, she stayed there for him to kiss her. When she realized that he wasn't even looking at her, she cupped his face and looked at him straight in the eye. It was only then that he finally spoke up. "If you want me to kiss you, sure. You've got to agree to 3 things first." Stunned, she nodded her head thereafter. Tell me, what are the 3 things? First, you must keep your distance from other guys, not even as normal friends, least of all for them to send you home. Immediately, she gave him a hand gesture to signal okay before slanting her head to prod at him. "When you turned around to leave earlier on, were you jealous?" He poked her forehead. 2, other than me, you must never tell anyone else that you like them. His meaning was clear, she could only like him. She nodded her head, furiously this time around. "That's for sure, I only like you." 3. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you ever discover one day that I'm hiding something from you, you must never ever get angry at me. That's because you're the only person I will ever be with." Shi Guang replied with a startling decisiveness, "You're also the only person I will ever be with." The next second, he lowered his head to kiss her. Shi Guang was rooted for a moment. But she broke out of her stupor really quickly. Unable to calm down that pounding heart of hers, she cupped his neck. As for him, he pulled her over by the waist as well. It didn't take long for that simple kiss to turn into a deep and sensual one. Even though it was raw and amateurish, it tasted exceptionally sweet. Under the dusk of the sunset, the air was filled with the refreshing scent of flowers. Light and lasting, it fluttered through and remained in those memories for years to come. "Coach Shi, are you not heading back yet?" A voice drifted by her ear, pulling Shi Guang out from the depths of her memories. Recovering to her senses, it was as though she had just awoken from a long dream. It was only then that she realized that after Lu Yanqin left, she had been sitting where she was absent-mindedly the entire time, such that even the water on her body had dried up. She did not know when a light drizzle had started pouring outside. The air was cold as she jerked out into a shiver uncontrollably. A bitter smile formed on her lips. She had initially thought that she had long forgotten about everything back then. Everything that had to do with Lu Yanqin was supposedly thrown into the bin as well. Yet, it all returned to her mind with such ease. Chapter 52, Don't look at everyone in the same light as yourself. After changing, Shi Guang left the training hall. Someone was sitting on a resting chair outside the training hall. When the person caught sight of Shi Guang, the person walked over in front of her while wearing a look of mockery. Looking at who it was, Shi Guang was prepared to take her as nothing but air as she walked past her. But in the end, Shi Guang heard a single word aimed at her: shameless. Furrowing her brows, Shi Guang asked, "What do you mean by that, Izindo?" HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. If you don't want others to know about it, It's best that you don't do it in the first place. This is a training hall, not a hotel. Even if you want to seduce men, you should have taken a better look at where you were in the first place. To think that you would have complete disregard over how shamelessly you were acting. But of course, the most shameful part was how you were cast aside with a cold disregard despite your attempts at seducing him and forcefully kissing him. The more she said, the more Hizuo sniggered as her entire face was filled with nothing but gloat and glee. She hated Shiguang. This was a hate that was unfounded and baseless. She just could not repress all the envy that was seeping out from the depths of her heart. As long as Shiguang was around, she would always be number 2, no matter what. She had once declared that she wanted to get the champion's place, to take down Shiguang ruthlessly, to have her trampled beneath her feet mercilessly. Yet, the distance between her and Shiguang right now was only getting further. Shiguang getting the endorsement? So be it. Shiguang getting the chance to pull closer ties with the Lu family? So be it. But, to think that she would even have gotten a chance to have such an incredible coach. Hizuo just could not understand why every single good thing must always happen to Shiguang. She was so pissed that she could not even continue training. She wanted to take a look for herself just how this Shiguang was coaching Lu Yanjun, such that he was mesmerized to a point where he wanted no one else but her. She could not cast away the nagging feeling that Shiguang's change of coach had something to do with Lu Yanjun. Otherwise, given the stature of Zhang Shilin, someone who could get any single disciple he wanted, why would he suddenly take a keen liking toward Shiguang? Furthermore, it was after she had started coaching Lu Yanjun. But unexpectedly, she had managed to catch sight of such a spectacular scene. Shiguang did not know just how much Hizuo had seen. However, she knew for a fact that Hizuo was mistaken. Despite that, she did not have any intention of explaining herself. Even if she did, Hizuo would take them as excuses. Don't look at everyone in the same light as yourself. Shiguang's brow merely twitched. She did not want to have any entanglements with Hizuo as she turned around and continued heading out. Feeling rage flush through her face, Hizuo grabbed at Shiguang's arm. However, the latter swung her arm away fiercely before warning her, Hizuo. Don't mess with me. The chilling tone in her words had Hizuo rattled for a moment. It was only after she was gone far away that she heard Hizuo yell from behind, Shiguang. Ignoring her completely, Shiguang rode her bike over to the Shen family's water cube. She was really hungry now. Parking her bike beside a small stall she was passing by, she entered and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. It didn't take long before those piping hot noodles were sent to her table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, a memory found itself sliding into her mind as she stared at the beef on top of the noodles. It was a scene of her going for beef noodles with Lu Yanjun in the past. He had passed her all the beef from his bowl of beef noodles. Eat more. You're way too skinny. Don't all athletes have muscles? But somehow, you have nothing. You're really eating everything for naught. She could not deny that back when they were together, Lu Yanjun was truly good to her. He could be called the best boyfriend in the world. They did not even have any small quibbles at all. Even though he looked cold on the surface and did not wear much emotions on his face, he had sacrificed a lot for her behind her back. He would always ask her to grow up faster, asking about why she was only a year 2 student. After all, letting everyone know about their relationship back when she was in high school was something that would not benefit her. For her, he had even adamantly and decisively decided to go to a university in a city. Back then, no one knew that he had done it all for her. He said that it didn't matter if he went to a branded university or not. He would always give her the best life ever no matter what, and would never ever let her suffer any bit of misery by being with him. Chapter 53, a secret everyone knows about the past was already gone. No matter how close they were together in the past, she had nothing to do with it anymore. The breakup might have become a knot in her heart, a barrier she could not overcome. However, this was how life was. When she thought about how the question of asking him why he broke up with her in the past popped up in her mind earlier on, she felt as though she was the greatest joke of this century. Shiguang's lips curled into one of self-mockery. she couldn't think about anything unnecessary anymore. Her priority right now was training and more training. The only thing that wouldn't let her down was her own hard work put into training. The next day, Shi Guang arrived half an hour earlier than usual. When she arrived at the pool, she was surprised to find out that Hizino, who was always lazy toward training, had arrived even earlier than she did. Well, it didn't matter. Whatever Hizino's reason for this sudden enthusiasm was, Shi Guang was only concerned about improving herself. By the time she had done some warm-ups and swam for a couple of laps, some of the other swimmers arrived by the pool. Following Zhang Xilin's instructions, Shi Guang began her own adjustments. It was then that she noticed that Hizino seemed to be pitting herself against her. Each time Shi Guang swam a lap, Hizino would mimic her. Not only that, she would even try to beat her timing by a few seconds intentionally. Feeling nothing but amusement over it, Shi Guang couldn't be less bothered as she continued swimming at her own pace with a relaxed mood. She bore a peace that seemed as though nothing could penetrate or affect her mental state. She was still as calm waters. Although, what she did not know was that the more she behaved as such, the more Hizino wanted to pit herself against her. Hizino hated Shi Guang's indifference toward her. Every single cell within Hizino's body was screaming out to tear away that nonchalance of Shi Guang. To her, Shi Guang's calmness was akin to a form of disdain, as though Hizino couldn't even come close to being a competitor. How could she not get riled up over that? Rushing over at Shi Guang, she barked out, "Shi Guang, I should be the one taking lane 4 today." There were a total of 8 lanes in a pool. The best swimmer in the group would usually be arranged for lane 4. As for the other swimmers, they would be arranged in lane 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, and 8 according to their results, prioritizing the better ones first. Hizino's reason for wanting to snatch lane 4 over was naturally to prove that she was better than Shi Guang. Shi Guang merely cast a single glance at Hizino, who was at the epitome of haughtiness right now, and continued swimming at her own pace. For normal training, there was absolutely no difference in choosing lanes. Usually, everyone would just swim wherever they wanted to. Being ignored as though she was thin air had Hizino so angry that her fists were curled into a ball. She burst forth from the waters and stood upright beside the pool, looking down at Shi Guang, who was still in it, as she pointed out with her finger and spat in rage, "Why you? Who do you think you are? Do you think that you can walk around flamboyantly and horizontally like a crab just because you've seduced 2 men?" Her voice was exceptionally sharp and it drew the attention of everyone in the training hall immediately. Everyone was just confounded and confused, wondering what was going on. But of course, no one said anything at all. Shi Guang maintained her composure and raised her eyelids over at Hizino lazily. "Who's the one acting like a crab now? Who's the one walking all horizontally now? How fierce. Well, actually, you don't really have to get all hasty now to announce to the world how you seduced 2 men. It's a secret everyone knows about." Her lips curled up into a mocking taunt as though she was watching a clown who was performing. Hizino's face was flushed red thoroughly as she snarled, "Why you?" She could sense the weird expressions of everyone around her, signs of contempt and disdain concealed within them, as she roared out furiously, "What are you guys looking at?" She was clearly the one. "What are you guys looking at me for?" With that, she turned around and walked away. By the time Wu Xing found Hizino, she was hiding outside the training hall and smoking. Stepping ahead right away, he asked, "What's going on with you? Didn't I tell you not to smoke anymore? Isn't it just a single stick of cigarette? What's the big deal?" Hizino was totally indifferent. Chapter 54, on the grounds that she's the champion, a single cigarette? Don't you know that drinking and smoking are harmful to your body? You're an athlete, and 21 years old this year. The only way you can get into the national team is if you join the provincial team and perform exceptionally well in it. Otherwise, you're going to have to leave the field. Zino, I've always been your coach. You know very well of the high hopes I have for you." Wu Xing replied in a huff. Hizino did not rebut any of his words as she butted out the cigarette in frustration. "I'll get into the provincial team for sure. Look, haven't I come for training super early today? Wu Xing's face was sunken. Do you know that our club will only have 3 spots for selection this year? The men's team has already taken on 2 of those spots, leaving only a single one for the female side. What did you say? Hizinwo was so alarmed that her eyes were left wide open. Why? Is there only a single spot left? It wasn't this way in the previous years. Things have changed this year. You and Shi Guang are both from the school's swimming team, but she is from the city team, and had even taken the champion's place for the college games. Who do you think that spot will go to? Wu Xing asked in a high voice. Your meaning is that there's no place for me? I don't even get a chance to participate in it at all. Hizinwo was starting to get flustered now as her brows knitted tightly together while she clenched her teeth. Shi Guang. Why is it always her? On what grounds? On what grounds? Hizinwo's anger was tantamount to a thunderstorm. Wu Xing replied her curtly, on the grounds that she got a single champion's place. Wow! Champion's place? Big fuck? That's right. She is a big fuck for getting the champion's place. Everyone only remembers the champion. You, as a 3rd place, aside, even the runner-up has been clean forgotten by everyone else. Her expression changed starkly as her teeth ground against one another, unable to swallow this ball of anger no matter what. After a good, long time, she asked quietly, Coach, say, what if everyone knows that she didn't get the champion's place with her own efforts? That little seed named envy that was in her heart had now blossomed fully into a heaven-piercing tree. Wu Xing was stunned. You're thinking of? If I didn't recall wrongly, she was a little under the weather on the past few days before the college games. If she had the flu, she must have taken flu medicine. And most flu medicines would contain some stimulants in them. Hizinwo's lips slowly curled upward into a vicious smile. If I were to spill the beans about this on the internet claiming that she used doping for the competition, not only would her champion's title be taken away from her, she would even be banned from future competitions. Wu Xing thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. That won't do. Right now, the boss is trying hard to fight for an additional spot for the female team. Rather than thinking about all of this, you might as well spend your time training. If you work as hard as Shi Guang, coupled with my coaching, you will definitely be able to surpass her. Work as hard as Shi Guang. This single phrase angered Hizinwo to no ends. She spat out curtly, since you place such high regards on Shi Guang, why don't you go on and teach her then? Even if you want to, she might not even let you teach her right now. Enraged over it, Wu Xing's face was flushed tomato red. On the other side, the moment those words left her mouth, Hizinwo instantly regretted it. She looked over at Wu Xing with her eyes brimming with tears as she replied with a quivering voice, I only spoke of such nonsense in a fit of anger. I'm sorry, Coach. I truly do not know what else to do right now. You're the only one I have left, Coach. Wu Xing could not help but sigh out, forget it. I know that you were only speaking out in anger as well. Train well. I refuse to believe that Shi Guang would be able to get so lucky time and again. At times, the higher the expectations everyone has on someone, the heavier the fall is for them. Extending his hand, he patted Hizinwo on the back in a consoling manner. She immediately leaned onto his shoulder and behaved in a frail and weak manner. However, her face was filled with cold spite as she clenched her fist tightly, digging her nails into her palm. Grinding her teeth, she was literally screaming out in her heart, Shi Guang. Chapter 55, Can't help but want to love you and think of you. Hizinwo was not consoled by Wu Xing in the slightest bit, her heart was still fuming with indignance. She was plotting with tons of ideas about how to get rid of Shi Guang such that she would get the only spot for the female team. After returning to the training hall, she had no mood to enter the waters to train at all. Sitting at the resting area, her gaze landed onto Shi Guang's silhouette in the pool. Even though she was filled with envy, she could not help but admit that the latter's swimming posture was the most precise, she was the lightest one in the waters. Hizinwo had once tried as well. However, no matter how she trained, she just could not mimic the sort of carefreeness that Shi Guang displayed in water. In fact, There was even a hint of class in her strokes. Wuxing had told her that this required an extremely precise neuromuscular coordination, so that one could maintain a strong sense of stability from the tips of their toes to their waist, and then to their shoulders, even when they were swimming with their arm strokes. Not only was an immense amount of practice required, they would also have to possess a natural advantage that was blessed to them from the heavens themselves. Hell, even the heavens were so kind to her to give her everything that was good. With a cold snort in her heart, Hizuo was feeling even more displeased about the unfairness present in everything around her. As she was prepared to head down into the waters for practice, her vision accidentally landed on the placement area. Usually, during practices, everyone would have to put their towels, cups, and even mobile phones in the allocated boxes in the placement area. With a single click of her mind, Hizuo started moving her body gently before scanning through the entire area. Realizing that no one was taking notice of her, she reached out her hand for Shi Guang's mobile. Didn't Shi Guang want to seduce Lu Yanchen badly? How about giving her a hand then? Hizuo left with Shi Guang's mobile. Not knowing the latter's password, she tried a number of times. As a consequence, Shi Guang's mobile locked itself up and Hizuo had to wait for a couple of minutes to retry once more. She was so angered that she just flung Shi Guang's mobile into the trash bin. Since she could not achieve her aim, she would feel better looking at how flustered Shi Guang would be upon losing her mobile then. However, Hizuo was still indignant and decided to give it yet another shot still. The two of them were bumping into one another every other day. Hence, Hizuo had some faint recollections about how Shi Guang was unlocking her mobile usually. However, even after the next few times, she still could not get it right. This was the last time now. If she failed, the mobile would lock itself once more. To her surprise, it unlocked this time around. Hizuo was so elated that her heart nearly popped out of her mouth. Scanning through the contacts, she quickly found Lu Yanchen's name. She then sent a text which had her beaming gleefully after. She had personally witnessed how Lu Yanchen had hated Shi Guang the other day. Now that she was sending such a harassing text, Lu Yanchen would definitely feel disgusted to the point of wanting to puke. There was naturally no way he would let Shi Guang continue teaching him then. Hizuo's ecstasy right now was indescribable. She could practically visualize the sight of Lu Yanchen screaming for Shi Guang to scram now. Lu Yanchen had just gotten off the phone with his father. His father wanted to know whether he was going to remain in the military or get out into the business world. Or perhaps, he would want to dabble in politics. But of course, he could always choose to leave the country as well. Lu Yanchen did not give his father a definite answer. After getting off the call, he was just looking out of his window, seeming out of sorts. That continued till his mobile he had placed on the coffee table suddenly vibrated with the notification of a text. By reaction, he cast a single glance down. The number displayed above the text message had his stiff body breaking out into a slight tremble as that clearly defined and handsome face of his gradually started to soften. It was a line of numbers that he had not saved, however, he could memorize it by heart. He could even repeat it backward. Leaning down on his sofa softly, he stroked his lips gently. After hesitating for a moment, he took up his mobile and opened the text. "You are the most handsome man that I've ever seen in this world. I can't help but want to love you, to think of you. And I want you to love me fiercely as well." Lu Yanchen's mobile nearly dropped onto the floor as his hands slipped. Was this a love text? A harassment text? What was she sending? Chapter 56, This is a harassment text. Lu Yanchen stared at that string of numbers for a good, long time to confirm over and over again. This was her number, indeed. Even though he did not save this number in his mobile, he had memorized every single digit up there by heart. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze was as deep as a lake with a tinge of surprise that he could not contain entirely. In the past, she had sent him texts similar to this as well. However, most of it was her professing her own love for him. As for something such as wanting him to love her like the last sentence, she didn't seem to have said anything as such before. It wasn't like her either to say something that was as demanding as such. Furthermore, given their relationship right now, there should be no reason why she should send a text as such. What's going on here? What is she trying to do? His deep gaze lingered for a moment further on his mobile, as though he was trying his best to peer through the mobile entirely, to see through it so that he could see what was going on at Shi Guang's end. And just at that moment, yet another notification rang through. He had received another text. It was the same number as before. I know that was sudden of me, but I really do like you so much. I want you to touch my body, to kiss me on my tender lips, to lick every single inch of skin on my body. Finally, I want you to leave your mark in the deepest and most intimate part of my body. Lu Yanjin. The previous text was subtle. If one were to say that that was a confession text, this here would be a harassment text then. A text of seduction, every single word typed reeked of cheapness. For someone as smart as Lu Yanjin, how could he not tell that the person sending him such texts was not the owner of the mobile? Had she lost her mobile? But, if that were the case, the person who had picked it up should not have been sending texts as such, let alone finding his number within the mobile so coincidentally. Could he not have been the only recipient? Had the person sent it to everyone through her contacts? Lu Yanjin bit down on his lips nervously as dark clouds seemed to have gathered in his eyes. He then calmed down suddenly, exuding an extremely sharp and cold aura. Gripping his mobile tightly, he called the number that had sent the text. After Hizino sent the first text, she felt that something was off about it. This was just an ordinary confession text. There was no way to tell how cheap the owner of the mobile was. The effect she had wanted to achieve was for Lu Yanjin to know just how cheap Shi Guang was, that she was the most wretched piece of soil in this entire world. Therefore, she added on another text to it. Once that text was sent, any man who saw it would definitely feel that Shi Guang was an easy slut who didn't know her limits. Just as Hizino was beaming wider than she could ever be, the phone suddenly rang. She was so startled that she dropped the phone onto the ground, going into a nervous wreck. Lu Yanjin was the one who had made the call. Why was he calling now? For that split second, Hizino could nearly feel her entire heart spilling out of her chest. There was naturally no way she could answer that call. Her voice was far too different from Shi Guang's. For Lu Yanjin to call right now, he couldn't be trying to confront her with it, right? That was definitely the case. He was forcefully kissed by Shi Guang yesterday. Now that he was receiving this shameless harassment text from Shi Guang today, he was definitely so enraged that he was blowing up. This call was most likely to demand Shi Guang to not show her face before him ever again. With that thought in mind, Hizino heaved a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, she might as well add oil to the flames so that she could stoke the flames within Lu Yanjin's rage even more furiously. She picked up the phone on the ground and sent Lu Yanjin yet another text. I'm on the bed right now without a single piece of clothing, spreading my legs wide open for you to come fuck me. On the other end, Lu Yanjin, who had just caught sight of the text, had his handsome face suddenly turn frighteningly cold. Straightening his body, he bolted up from the sofa and turned around, streaking outside with huge steps. Chapter 57, completely stunned Shi Guang feeling a little tired, Shi Guang leaned against the side of the pool. Coincidentally, her gaze landed on Hizino, who was training right now. The Hizino who had left in a huff returned with a face full of delight, and would cast her sight over at Shi Guang from time to time. Her gaze was filled with a strange glint that gave one an uneasy feeling. It didn't take long before that feeling came to fruition. There was a small commotion that was breaking out at the main entrance. Just like everyone else, Shi Guang could not help but peer over curiously. The only thing she saw was Lu Yanjin dressed in his home clothes and walking over with a frosty expression on his face. Those jet black pupils of his were extremely icy while his lips were pursed into a straight line. High and aloof, that exquisitely carved countenance of his exuded a sharp aura that had all the bystanders retreating back a couple of meters away. Shi Guang was stunned. What is he doing here? A series of excited voices drifted by her ears. Wow, that man is so handsome. Isn't he that fourth young Master Lu who had presented the prizes the other day? Holy shit. Why is he here at our club? The sudden appearance of this man brought forth a storm of excitement as everyone began discussing in hushed whispers. Liu Yachen's long lashes scanned the entire place once before landing onto Shi Guang. Not only were there traces of rage in his eyes, his face had turned even colder as he strode toward her with huge steps. Shi Guang felt her heart clench up for no reason. Draped in her towel, she stood up instinctively. The uneasiness she felt right now was like that of a school student facing a disciplinary master. Liu Yachen's icy yet indifferent gaze landed on her as he moved his lips gently. "Where's your mobile?" His voice was so cold that it seemed as though there were ice shards threatening to burst out. He was even coming close to snarling by now. Mobile? Shi Guang did not know why he would suddenly ask for her mobile. By instinct, she headed over to the placement area and took her mobile over. Just as she was about to pass it over to Liu Yanchen, she realized that it was not unlocked. Thus, she swiped the unlock pattern. Lowering his gaze, Liu Yanchen looked at how Shi Guang was unlocking her phone. 2580, it was a straight line down. Are you an idiot? This is such a simple password. You might as well not set it up at all. Shi Guang raised her eyes and looked at him in astonishment. She was completely stunned over being scolded all of a sudden. As for his Ino far in the distance, when she heard those words, she could not be any more gleeful as her lips smirked up, filled with mockery. However, everything had only happened in a split second. She then put on the same unsettled expression as every other audience member right now. Recovering from her astonishment, Shi Guang then handed her mobile over to Liu Yachen with a little unhappiness, giving him a just what you want look of impatience. Liu Yachen narrowed his icy gaze at her without taking the mobile over. He did not have to see to determine that there must be nothing left in this idiot's mobile anymore. Opening his mobile, he flashed the 3 text messages before Shi Guang's face. When she turned over, the first thing she saw was naturally the content of those texts. The first was a confession text. HMPH. What in the world was he showing her the confession texts of other women? Hold on. What the hell was up with the last 2 texts? Wasn't that too? Shi Guang's eyes could not help but quiver slightly in the face of it. She had thought about a myriad of possibilities in which Liu Yanchen would come looking for her for, but this was definitely not one of them. She was so angered that her face flushed red and she glared right at Liu Yachen fiercely, as though she was demanding to know why he would be showing her texts as such. Was he sick in the head? With his cold, icy stare, he indicated for her to continue reading. Watching him with a wary expression, Shi Guang turned her sight toward the mobile screen once more reluctantly. It was only then that she took notice of the string of numbers above it. Her body froze with a jolt as her mind went blank. Those numbers were so familiar. Isn't that my number? When in the world did I send texts as such? Chapter 58, not admitting to it. No matter what, Shi Guang's eyes opened wide as she looked through it a couple of times over. That was right. That was her number. When she opened her mobile, she saw nothing on it at all. But, when she looked over at Liu Yanchen's mobile, the texts were clearly sent from her mobile. Moving her lips somewhat, she lifted her head and looked straight at Liu Yanchen. His gaze was still on her, those eyes looking as deep as a bottomless lake. It wasn't me. How could I have? It was only after a long time that she managed to squeeze out those words from the gaps of her teeth. She truly did not know what was going on anymore. She was gripping her hands into a tight fist as her nails dug deep into her palms, with the tips of her fingers going white. She didn't even know how to explain this anymore. Clearly, someone had taken her mobile and sent Liu Yanchen those texts before deleting them from her phone thereafter. Who could it be? Her first thought sprang to Hizino. In this entire club, there would be no one else who would do something as such other than Hizino. Biting down on her lower lip, she could no longer hold herself back as she spun around and walked toward Hizino. With a cold face, she demanded fiercely, "Did you take my mobile and send those texts?" She knew that without proof, there was no way Hizino would admit to it. However, she was truly too angered that she could no longer control herself. Hizino opened her eyes wide and gave off the most innocent and startled look ever. "Send those texts?" I've no idea what you're talking about. Shi Guang maintained her cold glare as her lips smirked into a bitter smile. Other than you, there's no one else. What's your purpose of sending these texts? Do you really think that you can beat me down with just these few texts? Hizuo gave off an aggrieved look. Don't malign me for nothing. Malign you? Shi Guang chuckled coldly. To tell the truth, I had initially intended to just ignore you. Even though we've had our differences, I had still always thought that you were a rival worth respecting. But the you right now is simply way too despicable and shameless. You're totally twisted. Someone like you is not worthy of being my rival at all. Who wants to be your rival? You're only worthy of being trampled beneath my feet, Hizuo thought as she clenched her teeth. However, she pouted her lips pitifully on the surface. I truly didn't do it. Why must you speak of me as such? As she spoke, her eyes began to mist up, causing her to look sorrier than ever. Since everyone surrounding them did not know what was going on, they naturally took Shi Guang's actions as being unreasonable. After all, there was no proof. Shi Guang cast Hizuo a death stare. Right now, she was totally uncalm. However, these trying moments were the ones where she needed to keep her cool the most. Forget it. There's nothing more I can say anymore. Without proof, everything I say would be for naught. As for Lu Yanchen, was there any use of explaining to him? Whether or not she explained, it was still the same. In fact, if he felt that she had offended him, he could very well change her away then. Shi Guang heaved in a deep breath before walking away with huge strides. As she passed by Hizuo, the latter suddenly slanted her body and fell onto the ground frailly before breaking out into tears immediately. I don't know what I've ever done to you. Why must you always bully me as such? Shi Guang. She had not even touched her at all. Hizuo cast a look over at Lu Yanchen in the distance. Even though he had been standing there silently the entire time without saying a single word, there was an invisible and grim aura that was being exuded out of him all this while. It was as though he had been enduring the entire time. This was probably his limit. This time around, he ought to be thinking of shredding Shi Guang into pieces, right? She looked at Shi Guang and continued miserably, I know that you've got really good people skills and have taught many male students with high social standings in the past as well. Every single one of them had always groveled at your feet while following your whims and wills, obeying every single wish of yours. Shi Guang's eyes widened in incredulity. Chapter 59, Can you be any stupider? Shi Guang's eyes widened up in shock, filled with complete disbelief. She was speechless right now, feeling nothing but hilarity over how laughable the entire situation was. She had clearly done nothing at all. Yet, Hizuo was the one acting as though she was the victim, looking like she had been bullied for a long time now. If one were to describe her feelings at the start as being taken aback by the surprise attack, perhaps even somewhat angered, she was extremely calm and steady right now. Hizuo, can you be any stupider? Her lips curled up with a tinge of both mockery and pity. Why did she have to spend her days thinking about all these politics and quarrels? As athletes, shouldn't their jobs be to better themselves and work hard at training? The heavens might let down someone who had worked hard, but they would never let down people who had always worked hard. Why couldn't she understand that logic? Being scolded was something that was within Hizuo's predictions. What she wanted was exactly for Shi Guang to scold her so that she could show how pitiable she looked, solidifying her status as the victim. But when she caught sight of how calm Shi Guang had gotten as though she could not care less, Hizuo could not help but let out a flash of coldness streak through her expression once more. Even when a rabbit is pushed to their limits, they would bite. You thought that I would get used to your bullying, but right now, I really can't take it anymore. At times, you're really just too much. Forget it. Rather than being bullied by you all the time, worse come worse, I will just change to a different club. As Hizuo continued with her words, her tears got even more frequent as they dripped down onto the ground in a steady stream, looking as though this was a rain that tugged at the heartstrings of others. And just at that moment, Boss Lei and Wu Xing came into the training hall. The moment they heard that Lu Yanchen was here, they practically ran over immediately. While they were surprised, a larger part of their emotions was that of worry, afraid that they might have been lacking in any way that might have offended this great god here. After greeting him with extreme politeness and courtesy, Boss Lei inquired in a soft tone upon noticing Lu Yanqin's darkened face, "What's going on over here?" Hizuo scanned Lu Yanqin before replying carefully, "Boss, Shi Guang displeased young Master Lu." Boss Lei cursed in his heart before following quickly with a chuckle, "Young Master Lu, Shi Guang is still young. She is just a silly girl who knows nothing about anything else but swimming, and isn't too good with the ways of the world. If there's anything that she did that was lacking, please do forgy. This Shi Guang. Hadn't I already warned her before that she must teach young Master Lu properly? She was a smart girl, so she should have gotten his drift that those of the Lu family are not to be offended." As Boss Lei was speaking, he would cast glances over at Shi Guang from time to time, indicating for her to come over and apologize. Shi Guang bit down on her lips. What should she apologize for? She wasn't even the one who had sent those texts. But one might as well forget it. If apologizing could settle this issue, then so be it. One less issue was better than one more to deal with. However, Hizuo took a step forth before her instead. Tears were still hanging down from that face of hers while she forced out a bitter smile before looking at Lu Yanqin and saying, "Young Master Lu, I'm sorry for letting you witness this joke today. I really did not know what was going on earlier when I was maligned by Shi Guang for everything. Usually, I would bear with everything. I've got no idea what came over me today. I tried to hold it in as well, but couldn't do so. The moment I saw you, I just felt like crying." She then slumped her head, looking as though she was extremely aggrieved. After that, she secretly cast a glance over at Wu Xing. Receiving Hizuo's glance, Wu Xing's mind whirled as he suddenly understood. He then stepped forth as well, "Young Master Lu, Xinhuo's character is slightly gentler, and is always low profile and easygoing about everything. In reality, she's actually the best swimmer in our club. And of course, she is also the most professional. Every single student she had ever taught had nothing but praises for her." Chapter 60, What is Lu Yanqin trying to do? Immediately, Hizuo whimpered out softly and interrupted Wu Xing's words, "Coach, don't say any more." With the experience of being chased away by Lu Yanqin previously and witnessing Shi Guang forcefully kissing Lu Yanqin and being looked down upon afterward, Hizuo determined that Lu Yanqin did not like girls who were overly proactive. This aloof and proud man must be someone who loved to wield control over everything. Therefore, this time around, Hizuo chose the tactic of advancing under the guise of retreating. "Is that so?" Lu Yanqin, who was quiet the entire time, had finally broken the silence as that mysterious gaze of his peered over at Hizuo, looking as though he was extremely curious. Feeling her heart skipping, Hizuo felt as though flowers were blossoming in her heart. Indeed, she had made the right bet. Wu Xing sniggered out, "That's of course. In fact, in our club, Xinhuo is the best swimmer for the 1,500 meters category as well." Boss Lei furrowed his brows. As a businessman who was used to navigating the field of business, he could naturally tell what the two of them were up to. This Wu Xing and Hizuo were trying to steal him over. If Shi Guang had truly offended Lu Yanqin and Hizuo could pacify him, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. It didn't matter to him who the person coaching Lu Yanqin was, either way, as they were all members of his club anyway. All he wanted to do was to not defend Lu Yanqin. Shi Guang. Indeed, those were facts as well. Hizuo's 1,500 meters category was indeed the fastest in their club. However, that was only within their club. Her performance was not really anything spectacular elsewhere. Indeed, do enlighten me then. Lu Yanqin's lips quivered gently as he sat down on a resting chair, looking as though he truly had the intention of changing coaches now. Exchanging glances, Wu Xing and Hizuo smiled brighter than ever. It was as though they had truly, completely kicked Shi Guang out of the picture now. However, Boss Lei wasn't feeling as relaxed as the two of them. Based on his understanding of Lu Yanqin from the mouths of others, this fourth young Master Lu wasn't someone who was this easy to get along with. Shi Guang was the only one who could tell that Lu Yanqin was angered. She had noticed that when Lu Yanchen took his seat on the resting chair, his slender, long fingers had tapped on the armrest of the chair twice. Every time he did something like this, it was an indication that someone was in for it. Only, Shi Guang did not know who that person was. Would it be Hizino, or her? Shi Guang's heart skipped for a moment. As for Hizino, she was prepared on her end. Before entering the waters, she had even thrown Lu Yanchen a shy, alluring look. Lu Yanchen's brows twitched, his lips curling up a slight angle, looking both as though he was smiling and not. With a single plop, Hizino dove into the waters. She was fast and precise in her strokes. After 2 laps, she came to a stop and got out of the waters with a splash. Leaning at the side of the pool, she propped her chest and looked at Lu Yanchen without saying anything. Wu Xing immediately looked over at Lu Yanchen with delight. How? Was that, young Master Lu? This man who was seated right now was filled with an arrogant aura. Slightly bewildered, he asked softly, "That's 1,500 meters?" Stunned by the question, Wu Xing understood what he meant immediately and ordered Hizino to continue swimming to showcase an exemplary 1,500 meters. And of course, Hizino would most definitely choose to continue. Boss Lei, who was observing from the sides, was just watching everything unfold with butterflies in his stomach. Even though he did not know what was going to happen, he had an inexplicable sense of nervousness as he asked Lu Yanchen with caution, "Young Master Lu, would you like to go have a cup of tea at the resting room?" Lu Yanchen replied indifferently, "No need. I'm just looking around casually. Please do as you wish, take it as though I'm not here." His voice was clean and pristine, neither high nor deep, neither warm nor cold. However, there was a chilling sensation from his tone. Immediately, Boss Lei broke into a dry chuckle. How could he dare to take it as though the 4th young Master Lu was not here? Shi Guang. She still could not figure out what Lu Yanchen was trying to do, neither did she know if she should get lost or stay to see how the entire situation would develop later on. Chapter 61, Should I get her to swim another round? Hizino's swimming was fast and good, with tenacity akin to that of a marathon runner. This was especially the case when it came to her final 2 laps. She had even gone for a speed burst all for the sake of leaving a good impression in front of Lu Yanchen. For a period of time, the training hall was extremely silent, filled with nothing but the splashing sounds of Hizino swimming. Lu Yanchen merely sat there quietly. All of a sudden, he spun his head and looked at Boss Lei who was beside him. Indicating with his head toward the seat beside him, Lu Yanchen threw out 3 simple words, "Do sit down." Boss Lei was totally overwhelmed by this display of kindness from Lu Yanchen. Rumors had it that the 4th young Master Lu was the coldest and most aloof, keeping his distance from everyone. For him to be this approachable right now, Boss Lei was truly feeling really unnerved. He could not shake off the feeling that something was not right. He did not dare to be on an equal footing as young Master Lu. However, since Lu Yanchen had already spoken, Boss Lei couldn't refuse to sit either. He could only move over uneasily and sit down in a fluster. However, his bum only occupied a single inch of the chair. Raising his head, he met with Lu Yanchen's eyes accidentally. Those pupils were deep and profound, seeming as though they were vortices that could suck one in them. Immediately, Boss Lei bolted up right away, feeling his legs go soft and wobbly. "Young Master Lu, I think I'm still more used to standing up, standing up." Lu Yanchen waved his hand, indicating for Boss Lei to sit down once more. He even spoke up, "I heard that Boss Lei is someone who loves tea, eh? It's just a small interest of mine. However, I've just received some Dahong Pao Wan from the Wuyi Mountains today. I haven't even unwrapped it. I heard that it comes from a century-old tree. It's definitely something you must try, young Master Lu." He wanted to pull some ties with Lu Yanchen, yet he was afraid of being overly pushy. Therefore, he could only ask carefully. Lu Yanchen did not reply, merely pushing his lips slightly up as though he was interested. As a person who was always observant toward the words and expressions of someone, Boss Lei understood Lu Yanchen's reply immediately and hurriedly got someone nearby him to go prepare. By now, Hizino was done with her 1,500 meters swim. Coming forth from the pool, she wiped off the water from her face while walking over and calling out coquettishly, "Young Master Lu." Raising his head at her, Lu Yanchen asked, "Are you done swimming?" He then turned around and looked at Boss Lei, as though he was implying that I was discussing tea with you earlier on and had forgotten to watch her. Observing his gaze carefully, Boss Lei's heart was clenching as he suggested softly, "Should I get her to swim another round?" Lu Yanchen's defined lips curled up cleanly. "Sounds good." Heaving a sigh of relief, Boss Lei had his Ilo swim yet another 1,500 meters. Having just come forth from a full swim, his Ilo was feeling fatigued and tired. But of course, her heart was feeling sweet within. However, before she could even savor that sweetness properly, it turned bitter once more. Swim another round? Even though she did not want to do so, other than agreeing to it, she could say nothing else. No matter how tired she was, she would have to do it. Not only that, she would have to do it with a smile. She must not let out the slightest bit of unhappiness, or else, Lu Yanchen would surely think that she was throwing her temper and was unwilling to swim for him. If Lu Yanchen wanted to see her swim, it naturally meant that he thought her swimming was good. After he was done watching, he would definitely request for her to be his coach. Once she was the coach of the Lu family, would she have to worry about not getting a spot by then? She had to persevere on. Once she did so, she would definitely bask in the warm light of victory. Wuzing stepped forth and asked Hizilo secretly, "Can you hold on?" He knew Hizilo far too well. For a difficulty level of 1,500 meters, one round was more than enough for her. "I'm fine. I can still continue." Putting on a bright smile, Hizilo looked over at Lu Yanchen with a tinge of shyness on her face. Next second, she spun her head around at Shi Guang by the side. That gloating expression on her face seemed as though she was showing off to Shi Guang, reminding her that she had better prepare to get replaced. Shi Guang could barely hold in her laughter anymore, but she still did. She was starting to understand what Lu Yanchen was playing at. Chapter 62, Young Master Lu shows no mercy when dealing with trash. A high-class tea set was brought to the training hall and placed on a small rattan table. Boss Lei stood up immediately to brew some tea. Once it was done, he propped up the first cup with both hands and placed it in front of Lu Yanchen carefully. Taking it up and blowing on it twice, Lu Yanchen commented casually, "This tea, not bad." Boss Lei chuckled out right away. It said that this tea comes from an ancient tree in the Geelong, and has been passed down with a history of over 300 years. Lu Yanchen's gaze nonchalantly landed onto Hizino, who was in the water, as he stroked his teacup with his fingers gently. "Boss Lei, is this the best result of your club's 1,500 meters category?" His gaze had suddenly turned cold, causing Boss Lei to break into a shiver. Other than the fact that Lu Yanchen's surname was Lu, there was another reason why Boss Lei was so afraid of him. Lu Yanchen's mother's surname was Shen. In recent years, the Shen family had been exceptionally supportive of sporting events. They had even founded a sports foundation, and many of the swimming halls and stadiums out there belonged to the Shen family. Taking the Shen family's water cube, for example, that was one of the properties under the Shen family, hence the reason why Lu Yanchen was the prize presenter for the college games. Other than being wary of the Lu family, Boss Lei wanted to work together with the Shen family. However, the prerequisite for working together with the Shen family, even connections aside, was results. Immediately, he had Wuzing go urge Hizino to go even faster. Wuzing was clear of Hizino's capabilities. The fact that she was able to swim after that single 1,500 meters was already quite decent a feat. Wanting her to maintain her speed still was something that was definitely impossible. Looking at how Wuzing was frowning and displaying worry on his face, not saying anything despite agreeing to it, Boss Lei was so pissed that he walked right over to the side of the pool personally and shouted out, "Zinio! Even though this is not a competition, you have to swim as though you're going through a competition right now. Hurry up. Hurry, hurry." Hizino was already super tuckered out by now. The delight and emotions in her heart had long been mowed away. Right now, the only thing she wanted was for this to end. Speeding up and forcing herself, she found a reason for herself to persevere on. She had to conquer Lu Yanchen. Gritting her teeth and continuing on, this was naturally the only chance she had for her to get out of this situation she was in. By nature, swimming was a sport that was on the heavy side of intensiveness, consuming an extremely large amount of energy from one's body. Swimming 1,500 meters was equivalent to running 6.000 m, similar to going through a mini-marathon. By the time Hizuno was done with her 1,500 meters, she no longer had any energy left to even budge. Her vision was starting to darken as she felt giddiness running through her head, her limbs protesting in limpness. She thought that she had swum rather decently. However, nothing happened as she had expected. Liu Yanchen merely commented indifferently, "Didn't you say that you were going to show me the best results? That round was so slow. Isn't that just a warm-up?" Even though he was merely sitting there, he exuded an aura that trampled down on the entire world. Hizuno felt her entire body jerk as she froze where she was. Warm-up? Did she still have to swim? She looked over at Liu Yanchen, who was stroking his teacup with his long fingers while tasting it classily. He was just like an ice tower. Wu Xing hurried up and explained, "This is already the second run now, and the toll is definitely real on her body. Even if she were to swim again, she would definitely not be able to produce her best results." Liu Yanchen did not even bother to look at Wu Xing, choosing to glare at Boss Lei instead while asking icily, "Is that so?" "Of course not." Boss Lei replied immediately before ordering Hizuno, "One more try. Show us your true strength." Who said that it was Shi Guang who had offended Liu Yanchen? This was clearly the case of Hizuno offending him without even knowing it herself. She couldn't have thought that this young master of the Liu family was a good person just because he was good-looking, right? Who in the world did not know that even though this fourth young master Liu was someone so good-looking on the outside, he was a devil down to his core. He was ruthless, cold, and utterly merciless. Of all people, why did this Hizuno have to go offend the fourth young master Liu? Shi Guang gulped. Even though she knew what Liu Yanchen was up to, she did not know why he would do this. Chapter 63, Young Master Liu's Vicious Tongue. Now that Hizuno had just swum 2 rounds of 1,500 meters, she was totally void of energy already. With a pale face, she breathed out heavily as her body quivered uncontrollably. Naturally, she did not want to swim anymore. But, since it was Boss Lei who had requested, how could she refuse? At that moment, she particularly hoped that someone would step forth and save her. By instinct, she looked toward Liu Yanchen with a frail mannerism, seeming as though she could faint over at any moment now. Even if she had sensed something off about everything right now, she refused to believe it in her heart. She still held on to the hope that Liu Yanchen was someone who would appreciate beauties. However, Liu Yanchen's gaze was lowered as his face was impassionate, pouring himself a cup of tea. Just like that, Hizuno's final hope was crushed mercilessly, causing her to look over to Wu Xing for help with her eyes brimming with tears. Extremely pained, Wu Xing hurriedly added on, "Young Master Liu, Hizuno had just swum for a long time. If she were to produce her best result, she would have to get some rest and food to replenish her energy first." Liu Yanchen squinted his eyes while his lips went straight. Turning around to Boss Lei coldly, his gaze was icy. "Can't I get some silence when I'm watching a show?" "Show? When did this become a show?" The masses were totally appalled. No one dared to say anything. The cruel fetishes of the rich were something that they would never be able to comprehend in this lifetime. "Yes, yes, yes. Hizuno, hurry and begin." Boss Lei was sweating all over. He secretly cast a grim stare over at Wu Xing, hinting for him to stop meddling. This wasn't someone they could offend. What was a coach like him rambling on about? The only one to blame was Hizuno for not knowing her place. Her attempts at kissing ass had gone so wrong that she ended up kicking the other fellow's heel instead. Wu Xing was especially restless right now as he could only grit his teeth tightly. Despite wanting to voice out, he did not dare to as he could only look at Hizuno with a face full of worry. He truly took extra care of Hizuno. However, there was nothing he could do as he watched her step into the waters once more. Had he known that things would have come to this, he would have never mentioned that Hizuno was the best at the 1,500 meters category. After pondering for a long time, he spoke to Lu Yanchen softly. "Young Master Lu, actually, there are quite a number of students that I've taught who are rather decent at the 1,500 meters category as well." Sipping his tea, Lu Yanchen acted as though he had heard nothing. Hesitating for a bit, Wu Xing decided to carry on still. "Shi Guang is also really fast in the 1,500 meters category. Do you want Shi Guang to go one round for you to observe?" He could not care less right now. If this were to carry on, his ego would be destroyed. It was easy for one to tear their muscles through overexertion during training. If they did not recover from it properly, they might never ever be able to swim again. This handsome and cold man glanced at him slightly. His eyes were deep and profound, such that no one could figure out his true thoughts. In that instant, Wu Xing's heart started thumping out furiously all of a sudden. He did not know why, but he could sense a merciless aura of killing, just like a sharp-edged knife being emitted out of the eyes of this man. His body froze up immediately. By the time he recovered, Lu Yanchen had already cast his sight onto Shi Guang. "He is agreeing to my request." Wu Xing's heart nearly flew right out of his mouth. On the other side, Shi Guang bit down on her lips instinctively. What was he looking at her for? He wouldn't be really thinking about letting her swim, would he? Swimming 1 or 2 1,500 meters rounds was something that she didn't mind. She was just afraid that he would make her swim for N rounds. The reason why he was suddenly making things difficult for His Inuo was that he believed in her, wasn't he? He had determined that His Inuo was the one who had sent those texts, hadn't he? Therefore, he should not, right? His lips curled up mockingly before he spun his head around with a face of complete disdain. "I've already seen it before. Her stamina is rather decent, but her swimming posture is just way too ugly." Shi Guang was just left speechless. Since when was she ever ugly? Anyone who had ever seen her swim would always say that her swimming was amazing to look at. Chapter 64, This shouldn't cost someone's life, right? His Inuo swam and swam, repeatedly without stopping. At the start, there were still people who were keeping count of her rounds. By the end, there was no one else who was doing so for her anymore. She did not know how long it had been. It seemed as though she was already done with 1,500 meters, yet, it seemed as though there was still a little more to go as well. She had just wanted to stop, but the voice of Boss Lei nagging drifted by her ear the moment she slowed down slightly. She was so tired that her vision was starting to get blurry, the fatigue causing her body to feel as though it was about to break down as she sank downward. It was only through her greatest efforts that she had managed to remain afloat as she swam ahead. She did not know why, just why in the world did she have to suffer as such? Wasn't this just a single Lu Yanchen? There were tons of people with money and status out there. Why did she just have to fight with Shi Guang over Lu Yanchen? His Inuo was in regret right now. If she were to continue swimming, that would most likely spell the end of her swimming career. No, she had to stop right now. However, at this point, she wasn't the one who could determine if she wanted to stop anymore. Lu Yanchen, how was this someone whom she could afford to offend? He was the only one who could call for the stops right now. At this point, she was just totally confused, unable to comprehend just where in the world she had gone wrong. Clearly, Lu Yanchen did not like Shi Guang. She could tell that Lu Yanchen detested the latter. But, why was she the one being messed around by Lu Yanchen instead? She tried her best to recall about how things had come to this point, but just could not figure out what she did that could have offended him. At this point in time, shouldn't Shi Guang be the one who should be tormented instead? Why did he have a grudge against her instead? Damn it. Just where in the world did I go wrong? Could I have been set up by Shi Guang instead? Nearly there, this should be nearly 1,500 meters by now. But, just as His Inuo wanted to get out of the waters, the voice of Boss Lei came by once more, hurrying her to go faster and faster. Lap after lap, no one knew how many laps there were by now as the entire training hall fell into a deep silence while everyone watched the waters with bated breath. His Inuo's energy was depleting really quickly, such that it could no longer sustain her to continue swimming anymore. And, The scarier thing was that she had discovered that one of her calves was convulsing, hurting as though she had a cramp. It didn't take long before her entire body started trembling out as well. As a mouthful of water filled her throat, she lost her ability to remain afloat and sank down. Grabbing around frantically, she screamed out, "Save me! Save!" This was something big right now. However, there was no one who dared to enter the waters to save her. Not even Wu Xing. Wu Xing was watching for Boss Lei's mood, while the latter was watching for Lu Yanjin's. Seemingly ignorant of everything, it was as though Lu Yanjin had seen nothing as he continued drinking his own tea. Just as Xinguo had finally lost any bit of ability to even struggle and was sinking down into the depths of the waters, Lu Yanjin finally put down his teacup. "This person is going to drown. What are you guys still standing around for?" The moment his voice came forth, Wu Xing rushed over and dove right into the waters to save her. As for Boss Lei, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that this would have cost her life. Just as Xinguo thought that this was the end for her, someone hugged her from the back and pulled her all the way up to the water surface. The moment she could even breathe, she started bawling out in tears. By the time she came to, she saw a man as beautiful as a god standing beside the pool. Even though he was wearing his home clothes, the aura he exuded forth was one of class. The faint smile on his face was colder than a winter's breeze. "You can't swim anymore?" he asked. Breaking out into a shiver, Xinguo could feel a sense of fear being repressed down onto her by this nobleman. With trembling lips, she could not help but reply with a single word, "No." Lu Yanjin then narrowed his eyes slightly. "Continue then." Chapter 65, A Request She Can't Refuse. Continue still. Xinguo's eyes widened in fright as her face turned green while her lips whitened. She couldn't swim anymore. No more. If she were to continue swimming, she would really. She looked over at Boss Lei in distress, hoping that he could help her out. However, Boss Lei was a typical fence-sitter who would wait to get the best advantage out of both sides. What could she do now? In a moment of fluster, she pinched Wu Xing hard before heaving heavily, breathing with such intensity as though she would asphyxiate at the very next moment. Sensing that something was off, Wu Xing asked hurriedly, "Xinguo, what's wrong with you?" Xinguo clutched her chest firmly as her brows knitted. "My heart feels terrible." "How so?" "Pain, angina, it hurts so bad." As she was done with those words, Xinguo fainted over into Wu Xing's embrace. Immediately, Wu Xing yelled out, "Call the ambulance, quick." He then looked over at Lu Yanjin. "Young Master Lu, please have mercy. If she's to continue swimming, someone is definitely going to die because of it." Lu Yanjin stood where he was without saying a single word. The coldness being exuded from him was extremely chilling, such that everyone in the surroundings did not even dare to take any deep breaths in his presence. The entire training hall fell into a deep silence. Boss Lei walked over to Shi Guang secretly, nudging her. The latter knitted her brows while looking over at Boss Lei in surprise. He was trying to have her go and try persuading Lu Yanjin. But Lu Yanjin disliked her too. Coupled with the harassment text, she might just be adding oil to the fire if she were to head up. Furthermore, Xinguo's heart was normal usually, wasn't it? Angina? A single look and one could tell that it was all fake. Most likely, everyone present must have seen through her act, hence the reason why no one was moving at all. However, she was on Boss Lei's payroll, since she was signed under his club. Even if she did not want to say anything, since she knew that her saying anything was useless, she could not just reject him. Coughing lightly and not knowing what to say, Shi Guang waved her mobile. Well, let me make a call for an ambulance." It was just a simple statement, yet the entire training hall fell into yet another uneasy silence once more. After a few seconds, Lu Yanjin's lips curled into a mocking disdain. "And to think that you would want to be my coach with merely such capabilities." That tone of his drifted about gently, causing everyone's hearts to clench tightly. Boss Lei spoke up while quivering. "Lu." He had merely said a single word when Lu Yanjin suddenly turned around. Taking everyone as air, he walked out with a black face. Boss Lei heaved out with a sigh of relief as he cast a stern glare over at Wu Xing and Hizinwo before chasing after Lu Yanjun. Of course, Hizinwo had not fainted at all. The moment Lu Yanjun left, she woke up immediately. Twisting her head and seeing how Shi Guang was just looking at her indifferently, her shame turned into anger as she raised her fist feebly while her chest puffed up immediately. Shi Guang? Why is your heart so vicious? After ascertaining that Hizinwo was faking it, Shi Guang, who was prepared to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She scoffed out in amusement, "My heart is vicious? What do you mean by that? You're just trying to kill me. You must have set all of this up purposely. I really couldn't have told that you would have had such capabilities to settle Lu Yanchen with merely 2 lessons. The two of you must have slept together, right? That's why he would help you to mess with me, isn't it?" Because Hizinwo did not dare to put the blame onto Lu Yanchen, she naturally tossed all the responsibility over onto Shi Guang. She was certain that Shi Guang was the one who had led her into this trap. Shi Guang's face flushed. "Touch your heart and ask yourself, are you the one with the vicious heart or am I? Everything that happened today, you brought it upon yourself." Hizinwo's entire body broke into a shiver as she clenched her teeth. "Do you think that Lu Yanchen loves you just because he helped you today? Let me tell you, to him, someone like you is nothing but a mere product. He's just toying with you right now. Once he's bored with this toy, he'll toss you away like an old shoe." Chapter 66, I've yet to settle my debt with you. Shi Guang's hand, which was resting by her side, suddenly clenched tightly as her face turned slightly pale as well. She laughed out coldly. "Hizinwo, I used to think that you were just a little off in your thinking. But right now, I truly find you plain disgusting. Remember this saying, those who do ill often would eventually lead to their own deaths." After she was done with that reply, Shi Guang left. Leaving the training hall, she laughed to herself bitterly. Even though Hizinwo was just spitting out nonsense earlier on, everything that had happened thus far was truly as she had said. Wasn't she just someone who had been tossed away by Lu Yanchen after he was bored of playing with her? Riding her bike home, Shi Guang's emotions had returned to normal by the time she arrived beneath her apartment. She felt as though she was a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Since it was all in the past, and she had already buried it fully, there was no need for her to get bothered with it again. Humans should live life looking forward, optimistic, driven, and ambitious. Since Lu Yanchen did not cherish her, there would surely be someone who would do that sooner or later. Even though they had already broken up, it was still a relationship of love that they had. She didn't really lose anything much as well. After all, a man like Lu Yanchen was someone that all women would hanker after. He was her first love, someone whom she had chased after with all her heart. Furthermore, through today's events, she could tell that he had some brains at least, to think that he would have been able to tear off the mask from Hizinwo's face. No matter what, she would have to say thanks to him. There was no choice, he was her daddy right now. Entering the lift, Shi Guang pressed for the 11th floor. Just as the door of the lift was about to close, it opened once more as someone walked in. Raising her eyes, Shi Guang caught sight of a Lu Yanchen dressed in his home clothes. Tall and well-built, he exuded forth a distant suaveness. Even dressed in home clothes, he gave off a feeling of someone whom any mere person could not approach from beneath. Stepping on, he walked in without a single bit of stress. His gaze landed on her ever so quickly before it moved away again. The feeling he gave off was one that was cold and distant. It was as if the two of them were strangers who had never met before. The lift was really quiet. Shi Guang peered over at Lu Yanchen secretly, wanting to give her thanks now. Once she was done with that, she would owe him nothing more. A little nervous, her heart palpitated while Shi Guang's lips quivered. Just as she was about to speak out, Lu Yanchen's mobile rang. She could only hold her words back in and wait for him to be done then. "Yes? Oh. All right." Everything was spoken by the caller as he replied with 3 simple words. Ding dong. The lift had reached the 11th floor. Shi Guang gripped her fist. She had yet to say her thanks. Should she say first before heading out, or should she wait? Just as she was contemplating about that question, the lift door closed once more as it headed up to the 12th floor. At the 12th floor, Liu Yanchen did not end the call as he walked out while holding his mobile. It was only after he left the lift that he hung up the call. Looking at his back view, she wanted to shout out for his name when she was suddenly hit with the realization of their current relationship. Thinking of everything that had happened at the club, she hurriedly changed her tone and addressed him as Boss Lady, young Master Liu. Liu Yanchen was opening his door when he froze up slightly at the sound of that. Looking at him come to a stop, Shi Guang felt a sense of relief. Taking another 2 steps forth, she hesitated about how she should speak. Liu Yanchen, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly pushed open his door with a tremendous amount of strength. He turned around and glared at Shi Guang coldly, speaking with a tone that was equal parts icy. I had clearly forgotten that I've yet to settle my debt with you. What debt? Shi Guang was stunned as she asked softly. Thinking about those 3 harassment texts, she muttered under her breath, haven't you already confirmed that those texts were sent by Hizino? Otherwise, why would you mess her up? Chapter 67, Forced into a rut by young Master Liu. Liu Yanchen's frosty gaze fell onto Shi Guang's face as he continued with a tone that was cold as ice, I hate people who use me as a tool for killing others. Shi Guang's body froze up violently. Even though he was every bit as cold as usual, she could feel his wrath. Her heart pounded quickly as she pursed her lips, her face turning somewhat pale. Liu Yanchen had been staring at her the entire time, his razor-sharp gaze causing her heart to rattle. The tension in the air suddenly turned stale. It was a staleness that brought forth with it an immense pressure. It was clearly less than a single minute, yet, it seemed as though an entire century had passed. Just as Shi Guang was about to give in to the pressure, Liu Yanchen spun his head around and tossed out yet another sentence, it wasn't because of you. Shi Guang's face blushed in redness. Was he mocking her for her wishful thinking? Vicious tongue, from the start, she hadn't thought that he had done it for her. She merely wanted to thank him for his acute senses. Seemed like that wasn't the case. The reason why he messed with Hizino was that he hated how Wu Xing and Hizino were trying to make use of him. But, I really didn't send those 3 texts. She expressed her innocence. When she realized that the coldness on Liu Yanchen's face had yet to be wiped away, she added on warily, it was really Hizino who had sent those. Liu Yanchen looked at her calmly, does that mobile number belong to her? Shi Guang's face grimaced as she shook her head, no, she took my mobile and sent them. Liu Yanchen asked once more, do you have proof? She continued shaking her head, no. Does that number from which the texts were sent belong to you? Shi Guang wanted to continue shaking her head, but she couldn't. She could only nod her head and reply with a soft yes. Are you the one using that number? Yes. Have you used your mobile to make any calls today? Yes. Have you sent any texts? Yes. Shi Guang replied yes without thinking twice. However, she snapped to her senses quickly before shaking her head hurriedly, and no. Liu Yanchen's lips curled up mockingly while he commented really slowly, it's confirmed then, you were the one who had sent those texts. He took another step forward, approaching ever closer, say. Then, what motives do you have? I. Shi Guang stumbled back 2 steps, pressured into stuttering for a good, long time without being able to speak a complete sentence. That little face of hers was long blushed red while her chest heaved up and down heavily. Noticing that she was nearly cornered and Liu Yanchen was still pushing in, she bit down on her lip and raised both her arms up while declaring, listen to me, I'm really innocent. But, you've admitted it just now. Liu Yanchen seemed like he was determined to have it out with her, his tone cold and firm. Shi Guang was getting a little vexed now. Exhaling a single deep breath, she furrowed her brows while saying, no matter how I explain, it's going to be useless, right? Fine, take it that I'm the one who had sent those texts then. Isn't it just 3 simple texts? I'll just apologize to you then. Can we let this matter go now? Liu Yanchen gave off a look as though he was filled with complete disdain. You think that we can let it go just because you wish to? Do you know that I was so disgusted that I lost my appetite and didn't even take my meal when I received those 3 texts? Shi Guang. Did he have to be this exaggerated? Back when the two of them were still together, he was really lewd and always talking about lecherous things. What was he doing acting all pure and innocent now? But, what other choice did she have? The texts were sent from her mobile after all. Didn't take his meal, right? She then suggested stonily, you haven't had your meal? Fine, I'll make you a meal and we'll call it even for this then, okay? She looked at Liu Yanchen. He did not seem as though he was really satisfied with that suggestion. Afraid that he would not let it off just like that, Shi Guang hurriedly added on, that's a deal, then. Chapter 68, hurry up if you want to do it. Liu Yanchen cast a single glance at her. Even though Shi Guang was smiling, that smile was an extremely reluctant one, such that it barely even reached her heart. With that, Liu Yanchen entered the house. A single bang was all that could be heard as he closed the door without hesitation. Shi Guang stood where she was and puffed her cheeks. If he didn't want it, so be it. It was not as though she had much of a choice anyway. Just as she was about to leave, the door was opened up. Liu Yanchen's face was impatient as he turned his head toward her with a gruff voice, hurry up if you want to do it. Shi Guang felt her heart literally gulp. Why did those words sound so coquettish? It was like the words of a lustful woman whose desires were not quenched while being chided by her fatigued lover. Hurry up if you want to do it, time to sleep right after doing it. Her body broke out into a shiver. What was she just thinking? Hurriedly, Shi Guang followed Liu Yanchen into the house. The apartment was renovated with a simple European style, and there was only a single one of this apartment on the top floor. Since it was a duplex apartment, it was exceptionally huge. Not wanting to roam around aimlessly, Shi Guang asked, where is the kitchen? Liu Yanchen's head tilted over to the right. Understanding him, Shi Guang put down her bag and folded her sleeves up while walking over. This was an open-styled kitchen where the practically beautiful dining table was connected closely with the kitchen. A single look at the kitchen would give one a feeling of warmth. However, it seemed as though there was no one who had used this kitchen. It was so clean that one's hair could stand in its presence. Opening the fridge, Shi Guang found it to be completely empty, with nothing at all. This, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. What could she do with nothing at her disposal? Closing the fridge, she walked out and looked at Liu Yanchen. Your house has nothing at all. Sitting on the sofa and twiddling his feet, Liu Yanchen changed the TV channel with the remote in his hand before replying with an indifferent I see. Why did you not say so earlier? Shi Guang was speechless. Through that silently still air between them, it seemed as though there were invisible crows squawking by, leaving a series of dots behind them. Fine. Since I was the one who suggested making the meal, I'll go and get the groceries then. Actually, inviting him for a meal outside was the most convenient option she had. But how could she know where this young Master Lu would want to dine? Furthermore, she was a little tight on her finances right now, and did not have spare cash to spend on him at all. I'll go get some groceries then. As she said that, she took her purse and left. Thankfully, there was a small supermarket nearby. Liu Yanchen turned his head around lazily as his lips curled subconsciously while looking at her back view. When she reached the small supermarket in the neighborhood, Shi Guang bought some ingredients, rice, and seasoning. Giving it a quick calculation, this was still a better value than eating out. After that ordeal through the day, she thought that she would be able to get a break by not giving him classes in the afternoon. Who knew that at the end of the day, she would end up having to make him dinner? Carrying huge bags of groceries back, Shi Guang caught sight of a familiar figure far in the distance. It was only when she got closer that she realized that it was Liu Yanchen's close friend, Chu Mubri. She slowed down immediately, wanting to let Chu Mubri pass by first. However, when he caught sight of her, he walked over right away. Shi Guang? Shi Guang tossed a casual glance at that chirpy face of Chu Mubei that was worth punching and hastened her steps, wanting to rid herself of this guy. However, when she hastened her steps, so did he. Unbothered by Shi Guang's coldness in the slightest bit, he chirped out cheerily, "Little Shi Guang." Shi Guang had no other way but to slow down her pace to let him pass first once more. However, Chu Mubei insisted on sticking close to her. "Say, little sister Shi Guang, why are you either faster or slower than me by 2 steps? Can't we just walk side by side and have a good conversation?" From Shi Guang to little Shi Guang, and now to little sister Shi Guang, he came across so chummy as though the two of them were friends for a long time now. Shi Guang was a little speechless now. How in the world did Lu Yanjun have such a bright and sunny friend given that cold and dark personality of his? Chapter 69, Young Master Lu needs a woman to train him. Within the lift, Chu Mubei looked at Shi Guang, whose entire face was stoic right now. "Say, little sister Shi Guang, how can your face look so terrible in front of such a hunk like me? Shouldn't you be smiling instead?" Shi Guang looked at him. "Young Master Chu, please don't come and act all chummy with me. We're really not that close." "Ah." Chu Mubei let out a pained look and even tugged at his own collar exaggeratedly. "Little sister Shi Guang, you're so cold. So cruel." Shi Guang's face was so black that 3 wrinkles appeared on her forehead. "You're overacting, young Master Chu." Chu Mubei smiled with a face full of glee. His gaze slighted over the plastic bag in Shi Guang's hand before looking at the buttons in the lift. She had not pressed for the 11th floor. A single thought flashed by his mind that caused his eyes to twinkle before sniggering out, "Little sister Shi Guang, you're really quite something. You can't be heading up to the 12th floor to cook a meal for Lu Yanjun, right?" As though she was struck by a thunderbolt, Shi Guang's entire body froze up. She had initially thought that making a meal for Lu Yanjun did not prove anything much, hence, she was really upfront and open about it. But, little did she expect that when the words came out of Chu Mubei's mouth, they sounded so loving. Pursing her lips, she turned around toward Chu Mubei. "Things are not the way you think they are." "Oh, not the way I think they are? I haven't even said anything, and you've already guessed it?" Chu Mubei's tone was particularly accusing. With a chord struck in her, Shi Guang replied hurriedly, "It's because something happened that I agreed to make him a meal as compensation to make us even." "Oh. Is that so? It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Little sister Shi Guang, don't get angry now. I believe you. I really do." Even though he said that he believed her, Shi Guang could not sense the slightest bit of trust coming from him. All she felt was his toying and gossipy attitude. "Say, old Lu looks totally cold, just like an ice boulder. Not only that, he has a bad temper to boot. However, that's what everyone knows. There are also things that not everyone knows about. Do you want me to tell you about his weakness?" Chu Mubei lowered his volume as he asked in a tempting tone. "What?" "Well, it's all right if you want me to tell you as well." After throwing out the bait, Chu Mubei then started to beat around the bush. "However, before I tell that to you, you've got to tell me first, do you like old Lu?" Without even thinking twice, Shi Guang replied immediately, "No." Chu Mubei clearly did not believe her still. "If you don't like him, why do you want to know about his weakness? Knowing the enemy is the key to victory. That's a sentence that you should only use when describing a foe." Shi Guang's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Wasn't Lu Yanjun her enemy? You think that Lu Yanjun is lacking a woman to train him, don't you?" Chu Mubei rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before declaring, "You know that the way to his heart isn't by going at him directly and showcasing all of your good points, but by loosening the reins so that you can reel him in better." Shi Guang was speechless. What the hell is the correlation in all of that? Honestly, there's just no way of communicating with this Casanova. Thankfully, they were already on the 12th floor by now. Chu Mubei walked out of the lift first and pressed the doorbell. It didn't take long before Lu Yanjun came to open the door. When he saw that it was Chu Mubei standing outside, he proceeded to try and close the door straight. Immediately, Chu Mubi stopped the door with his hand and complained blankly, "Fuck. Why are you trying to shut me out of your house again? Could you be hiding a woman inside and I'm interrupting your happy hour?" Liu Yanjun glared at him coldly, "Since you're so bored, why are you here to look for me instead of just going after chicks outside? You were just asking for it." Chu Mubi frowned, "Well, it's naturally because my little sister Shiguang invited me over for a meal." Twisting his head, he continued, "Isn't it right, little sister Shiguang?" Chapter 70, Are you guys going to play around in pajamas? A dangerous glint streaked beneath Liu Yanjun's eyes without leaving a single trace. However, Chu Mubi was still giving that wide, annoying grin of his. That was right. If he were the only person here, he might not have dared to joke as such. But, with that seemingly weak on the surface yet incredibly strong presence of little sister Shiguang behind him, Chu Mubi did not believe that Liu Yanjun would continue slamming the door shut. And indeed, reluctant as he was, Liu Yanjun conceded. Chu Mubi walked in chirpily and called out to Shiguang behind him after he entered, "Hurry and come on in, little sister Shiguang." Shiguang. She was trying her best to take Chu Mubi as nothing but thin air, all prepped to take her leave right after she was done with this meal. Raising her head, she met with Liu Yanjun's eyes. At that instant, Shiguang froze momentarily. She could sense the chilling and emotionless aura that was exuding forth from those deep and profound eyes of Liu Yanjun. It was so chilling that she felt as though the entire air could freeze up at that moment. Almost out of survival instinct, Shiguang asked, I bumped into your friend outside. Should I include his share for the meal?" Chu Mubi's smile froze up, "Little sister Shiguang. You're really tearing my plot apart now, aren't you?" Even though Liu Yanjun's face was still cold, his expression softened somewhat. "No." Chu Mubi glared at him angrily, "You're really hoes before brothers." Liu Yanjun ignored him as he walked toward the living room, with Chu Mubi following close behind, "And to think that I treated you so nice in the past, yet you're so petty to even refuse me a single meal. What a childish man," Shiguang thought in her heart before bringing the groceries into the kitchen. Even though Liu Yanjun said that she did not have to prepare Chu Mubi's share, given the current situation, it was clear that she would have to cook more rice no matter what. Flitting his eyes over in the kitchen's direction, Chu Mubi smirked with a delightful smile before he chirped in front of Liu Yanjun, "So, what stage have you guys progressed to? If I hadn't appeared tonight, were you guys prepared to change onto pajamas to play around?" Liu Yanjun's face darkened as he remarked impatiently, "If you have anything, hurry and say it. Get lost once you're done." TSK. Asking me to get lost as and when you like to, honestly, I must have accumulated misfortunes over my past lifetimes to be always mixing around with someone like you. Chu Mubi grumbled out, "But, no matter what, I'm definitely having this meal today." Liu Yanjun's sharp eyes narrowed as he looked at Chu Mubi deeply, causing the hair on the latter's back to stand. Fine. I'll talk about the serious stuff first. My old man asked me today if I'm going to stay in the military or switch a career. Why did he suddenly ask you that? Recently, there have been some happenings, and the Liu family is pretty much in the limelight for everything now. 2 days ago, they came over to my place pompously to look for my old man for a tea session. After that, they casually started discussing my marriage. As Chu Mubi continued, his face turned grimmer. The looks of the Liu family's daughter seem to be your cup of tea. This arranged marriage isn't all that bad either. Liu Yanjun replied indifferently. Fuck off. I don't want that, man. So what if she's pretty? She has no substance at all. Compared to your... Liu Yanjun narrowed his gaze dangerously as a razor-sharp blade seemed to shoot out of his eyes at Chu Mubi. With that, the latter cut his sentence short and then clicked his tongue twice. Fine, I understand. How about you tell me how you're going to decide then? You've been hesitating till now, could it be because of little sister Shiguang? He moved his lower jaw, indicating over in the direction of the kitchen. Liu Yanchen looked at him coldly. Just decide on your own future. Chu Mubui's lips curled into an arc as his eyes smiled into a line. How can I do that? I must definitely listen to your opinion. After all, in everyone's eyes, we're the absolute perfect couple of the military compound. Scram. Chapter 71. You're not going to get a girlfriend this way, Chu Mubui replied shamelessly. No, I want to stay here and eat the food cooked by little sister Shiguang. He twisted his head in the direction of the kitchen. Look at little sister Shiguang, how wonderful is she? Not only is she pretty, she knows how to cook as well. Well, don't be so stiff to the situation anymore and forget about your ex quickly. After all, you guys have broken up for such a long time already. I'm telling you that if you really don't like her, then I'm going for her for real. But of course, Chu Mubui was just saying it casually. What sort of a person was Liu Yanchen? For her to be able to get into his house and even cook a meal for him, Chu Mubui wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between them even at the cost of his life. Couldn't be bothered with Chu Mubui any longer, Liu Yanchen stood up and walked away. However, he did not walk too far away, merely sitting at his bar table to look at stocks using his laptop. It didn't take long before Chu Mubui snuck over as well. So, which stock have you been eyeing recently? Say, old Liu, your foresight is so sharp. You should really just switch careers. Using her fastest speed, Shiguang prepared 4 dishes and a soup, pickled vegetable fish, sweet and sour ribs, braised eggplant, stir-fried lotus, and a tomato chicken egg soup. Even though they were simple home-cooked fare, they looked really amazing and had a fragrant aroma. The alluring scent pounced into their noses as Chu Mubui bolted up, his eyes burning with fire. Little sister Shiguang, I'll help you with the utensils and rice. While the expression on Liu Yanchen's face was the same, his eyes turned colder than ice. You, sit down. It was only after that order was given that he realized what he had just said. Stunned for a moment, Chu Mubui then sniggered out knowingly, alrighty then. You go help her. An unnatural look flashed by this cold and aloof young Master Lu's face as he turned around, intending to head toward the kitchen. But when he raised his head and caught sight of that girl in her apron who was bringing over the rice, he froze up suddenly, thinking about how familiar this scene looked in his eyes. Wanting to enter initially, he suddenly snapped back to his senses and merely sat down at the dining table just like Chu Mubui. Bewildered, Chu Mubui asked, aren't you going to help little sister Shiguang? Shooting a cold glance at him, Liu Yanchen replied viciously, she isn't an illegitimate daughter that your father had outside. Don't come addressing her as you wish to just because you feel chummy with her, you guys aren't close at all. Drinking some water at the moment, Chu Mubui nearly spat it out. He then roared out in laughter, these two were really way too similar even in the way they rejected him. Bringing out the food, Shiguang saw a complete contrast where one was laughing as though the entire skies were toppling over while the other was cold as ice. Putting down the rice for them, she went to bring the soup over as well. There were only 2 sets placed on the dining table as Chu Mubui smirked while looking over at Shiguang. Little sist. Afraid that this little petty Liu Yanchen would get jealous, Chu Mubui kept his words from earlier on and continued, come sit down and have your meal too. Shiguang shook her head, there's no need. Why not? Chu Mubui furrowed his brows, is it because I'm too handsome that you're afraid you might fall in love with me after the meal? Shiguang's lips cramped up, this guy was truly narcissistic. She was hungry and did want to eat as well. However, she decided to forget it, eating with Liu Yanchen would be extremely uncomfortable. Taking off her apron, Shiguang wanted to just walk away when Liu Yanchen spoke up, sit down. Those 2 words were authoritative, causing her to halt in her steps. She looked at that man who let out a distant expression. If you leave, who's going to wash up the dishes later on? Chu Mubui let out a curious expression beneath his eyelids before sniggering out at Shiguang, Shiguang, hurry and go get your rice. She hesitated for a moment before returning to the kitchen. Fine, I'll eat then. I'd be a fool if I didn't have the meal anyway. Chu Mubui lowered his voice at Liu Yanchen, Say, old Lou, you clearly just want her to stay for the meal. Yet, you want to put it as though you need someone to wash the dishes. You're not going to get a girlfriend this way. Chapter 72, How could she have done him wrong? Lu Yanjun met with Chu Mubui's eyes, even. With so much food to stuff your mouth with, you can't shut up. Chu Mubui raised his brows. He could profess that he was someone sharp in identifying the mood of others. With just a single look, he could guess what sort of thoughts they had in their minds and read like an open book. This included his old man back at home, whose mood swings and temper were things he could identify easily. However, it was just this Lu Yanjun that he could not read no matter what. He could not guess what this guy was thinking at all. Since you like her, can't you just be that bit gentler to her? Would it kill you? But no. What's with this acting cold and aloof? Trying to tighten the reins by loosening it first, but that didn't seem the case either. Chu Mubui just couldn't guess at all. Taking her right out, the seat Shi Guang chose was closer to Chu Mubui and further from Lu Yanjun. Immediately, Chu Mubui chuckled out, "Old Lu, seems like I'm still someone that girls prefer, eh?" Lu Yanjun ignored him and continued with his meal. Unbothered by that, Chu Mubui looked at Shi Guang while asking, "Shi Guang, I still don't know this yet, but which school are you studying in?" Without waiting for Shi Guang to reply, Lu Yanjun chipped in, "One must not talk when they are eating." Even though she had stayed for the meal, Shi Guang felt uneasy all over. Even though that single statement from Lu Yanjun was indifferent without warmth, there wasn't a single bit of displeasure shown in it. Shi Guang's heart still skipped a beat nevertheless. She swallowed the rice in her mouth with much effort while eyeing Lu Yanjun cautiously. He was focused on having his meal, his motion smooth and elegant. Lowering his eyes, his face was expressionless such that there was no one who could grasp his true emotions. She looked over at Chu Mubui while replying softly, "I'm at the Ryan and Sports University." The moment her voice drifted out, Lu Yanjun's icy glare moved toward her. As though it was instinct, Shi Guang shut her mouth and ate carefully. By the time she realized what she had done, she gave herself a tight slap mentally. Fuck, am I not way too useless now? What am I afraid of? Even if Lu Yanjun is my daddy, I shouldn't be this afraid either. Fine, after all, daddies were the biggest things these years anyway. Damn it, this perverted Lu Yanjun. Shi Guang regretted not tormenting him properly back when they were together. He was clearly the one who had asked for the breakup, yet he was acting all indignant, as though she was the one who had done him wrong. What could she have done that was wrong to him? Unless... Chu Mubui's voice rang out that interrupted Shi Guang's thoughts. "Old Lu, what's wrong with you? It's so boring to eat without talking." Lu Yanjun looked at him with a look that seemed as though he was both smiling and not smiling before mocking him. "I remember the previous time around when you were dating 3 girls all at once. Back then, they came to look for you together and you guys had a meal together, didn't you? During that meal, weren't you the one who said that one must not talk when they are eating?" Almost choking over his food, Chu Mubui pointed over at Lu Yanjun. "Why you? You're really..." Cough, cough. He walked over to the bar table and took a can of beer, pulling off the tab before drinking a mouthful. He then took 2 more cans, placing them in front of Shi Guang and Lu Yanjun respectively. Come, come, come. Let us thank little sister Shi Guang for preparing this great meal for us today." Chu Mubui, who was smeared black all over again, was showing how terrible he felt over that incident, not wishing to have the most awkward part of his past being mentioned ever again. Lu Yanjun ignored him. But, when Shi Guang reached out to get her can of beer, Lu Yanjun beat her to the chase and took over her can of beer. As a result, Shi Guang ended up grabbing air. Chu Mubui remarked, "You've got one in front of you." Lu Yanjun pulled up the tab before drinking relaxedly. "It's enough that you're freeloading on a meal, but you want to freeload on beer as well." Chapter 73, Scary Young Master Lu. Chu Mubui was particularly speechless right now. This old Lu. You clearly care about her and do not want her to drink. After all, it's true that athletes should drink less. Why the hell do you have to put it as though she's trying to freeload on your beer? Does this guy just have a low emotional quotient, or is he trying to hide his heart, but for Liu Yanjun to have a low EQ? That was impossible. This guy's IQ and EQ were both frighteningly high. If that were the case, he must be hiding his heart then, wasn't he? Why then? If he liked this girl, he should just go for her then. Furthermore, there was definitely some ambiguity between them. Chu Mubri could tell that Shi Guang wasn't feeling nothing at all. Since that was the case, shouldn't he take a step forward instead? Could it be still because of that ex-girlfriend? That nameless ex-girlfriend was really one hell of a character, wasn't she? Honestly, at times, Chu Mubri had half an idea to get someone to investigate privately in order to get hold of a picture of that girl or something. He had to see for himself just what sort of a heavenly beauty that was. To think that she could have Liu Yanjun mesmerized to this extent. That year, he returned home looking all forlorn over his love and had locked himself in his room, giving the entire Liu family a huge scare. When one mentioned the Liu family, they would have to talk about that old master of the Liu family. That was a man of remarkable feats carved out from the war itself. Even though old Master Liu had already passed away, when it came to the current generation of the Liu family, that of Liu Yanjun's parents, be it in terms of the military or in the business world, they were all still whirlwind figures. Even their descendants were all characters of their own. This was especially the case for Liu Yanjun, who was practically the role model for all children out there. How could they allow someone like him to fall after just a single blow? Because of that, they were naturally extremely flustered over his behavior back then. Growing up in the military compound together, Liu Yanjun was just like a goal in the hearts of everyone. Later on, the eldest brother of the Liu family, Liu Yanzi, kicked down the door to Liu Yanjun's room and gave him a good beating. It was a beating so vicious that it didn't seem as though Liu Yanjun was his younger brother at all. Of course, Liu Yanjun tried fighting back. However, he wasn't a match. His eldest brother had been in the military for many years and had undergone training. And just like that, Liu Yanjun went into the military as well. A certain day half a year later, Liu Yanjun had his eldest brother walloped so badly he could not crawl up from the mud. But, what was he to do? His eldest brother was no longer a match for him by then. Liu Yanjun was always someone particularly lonely and reserved, someone whose thoughts were totally incomprehensible. Not only that, he would always do things with a certain level of maturity to them. That was the case for everything except this first love of his. In order to protect that little lass, he insisted on hiding it from everyone. Rumors had it that back then, that lass was only in her second year of high school. A single second-year lass, and she was already this incredible to have Liu Yanjun mesmerized till that extent. Could she have been the reincarnation of a vixen? After lamenting for a good long time, Chu Mubri finally finished the meal. Noticing that Shi Guang was about to keep the dishes, he hurried up to offer his help. Little sister Shi Guang, let me help you. Looking at Chu Mubri, whose face was all smiles, Liu Yanjun's face darkened as he looked at him coldly. You, come over. I've got something to talk to you about. Wait for a moment. Are you very free? Well, not really. I'm super busy. But, I'll always have the time to help my little sister Shi Guang. As Chu Mubri said that, he cast a single glance of pandering over at Shi Guang. Liu Yanjun's gaze turned totally icy by then as he ordered Chu Mubri domineeringly, since that's the case, you'll wash the dishes then. What? Chu Mubri was stunned as he pointed to himself. Me? Washing the dishes? That expression of his that he gave off was filled with extreme indignance. How? Can you ask me to wash the dishes? I'm so busy. Liu Yanjun replied indifferently, didn't you just say that you'll always have time to help out? Shi Guang chipped in embarrassedly, let me do it. Liu Yanjun's eyelids flitted. How long more do you intend to stay at my house for? Chapter 74, An unspeakable love. Not having to wash the dishes was something that Shi Guang could not have asked for more. Even though she was smiling, it was a distant smile. I'll go back now then, eh? Everything between us is settled now. Liu Yanjun's gaze was one that was still slightly sharp as he looked at Shi Guang deeply. Shi Guang faced his gaze bravely. Or, is it only considered to be settled after I wash the dishes? Chu Mubri looked over at Liu Yanchen, then at Shi Guang. Just like that, he spun between them a couple of rounds just like a hunter that had just found its prey. Filled with curiosity, he asked, "What's to be settled? Come, hurry and spill the beans. Is there some sort of an unspeakable secret between you two?" No. No. Shi Guang and Liu Yanchen replied immediately. Chu Mubri's face sparkled bedazzlingly as his eyes twinkled with a gossipy glint. Wow! Such chemistry. Liu Yanchen's face was filled up with a classy look as he pointed at the kitchen with his slender finger. Go. Wash the dishes. He then looked over at Shi Guang before tilting his head to the door. Understanding his intentions, Shi Guang spun around with haste. Shi Guang, hold on. Little sister Shi Guang. No matter how Chu Mubri called out, Shi Guang had already taken her bag and left the place coolly. She felt calmer by the moment. With a free immunity pass such as Liu Yanchen, things couldn't have gotten any better. Chu Mubri was both in a huff and enraged as he looked at Liu Yanchen. I'm not washing. You can do it yourself. But of course, Liu Yanchen could not care less as he spoke with a threatening tone. Hurry up and wash. Once you're done, clean up the kitchen as well to maintain hygiene. As he said that, he walked over to the living room and sat down on the sofa, turning on the television to watch the finance news with ease. Chu Mubri felt that this freeload meal wasn't worth it at all as he intentionally made a lot of noise to disturb Liu Yanchen. However, Liu Yanchen was just fixated on the news the entire time. In the midst of his endless indignance, Chu Mubri hastily washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen casually. It was entirely slipshod. Either way, there was going to be a cleaner coming tomorrow anyway. As he dried his hands, Chu Mubri came over to the sofa and remarked begrudgingly, "Done." "Oh? Then you can leave now." Liu Yanchen replied indifferently. "Didn't you say that you had something to talk to me about?" Chu Mubri was regretting it right now. He should have rushed over to Liu Yanchen at the first moment when the latter mentioned wanting to talk to him about something. "Did I?" Chu Mubri nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in a fit. "Earlier on when I said that I wanted to help little sister Shi Guang clean up, you said that you wanted to talk to me about something so that I couldn't help her. And now, you're telling me that there's nothing? Clearly, you just don't want to let little sister Shi Guang spend time with me. You're afraid that she'll fall in love with me. After looking at how she had spent all the time being busy earlier on, you didn't want her to do the dishes. Hence, you found an excuse to plant the work onto me." Liu Yanchen was still nonchalant as ever. "Ah? You done? Once you're done talking, you can leave." Since Liu Yanchen was chasing him off, Chu Mubri didn't want to leave even more. He wanted to go against Liu Yanchen purposely. Taking out his phone, he played games for a moment and read the news at others. He then went on to Weibo. Suddenly, he gasped out. "This post. Isn't it talking about little sister Shi Guang?" Liu Yanchen acted as though he heard nothing and was unconcerned. The champion of the 200-meter freestyle category for the college games used dope. When doping was associated with an athlete, it was always a sensitive topic. Liu Yanchen's eyes froze as an unbridled coldness surged through him. "Hand the phone over, give it to me." Without waiting for Chu Mubri to extend his hands, Liu Yanchen had already grabbed the phone over. Chapter 75, Who would be this vicious? Doping is something that can kill someone. If one were to use it in excess, it would create negative effects on their bodies which are often irreversible at times. This is especially the case for women. Why should Shi Guang? Liu Yanchen cut into Chu Mubri's words. "She wouldn't." "You're that certain?" Chu Mubri wanted to rebut immediately. However, stealing a glance at that steely cold expression of Liu Yanchen, he saw a rare sight of rage. That's right as well. If women were to dope often, that would cause a rise in their male hormones, causing them to grow beards and sound like men. A single look is enough to tell that little sister Shi Guang is not like that. She's such a dainty young maiden, with a voice as clear as a skylark. Giving it a quick scan, He saw that the comments were clearly all scolding Shi Guang. Some of the comments were rather extreme as well. Suddenly, Chu Mubei opened his eyes wide in shock. To think that for the sake of little sister Shi Guang, Liu Yechen had gone to reply the netizens. All this while, Liu Yechen's character was always cold and aloof. He wouldn't even take a single look at such comments, let alone replying these netizens. Seemed like this little sister Shi Guang did have quite a significant role in his heart. But it was a pity that those netizens who did not know the truth were all fully believing the contents of the post. That reply Liu Yanchen had typed out was quickly drowned away. An explanation on the web wasn't something that could have any effect at all. Following the contents of the post, someone had managed to find out who the champion of the 200-meter freestyle category was. Just like that, Shi Guang's picture on the day of the competition was thrown up onto the web. There were some that said that Shi Guang looked rather decent, unlike someone who would use dopes. To this, someone else immediately replied that Shi Guang was nothing but a social butterfly who went around seducing guys with her beautiful looks and leading a messy personal life. God knew how many men she had slept with. Those comments were so dirty that one could not even bear reading them anymore. Clearly, someone was purposely inciting the masses and adding oil to the flames. Shi Guang wasn't someone who would surf the web or Weibo often. The next day, she went to the club as per usual. After entering, she discovered that everyone was looking at her strangely. Behind her, it seemed as though they were discussing something in hushed whispers. As she looked at them from time to time, they would even return looks of disdain and contempt, filled with coldness. That's really a crafty bitch. To think that she would have used dopes. Without some tricks up her sleeves, how do you think she could have gotten the champion's place? A champion who goes on drugs? Now that she's exposed, that champion's title is definitely going to be taken back. What in the world happened? Shi Guang was filled with bewilderment when she received a phone call from Li Fangfei. Too much. How dare these people malign you as such on the web? Malign her? After ending her phone call with Li Fangfei, Shi Guang surfed the web on her phone. That post had long gone viral as the top few searches of Weibo were all related to her. She had turned into an internet superstar. Shi Guang flipped through a few pages of the comments. At the start, they were just talking about her using dopes. But at the back, there were people exposing about how she wasn't a good student, and was arrogant and evil while leading a messy personal life. Not only was she using those forbidden drugs, she was even used to sleeping around. And that wasn't the worst just yet, it was even further back. Someone had used her name to create a Weibo account, posting a post on it. Shi Guang, all of you dumb fucks. Who hasn't been young and wild before? Is it my fault that I swim fast? Is it my fault that I'm born so beautiful that all these guys shamelessly want to chase after me? Come and show some evidence if you guys have proof. Those words were way too arrogant. Not only that, they were super unreasonable and brazen. Every single comment below that was scolding her. For example, not only is she so evil, she's so cheap. If killing weren't a crime, I'd want to send her for a reincarnation myself. Another example, suddenly coming out to refute everything. I'm beginning to suspect that everything is just a publicity stunt. She has gone mad thinking about how to get popular, hasn't she? Yet another example, there are all sorts of people these days. The things that people would do just to get famous, disgusting. Shi Guang was stunned as her heart sank. She was framed. She did not use any dopes at all. Because she was afraid that something might go wrong with the tests, she did not even dare to take any flu medicine when she was under the weather those few days. This was way too scary. Who in the world would be this vicious? If she did not take anything out to prove her innocence, she would have to take on this blame. Banned from competitions, fired. A scandal as such was something that would accompany her for life. Chapter 76, An innocent heart does not fear the darkness. Shi Guang was truly pissed, so enraged that she nearly smashed her phone onto the ground. Who could it be? This person was so vicious that they were hell-bent on ruining her. He's a no? That was right. it could definitely be no one other than her. Taking in a deep breath, Shi Guang told herself to remain calm. She couldn't be like yesterday when she confronted He Zhenhou without any evidence at all. That way, not only would the other party not admit to it, she might land herself on the bad side of things instead. However, before she had even gone looking for He Zhenhou, the latter came looking for her instead. Hugh? A stifled laugh drifted out at her while He Zhenhou walked over, mocking her coldly. As I was always saying, clearly, someone isn't faster than me at all, neither is she better than me in any aspect. There I was wondering how she got the champion's place. Now I know, it's all through the use of dopes. A ball of flame surged up within Shi Guang's heart, burning her heart and almost driving her crazy. She gripped her fist tightly, holding herself back the impulse of scolding out in rage or rushing forth to beat up He Zhenhou. There were always people who would not think that they were doing anything wrong even if foulness reeked out from the very core of their bones. Instead, they would think that what they were doing was only right. To He Zhenhou, Shi Guang's tolerance was nothing but a guilty conscience as she gloated even more delightfully. Why now? You're a mute now just because you were exposed on the web, right? Weren't you someone really incredible who could always speak out with all your reasons? You had better shut up. The reason why Shi Guang wasn't replying to her now wasn't out of fear. She knew that she did not do it, so why would she have to fear? Shameless. To think that you would dare to act so righteously even after using forbidden drugs. You disgust me. At that moment, Shi Guang felt really comforted that she was born with a strong heart such that she could even laugh out at that moment. She swept her cold gaze over at He Zhenhou. I'm finally understanding now that giving way and tolerating isn't always going to solve the problem. With that single remark, Shi Guang left. Looking at the back view of Shi Guang leaving in a huff, it only looked extremely wretched in the eyes of He Zhenhou as she roared out in laughter, feeling a cathartic feeling in her heart. Her face was as dazzling like flowers blossoming, only, those flowers looked somewhat twisted. Toward Shi Guang, He Zhenhou's heart was filled with nothing but a bloodthirsty jealousy. However, jealousy was something which could only grow because the two of them were somewhat on par. One could take a look at everyone around. For example, would there be anyone who would suddenly be jealous of some extremely rich person for no reason? It was mostly just envy. It was only recently that He Zhenhou had started to realize that Shi Guang was no longer someone she could get jealous over anymore. Coupled with the way that Lo Yechen had tormented her, every single bit of indignance, darkness, and frustration in her heart had been ignited thoroughly. Despite Wu Xing's reminders that she should not go up to publish on the web and that it was an act that would only serve to ruin herself, He Zhenhou went ahead and did it. As everyone on the internet were flaming Shi Guang, He Zhenhou was exceptionally ecstatic. She was rolling about on her bed in laughter as she clutched her phone while reading the comments, so excited that she did not sleep for a single wink at all. How could she rest well without taking a look at how wretched Shi Guang looked right now? Therefore, even if today was her rest day, she came to the club nevertheless. After calming down, Shi Guang started to think of ideas to resolve this. She had gone through the drug testing during the college games as well. As long as they were to announce her results, it would definitely prove her innocence. At first notice, she went to look for Boss Lei Yi. Because of this post, Boss Lei Yi was fuming in rage. Shi Guang was someone from his club. Not only did this affect Shi Guang, it affected the image of his club as well. Not only were the netizens attacking Shi Guang online, they were even giving bad reviews to his club. The person who started this better not let me find him. Otherwise, I'll definitely not let the person off easily. Boss Lei Yi was never a nice guy to begin with. To him, there were only two types of people, those of use and those of no use to him. Naturally, he did not carry much of a good tone when facing Shi Guang. A killing aura filled the entire office as he barked out at Shi Guang, "Tell me, what's going on with this?" Shi Guang's petite face was somewhat pale. "I didn't do it. I was framed. As long as my drug test result is published, it would definitely prove my innocence." "You think that you can get it published as and when you'd want to?" "I just made a call over and they asked me to look for whom and whom." "Bloody hell. Normally, all of them would always look so capable on the surface. But when things get rough, all of them shove every single bit of responsibility away. The entire process is going to take at least half a month or so. By then, everything will all be too late. As Boss Lei was fuming, he slammed his palm fiercely on the table. Shi Guang bit her lips as her heart pounded furiously. Half a month, by then, the public would have already determined her death sentence. Once the hype of this issue was over, even if she were to prove her innocence, no one would really believe her. Don't show your face here for the next few days. We'll wait till everything's settled. Boss Lei roared out with another wrathful sentence as he waved Shi Guang off dismissively. After Shi Guang left, he bellowed out once more, "A bunch of bloody troublemaking runts," pissing me off. At that exact moment, his mobile rang. Picking up the call, his tone was totally unfriendly. But when he heard the voice at the other end of the call, his eyes were filled with astonishment as his anger dissipated really quickly, such that there was nothing left. No one knew what the person said to Boss Lei. However, he was extremely polite without a single bit of temper. Why yes. Chapter 77, Don't do it if you don't want others to find out. The commotion coming forth from Boss Lei's office was enormous, alarming many people to it. As Shi Guang exited from the office, there were a lot of people surrounding outside. They tossed to her looks of derision, disdain, and coldness. Look at Boss Lei fly into a fury. She must definitely have used dopes. All of us belong to the same club. With this, we'll definitely all be implicated because of her. Isn't that right? What a troublemaker. Shi Guang gripped both her fists tightly, clenching so hard that her palms were hurting from it. No matter how red her eyes were getting, she had to bear with it as she raised her head high and puffed her chest, walking out of the club. By the time there was no one around her left, every single bit of pain, indignance, misery, and restlessness nearly ground the very last layers of her resolve. She nearly squatted down in tears just like that. However, she knew that crying was of no use. Boss Lei was not going to help her out. She could only depend on herself. Once the labs were done with their doping tests, they would usually send the results over to the side of the organizers. Shi Guang headed over the sports union of the university. But, even going there reaped no results. She was back at square one after a torturous 2 hours. The person attending to her said with a black face, "I've already told you that we have to go according to procedures. Even if you tell that to us, it's of no use. You have to look for the leaders on top. Then how about you tell me how I should go about contacting them? I've already told you that I don't know either. I'm merely an attendant." Shi Guang was infuriated, even feeling a tinge of despair. Repressing every single bit of her emotions, she asked again calmly, "The way you guys go about doing things will ruin the career of an athlete. If you're innocent, what are you afraid of?" Shi Guang was refuted to a point where she did not know what to say any longer. With her face looking extremely terrible, she felt like exploding in her heart as well. She was afraid that if she were to carry on like this, she would end up arguing with the other party. She left the place and sat on the steps outside. Fondling her glabella, she felt a sense of fatigue as she had never done before. Staring vacantly ahead of her, she was at a complete loss. Little did she know that a black jeep was parked beneath a tree nearby as a man with an icy cold gaze stared at her from within. Her phone suddenly rang as Shi Guang took it out to take a look. It was her coach, Zhang Shilin. He should have known about the post by now, right? Did he believe in it? Was he calling to question her right now? Shi Guang felt a little nervous, not daring to pick up the call. However, there were some things in life that she would have to face no matter what. Heaving a deep breath of air, she tapped on the call button and greeted with a deep voice, "Coach? I know about everything on the web." Zhang Shilin's voice was still rather calm. However, Shi Guang was unsettled as she tried explaining straight away, "I did not do it, coach, I truly did not. I did the drug test back then as well. I had wanted to go get the report from them, but they told me that the procedures would take half a month at least. Don't fluster." Zhang Shilin consoled her gently, "I believe in you. I'll represent you in the capacity of your coach to request for the organizing side of the college games to produce the drug report for the competition at the fastest possible speed, so that we can prove your innocence to the masses. The complete trust of her coach was like a ray of sunshine that was beaming onto Shi Guang, who was hanging on a cliff right now, giving her a trace of hope. She was so touched that her eyes brimmed with tears. Smiling out, she stopped her sniffing and said, "Thank you, coach. Go home first and wait for my news." "All right." Shi Guang nodded her head obediently. Even though her coach was willing to help her, Shi Guang was still feeling rather unsettled. Despite returning home, she could not get to rest. She gave Li Fangfei a call, asking her to look for people in order to track down that internet protocol address. Just as they were discussing about it, she received a call from Boss Lei Yi. He gave her a Weibo account and asked her to publish a post. Going online, Shi Guang's eyes widened. The organizers of the college games had already posted out her drug test results during the competition. The results couldn't be any more normal, there wasn't even a single room for doubt. It was with a 100% certainty that she did not make use of any dopes. So fast, Shi Guang was stunned. The club had already made an announcement as well, denouncing the rumor post and mentioning that they would retain every single bit of legal rights to pursue the matter. Recovering to her senses, Shi Guang got onto Weibo hurriedly. Not only was her name there was also a V beside it. The true Shi Guang's Weibo, in the sands of time, there are many things that we can never predict. However, I truly did not expect that I would turn into an online victim overnight. The truth will explain itself, so I need not say too much. An innocent heart does not fear the darkness. After she published the Weibo post, the club retweeted it right away. As for Li Fangfei, she too had her classmates retweet everything to stand firm on the stance that Shi Guang was a good student, with nothing but positive impressions from everyone. Everyone was just sweating out right now. Wasn't the speed of this retweeting way too fast? The way the entire matter was settled so cleanly had everyone feeling as though this was just a publicity stunt. However, the college games was done by an official body, and there was no way they would do something as such. With that, someone discovered the IP address of the publisher. Later on, they had discovered a few other accounts which were leading the discussions on. All of them seemed to have come from the same IP address. Discussions were a double-edged sword. Netizens were people who were easily led on. As long as someone were to guide the discussions regarding a negative piece of news somewhere, there would be a huge bunch of people to follow and stir the hype. Someone revealed that this entire affair was a planned plot. After many netizens realized that they were used as guns to target Shi Guang, they were pissed off as well. Later on, someone else managed to discover that the person who had started the entire thing was Shi Guang Sr. in the same club. And eventually, Hizino's name, face, and address were plastered all over the web. As though the netizens were a gigantic army that had discussed through it together, everyone started their justice crusade against Hizino. Shi Guang had not expected that things would have suddenly gone so smoothly. She was almost in disbelief. The side of the college games had clearly said that they would require half a month. No matter how fast they were, there was no way they could have done it in just a day. Could it be because of Coach Zhang Xilin? After all, he used to be a national coach. Shi Guang's phone rang again. It was Zhang Xilin. She picked up the call in delight. "Coach? It's all thanks to you that the organizers prepared everything so quickly, right?" Zhang Xilin did not respond to her question. "Come over to the club as fast as you can now. I've got something I need to pass to you still." "All right, coach." Chapter 78, Please forgive me one last time. After gloating at Shi Guang, Hizino went home for a good sleep. In her dreams, Shi Guang was being scolded and beaten by everyone just like a rat in the streets. Upon waking up from her sweet dreams, the first thing she did was to go online. She wanted to know how badly Shi Guang was being scolded by the netizens right now. However, she was greeted with a face of shock. Why had the tides online turned? To think that the organizers would have produced the test results this quickly to prove Shi Guang's innocence. Shi Guang was clearly down with the flu those few days back then. How could she have not taken any flu medicine? That was impossible. She should have left some traces behind no matter what. However, the test results indicated that there wasn't even a single bit of suspicious compounds in Shi Guang's body. Not only that, the netizens had managed to sniff her out, claiming that she had set Shi Guang up intentionally. Hizuo felt as though she had sunken into an icy lake. She had made the post on an internet cafe. After heading home, she had replied to a few of the comments as well, albeit with a different account. Even if she was discovered, she could just say that she was hoodwinked, thus scolding Shi Guang together with the netizens. Since there were already so many people scolding, it wouldn't be a crime for her to scold Shi Guang along with them. As long as she were to deny everything to the end, they could not pinpoint that she was the one who had published the post as well. With the train of thought, Hizuo felt much more at ease. However, the fact that she was exposed most likely had something to do with Shi Guang. She was convinced that the latter had gotten a fake army online to start the discussions about her as well. Fully indignant, Hizuo gave Wu Xing a call. At this moment, Wu Xing was being derided by Boss Lei like crazy back in the club. He had been with Boss Lei for many years now, and had usually been taking bribes from potential students secretly. Regarding those matters, Boss Lei usually closed one eye toward them. After all, that did not affect his interests. However, things were different this time around. Looking at his phone ring, Boss Lei roared out, "Is that Xinuo?" Wu Xing shivered out as he nodded his head. Snatching the phone over, Boss Lei screamed out at Hizuo in the phone, "Get the hell over here." Hizuo naturally knew what Boss Lei was summoning her over for. But, she knew that as long as she were to deny it to the end, there was nothing Boss Lei could do about it. At the very most, she would just have to endure a round of scolding. Arriving at the club, Hizuo did not quarrel or argue, choosing to just accept Boss Lei's roar at her like a wild beast. Bloody hell. Is your brain bloody filled with water from all that swimming? To think that you would post something like that online. This mood of Boss Lei was something that Hizuo was afraid of as her legs trembled non-stop. This had her even more certain that she must never admit to it. Boss Lei was someone who had built his business up from nothing. For him to be able to get to where he was definitely no kind soul. This man must have some scary tricks up his sleeves. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she let out an extremely innocent look. "B-boss, I didn't do it. It's not M." A clean, crisp voice broke her words. "You thought that we wouldn't be able to sniff you out if you went to an internet cafe to post it?" Everyone turned their heads around. Shi Guang and Zhang Shilin walked in. Hizuo felt her heart skip a beat for a moment before she recovered from it quickly, assuring herself that it was nothing and that Shi Guang was only trying to deceive her. Which internet cafe these days doesn't have security cameras? Once we track down the IP address and check the security footage, we can naturally find out who posted it, right? Shi Guang waved a USB thumb drive in her hands. "The person in this footage is you. You were the one who had posted it." How could she have forgotten about that? Hizuo was so nervous that her entire mind went blank, her expression turning entirely flustered and frantic. However, she refused to admit it in her words. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Boss Lei glared at Hizuo fiercely, almost screaming at her, "And you still refuse to admit?" "I truly did not do it." Even though Hizuo was still refusing to admit, her tone had already weakened significantly. Shi Guang took in a deep breath of air slowly, trying her best to repress her emotions. "The evidence is all here. You were the one who had posted it. Just what in the world have I done to you to deserve having you use such vicious methods to try and ruin me completely?" The office was really quiet and the only sound that could be heard was Shi Guang's firm question. Hizuo was filled with hatred in her heart. However, now that Shi Guang had the evidence, she could no longer deny or put on a fierce front. Instead, she acted pitifully. "Shi Guang, what are you being so fierce for?" Shi Guang laughed out bitterly. "Why now? I can't be fierce after you've created all these troubles. For someone as brainless as you, will you ever understand the meaning of respect if I'm not fierce to you? That's the very reason why you could come up with all these things time and again. Each time I chose to not hold it against you had you taking my tolerance as your good fortune, right? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Shi Guang was showing that every single bit of restraint she had right now was thanks to her upbringing. Otherwise, she would have rushed up and tugged at Hizuo's hair like a shrew to give her a good beating. Hizuo, you've always felt that I can't compete with you and I'm worse than you in everything, right? Since that's the case, wouldn't you be better than me just by training properly? But no. You chose to look for shortcuts to get through your obstacles time and again. You've completely forgotten about the most basic aspect of being an athlete. That's why you're fated to be a loser, fated never to win against me in your entire life. Wu Xing felt that Shi Guang was being a little too much now. Thinking about how he used to be Shi Guang's coach in the past, he should have some authority and face left. Therefore, he lectured out, Shi Guang, do thee. Shi Guang spun her head around and glared at him, you? Shut up. Don't think that I don't know how you've been plotting with Hizuo for the past 2 years to try and mess me up and take me down. Wu Xing was startled. Because she got too emotional, Shi Guang cleared that overworked throat of hers and left her ultimatum, today, you guys must openly declare your evil doings and issue an apology to me as well. Otherwise, I'm going to sue you guys to court. Don't think that I've been a weak little flower for the past 2 years that we've been together, and I'm not someone to cover for myself. Other than this incident of slandering, I've got evidence for other things as well. Wu Xing was flustered beyond anything else in his heart. After all, he had done too many disgraceful things in the past few years. As for Hizuo, she too was beginning to feel fear. She did not want to have her reputation fall to complete ruins. Since going head-on was not going to cut it, she could only try with softer methods. Her tears started spilling out as she cried miserably, Shi Guang, I was wrong. Please don't do this, I'm begging you. No matter what, we're schoolmates and have been together for 2 years. Shi Guang, please forgive me this time around. Chapter 79, Two Choices, the domineering Shi Guang. So, you know how to start acting pitiful now. Shi Guang looked at Hizuo with a frosty gaze, curling her lips into a cold arc before laughing out bitterly. Hizuo, I had always been tolerating you in the past on account of how often we would have to bump into one another. But who would have thought that you would only get worse? This time around, there's no way about it. As she said that, she turned around to Boss Lei. Boss? Lei, I've signed under your club for more than a year now and have always been under your care. Honestly, I'm exceptionally grateful toward you. I know that we have more than a year left under the contract, but now that something as such has happened, I really have no way of coexisting with her. The meaning of those words couldn't be any clearer. If there was Hizuo, there wouldn't be her, and vice versa. This time around, she wasn't going to just sit back and endure anymore. She wasn't a rubber ball to be kicked around by everyone else just to act as though nothing had happened. This time around, Hizuo had really been too much. She was hell-bent on destroying Shi Guang, so how could she just act indifferently toward it anymore? Naturally, the reason why she had dared to say that was also because Zhang Xiulin had told her that if it was certain that Hizuo was the one who had done the deed, the swimming association would definitely ban her from all competitions under the charge of moral misconduct. If she was banned from competitions, Boss Lei could simply just let Hizuo do as she willed and ignore her till their contract was over. However, Shi Guang truly did not want to see Hizuo anymore. She did not want this person to appear in front of her face ever again. As for the side of the school, it was a huge place and they were only year ones. It was going to be rather difficult for them to bump into one another in school. Hizuo was truly frantic as she felt a true sense of despair brooding from the depths of her heart. Every single word spoken and action taken by this Shi Guang before her was filled with resolve, as though she had already made up her mind. At this point, the quantum of value between her and Shi Guang in the eyes of Boss Lei was definitely advantageous toward the latter. Boss Lei did not hesitate at all. You don't have to leave. Hizuo will leave. Hizuo's eyes widened in fear as she shouted out with a quivering voice, Boss Lei, how can you be so heartless? Boss Lei roared back, bloody hell. You've already caused me to be implicated, and you still dare to hope that I will help you out. Wu Xing wanted to say something, but before he could even do so, Boss Lei pointed at him. You too. Get the hell out of my club. Wu Xing's face was distraught. Hizuo felt as though she had sunk into an icy lake. She lost every single bit of sanity she had before yelling out, Shiguang. How can you be so vicious, so evil? You're bent on pushing me to my limits. Initially, she had not wanted to beg to Shiguang at all. But even after putting down her dignity and doing so, the latter refused to let her off. She furrowed her brows with a twisted expression. No matter what I did to you, aren't you still fine and dandy right now? Amazed at how amusing everything was, Shiguang turned to look at Hizuo with a smile so bright that it seemed as though a spring breeze had just gusted by her face. Yes, I'm fine and dandy now. But what if I did not manage to get the evidence to prove my innocence? What if the results of my drug test deviated by that slight bit? Wouldn't my entire career have been ruined by you? Shiguang. Don't get overboard now. Even rabbits bite when they're pushed to a corner. Hizuo's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed at the top of her lungs. That's right. I'm that rabbit right now. Shiguang laughed bitterly. Arghhh. As though she had gone mad, Hizuo suddenly lunged out at Shiguang. Everyone was stunned, not expecting that Hizuo would have gone berserk like this. By the time everyone came to their senses, Hizuo was already coming at Shiguang's throat with both her hands. While retreating, Shiguang used her arm to slap away the other's hands. At almost the same time, Zhang Xiulin and Boss Lei rushed up to peel Hizuo away. With a loud thud, Hizuo was slammed onto the ground by Boss Lei. Chapter 80, Young Master Louis pleased. Boss Lei hurriedly got the security over to drag Hizuo away. Filled with anger, Hizuo's gaze at Shiguang was as though she could devour her up, spitting out venomous words continuously. Let me go. You guys are taking me away based on ridiculous reasons. I'm going to sue you guys. All you bunch of dumb fucks. Zhang Xiulin called the police, who arrived in a jiffy. When she caught sight of them, Hizuo's expression changed immediately as she turned docile like a frail white lotus, crying with a low voice, "Oh, policeman! You must seek justice for me." The policeman scanned the area and his gaze landed on Shiguang. Wasn't this maiden the lead of today's doping news on the internet? He then looked over at Hizuo. Her picture was exposed on the net as well, reported as the person who had published the post. Bawling out in tears, why was she acting all aggrieved when she was clearly the perpetrator? HMPH. The policeman showed that he was a just and righteous policeman, someone who would take down the tyrannical citizens and uphold justice. He first calmly went through the entire scenario before turning and looking at Hizuo with a deep, contemplative gaze. So, you were the one who had posted up on the web and maligned her. While sobbing, Hizuo declared her innocence. I was just playing with her. The policeman slapped the table fiercely. Were you also playing with her when you choked her throat? Hizuo's heart was filled with fear right now as she replied pitifully, they were grouping up to bully me. I only struck back in a moment of indignance. But I did not hurt her with the choking at all. You didn't hurt her? That doesn't mean that you didn't choke her. The policeman remarked sternly. First, you had already tried setting her up on the web. Because of your embarrassment of being found out turning into rage, you hit her. This is an extremely serious situation, slander and intentionally hurting others. You should most probably receive a sentence between 3 to 10 years. Hizuo was so rattled that she was rooted where she was while her breathing got hurried, feeling as though she was on a landmine that was about to blow up. She was so frightened that she could barely speak as she stuttered, what? 3 to 10 years. How? I've only published a post and choked her a little casually. The policeman replied, Miss He, the evidence and witnesses are all present. Hizuo shouted out immediately, private. I want to settle this in private. Shiguang looked at the policeman with a complex expression. Was he helping her make the situation sound worse than it should be? After all, None of them were law majors, they should not know that much about the law anyway. She smiled at the policeman gratefully before turning around to look at Hizino. If you want to settle this in private, fine. But you must never ever appear in front of my sight. Otherwise. Hizino replied hastily, I agree. I'll leave the club. I'll also change schools to another city, and will never appear before your face ever again. Just don't sue me, please. Her cries were filled with a sorrowful despair. She was truly scared out of her wits. Shi Guang had merely wanted her to leave the club. But, since she was the one suggesting to change schools herself, that couldn't have been any better. Those who always do evil will definitely kill themselves. Shi Guang had already said these words to Hizino, and the latter was the one who chose this path herself. The fact that this issue with Hizino was settled this swiftly, Shi Guang felt that she had to thank Zhang Shilin. He was the one who had helped her with the side of the organizers, and had obtained the security footage as well. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After the policeman left, Shi Guang returned to Boss Lei's office. Because the office's door wasn't closed, she heard Zhang Shilin's voice coming from within as she reached for the door. In any case, young Master Lu is pleased with the way you've handled this issue this time around. Shi Guang was stunned, frozen where she was. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.